sneak another batting bonus point this morning if they can, and Kent of course looking to complete the job and have a bowl themselves, or a bat rather, themselves. Good morning, Richard, how are you?
Morning, Ben. All good, thank you very much. Pleased with the weather. There's plenty of blue sky around. Forecast was for sort of fairly solid cloud, but as I say, there's plenty of breaks in it, and it's sticky out there actually. And it might just swing a little bit in the humidity as and when Leicestershire come to bowl. Josh, I'll be hoping so. I had a good look at the pitch this morning, and the rough patches from which Matty Parkinson, Kent's hero yesterday, was turning the ball. I saw Rehan Ahmed having a good look at them as well. But the first job for the Foxes is to try and get somewhere near 400, well, actually exactly 400 would do, and that extra batting bonus point.
Now, Kent had the option to take the new ball yesterday, and they didn't, did they? So, whether or not Wes Agar is using a new ball here, doesn't look like it from the early signs, as it's come off the inside edge of Josh Hull's bat down towards fine leg and George Garrett for a single, so that'll be one for us to keep an eye on. Whether the ball starts to glint a little more in the little speck of sunshine that's trying to burst through the cloud cover. Yeah, meant to be set fair today, largely cloudy, bit of sunshine early part of the afternoon, but dry is the main thing, particularly with some of the more thundery weather that's forecast for tomorrow across the country. As Wes Agar is in and bowling to Tom Scriven, batted really well yesterday. 39 from 70, well now 3 deliveries. But coming in at number 10, just when Kent had their tails up a little bit and might have been thinking about getting the last 2 wickets, and Parkinson was on for an 8-fer. Came in and batted really well with Ian Holland. And then with Josh Hull, who's managed 13 from 28 deliveries from number 11. It just rolled over at all. Scriven plays a full delivery outside the off stump out towards extra cover. Kent have got one slip in Mayeye. Ben Dawkins is in the gully. There's a deep point, cover mid on mid off. Deep mid wicket, deep square and a long leg for Scriven. Quite clear that Kent would rather bowl at Josh Hull. There's Agar for the 4th time this morning. Bowls and Scriven solidly in behind this delivery, out towards mid-off. Where's Agar and Tuanda Mayeye in the pre-day huddle and conversation that was going on? Appeared to be doing some sort of dance and song. I'll have to ask somebody about it later on, but Molly Davis is with us once again today as our third voice. Kent women's wicketkeeper suggested to me it must have been some sort of forfeit for Wes. And Tawanda looked like he was joining him as well, so try and find out more on that later, as this one is a short ball. It's a attempted pull stroke from Scriven. He's got a bottom edge and an under edge past his own stumps down towards fine leg for a boundary. So where's Agar's perhaps ill fortune, because to be honest he deserved more than the 1 wicket yesterday, continuing thus far. And Scriven moving into the 40s, on to 43. And Leicestershire just 9 away now from another bonus point. Kent have already got 3 that they might like to achieve, or would have hoped to have achieved yesterday. And certainly having spoken to Matt Parkinson afterwards, who did slightly hobble up the stairs to come speak to us, from 200 for 1 to effectively almost 400 for 9. Kent had to be pretty satisfied with their day's work. Yeah, it's going to be Matt Parkinson to start from this pavilion end. Okay, Rich, ready to give you the Leicestershire point of view from the first day in a moment. So here's Parkinson around the wicket to Josh Hull. Forward he comes, plays defensively. There's a slip and a short leg. You'll be able to see those if you're watching on the live stream. Yeah, here for the second day and here for hopefully a Kent batting effort today, with Leicestershire currently 9 down in their first innings for 391, the Division 2 leaders. They're hoping to get an extra batting bonus point if they can sneak past 400. Matt Parkinson is looking for career best figures. He picked up 7 for 104 yesterday, the leg spinner, to help Kent turn the tide after Rishi Patel's 85 and Rehan Ahmed's 100, his 5th of the season for the England prospect. But Parkinson ripping through the middle and lower order with his leg spin, getting some turn on this pitch here at Canterbury to help Kent fight back in the game. So he's currently bowling. Where's Agar up the other end as well? Kent have got a very young batting lineup today, so when they do get a chance to have a bat, it'll be very interesting to see how they can get on. Of course, bottom of the table as after an 8-point deduction as well yesterday, following a 4th breach of conduct for the season last week. That picked that up and passed them over the threshold for a points total punishment. So Kent hoping to battle with the bat today. Leicestershire currently in this final wicket stand 392 for 9. Commentary via the BBC Sport app and website. So a single there for Hull brings Scriven back onto strike. 8 runs away now as it's just dropped into the leg side from an extra point.
I like that you get background music to your updates. I never get anything like that. Radio Kent getting with the rhythm.
Yeah, it keeps me on my toes as it's edged all short of slip.
I thought he might have got his hands under that. He seemed to sort of dive sideways a little bit.
Yeah, helps me keep the pace up with my updates. But yeah, it's a little bit of a leading edge as Scriven was trying to turn it away into the onside. Yeah, in the end it dropped a fair way short of Mieye. So end of the over, 392 for 9, 14 for Hull. Scriven has 43.
Well, Josh Hull approaching his first class career best, which is 16 not out. That has probably ended any chance of him getting there, but you never know. I can hear BBC Radio Leicester listeners shouting at their radios as we speak. Round the wicket then comes Agar and bowls to Hull, who is squared up and beaten with a ball that moves away. Now I still don't think they've taken the new ball.
No,
so
I agree.
So that must have just been a little bit of something, or he could have just played down the wrong line. When the bowling is from the Nackington Road end, we're at sort of fine leg. So Hull with that broad back, not really possible to tell exactly what the ball has done or how much movement there's been, but they look to be just a little away from the left-hander.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit down the slope.
He waits, slightly bent at the knees as Agar is in, bowls to him. He's edged down to, could be third man. It is going to be third man for 4, so a little bit of a bonus for Josh Hull as he goes past his first class career best. Well done, young man. 18 not out to Josh, 396 for 9. Remember, these two came together when the score was 363. So he says, calculating in his head, 33 they've added so far for the 10th wicket, the final wicket. 4 more, and it is going to prove a rather valuable little last wicket stand. Agar is in and bowls again to Hull, who is again edged, and this time it will be stopped at third man. It goes a little bit wider. Yeah, he dives to his left, can't get there, and might have got a hand to it. It was along the ground, and it wasn't a chance. And the 12th man still out there, and will be out there, obviously, until this wicket falls. Grant Stewart horribly hobbled by what looked very like a hamstring injury as he chased the ball back to the boundary up up the slope here late yesterday. Was it the afternoon session just before tea when he, or just after tea? 397 for 9. Agar into Scriven, who digs out a fullish delivery on off stump, plays it to mid off. No run. Good crowd again in. They love their county cricket. They love their championship cricket down here in Canterbury. One or two members asked me this morning whether Leicestershire would bat on. Yes, I said. Why wouldn't they try and get that extra batting bonus point?
Yeah,
and I think if they go past it, they'll keep going.
Yeah, if they were going to declare, they'd have done it last night, probably.
Yeah. Agar is in. Scriven drives pleasantly, and he's going to take on the arm of mid-off, who's Matty Parkinson, so it's a reasonable risk to take. He's not the fastest either over the ground, because he's got a slight foot problem at the moment. I think he sort of slightly turned an ankle when he was bowling at some sort of stage yesterday, and is hobbling. You had a chat to him last night.
Yeah, he hobbled up the stairs to come speak to us afterwards yesterday.
He dragged them up here.
Well, up to the written press area, because they
okay.
have a sponsors board that they film it in front of.
Right. Okay.
Albeit it is quite close to their changing room, so they only have to go through a couple of doors.
Not too demanding then.
No.
398 now for 9. 1 ball to go in the over. 1 ball for Hull to keep out, which he does successfully as Agar bowls on middle and leg, and Hull just leans forward and pushes it out to Parkinson. End of the over, the third of the day. Foxes have moved on from 386 for 9 to 398.
He actually got a little bit grilled by one of the other journalists who was there from a popular cricketing magazine. One about the leg side rule, which he was clearly very frustrated about, and he kind of talked us through a little bit some of the conversations he was having with the umpire. One was about kind of clarity over the rule. He was asking, well, if I bowl it into the rough and it spins and turns over the top of the stumps, is that still negative bowling? As he's bowling here again, and it's turned away up towards mid-on. Jayden Denley is very deep at mid-on and is walking towards the ball, and the batters are staying still. So yeah, I think he was, as we could really see and could kind of guess, really, he was kind of questioning that and saying it's just a bit of a silly rule, really. There's an attempted sweep shot by Scriven, nothing on it, as it's taken by Finch behind the stumps. And you obviously contrast what he was trying to do, which was turn it out of the rough, trying to take wickets, compared to what Wes Agar was trying to do when Kent were trying to waste a little bit of time at the end of the day, which is bowling wide outside the off stump. Here comes Parkinson again, defended away. But then he was asked about Kent's points deduction, and it was an interestingly phrased question, and it was something along the lines of, do you think it reflects the nature of this team? Is it an ill-disciplined team, effectively? And I thought he handled it pretty well as he bowls. And it's pushed away up towards mid-off, and as you would expect, he refuted that and said, actually, I think this is one of the nicest teams I've ever played in. The Lancashire team I used to play for, we were pretty horrible. Was it a lot of the rough translation of the quote? And we never used to get punished, so this one's defended away back up the pitch. He was asked if have the rules or got stricter, and he said, well, they must have done, really, if we used to get away with it and now they're trying to clamp down on it, sort of thing. So yeah, here he comes again, swept away hard. That's a really nice stroke, and that's the 400 up as well for Leicestershire. Really fine job from Tom Scriven to get them up past that point, and from Josh Hull with him as well. Really good partnership this last wicket stand for Leicestershire. A frustrating one for Kent, and Scriven, with a sweep shot out the screws, moves on to 48.
Yep, first job of the day done. I do think, though, and as you know, Leicester have had their points deductions in the past. It does feel sometimes, fairly or unfairly, that the quote-unquote smaller counties tend to bear the brunt of those punishments. there's the sense that they can make an example of us and kind of get away with it to a certain extent is palpable sometimes among members of the non-international counties, so to speak. Agar over the wicket, 2-hole bouncer that Hull seems to see a little bit late, and he makes something of a meal of getting out of the way of. He sort of swivelled and jumped rather. Normally plays bouncers pretty well, but whether he didn't pick that one up and immediately, not quite sure, but didn't play that as well as he usually does. Got out of the way, didn't get hit. I don't know whether that's fair. I'm sure plenty of the ECB would say it isn't, but it does feel.
I think supporters at Durham would probably go along with that for things that have happened to them over the years.
Indeed. Agar bustles in, bowls 2-hole grunt of effort, but Hull is solidly forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch past the Australian, out towards mid-on, who is no longer Matty Parkinson. He's now down at long leg, really. There is also a third man. 3 slips, standing very staggered. He's a long way. He's almost 2 metres? No, 1.5 metres, I would say, in front of first slip. There is a deepish gully stroke backward point as Agar is in. Another bouncer that makes Hull get out of the way, and he does, but it goes through quite slowly to acting skipper Finch behind the stumps.
And Leicestershire's thoughts post yesterday? Did you speak to Rishi Patel?
I did, and obviously it was kind of mainly about Rishi. He said, yes, sometimes you do need a little bit of luck, and he said, but even after that, he said for 30-40 minutes I just felt scratchy as I have much of the sort of last couple of months, he said, but towards the end I was starting to feel a little bit more like my normal self. And I said, he must have been disappointed in the sort of manner of the dismissal. In goes Agar and bowls. Hull is forward, length delivery, back up the pitch. No, he said, that's, I like our play spinners, advancing down the pitch. And he said he spun it out of the rough much of the turn. He said yesterday what was with Parkinson spinning it out of the rough rather than off the pitch as such, but it doesn't matter, does it? And the rough is part of the pitch. It's
yeah, and Parkinson must have said much the same, that they quickly realised that they weren't getting much joy over the wicket, so decided to come round.
Agar is in. Hull gets a shortish delivery and he's in position approximately an eon before the ball arrives. Again, it just takes a long time to rise up off the pitch, and he drops it down into the offside. No run. Kent will be taking a certain amount of encouragement from the ease with which this final Leicestershire pairing are hanging on out there, although the evidence of the season suggests that the Leicestershire seamers will bowl more effectively. Round the wicket goes Agar and bowls. Hull rather stylishly clips it out to deep square and deserved the run that he started to take, and
he wanted it.
It was a nice shot, and who can blame him? But it was the last ball of the over, and Tom Scriven reminded him of the fact by shouting no at him and sending slightly, I'm sure, disappointed Josh Hull back into his ground. 402 for 9 Leicestershire, and they've taken 97 overs. Well, what's the next? I suppose another 47, and from the next 13 gets them the final batting bonus point.
A little bit of news, by the way, from the England camp. They've named their team for the 5th test, which is of course tomorrow.
Atkinson, guessing.
Atkinson plays.
Yeah.
Jamie Overton plays.
Yeah.
Josh Tongue plays.
Stokes.
No Dawson Cass and Archer, and no Stokes either, due to injury. So Jacob Bethel's going to play with Ollie Pope captain.
Interesting. Much changed.
Parkinson round the wicket. Reverse sweep from Scriven, half stopped by Akansh Singh at point. Can they come back for 2 for Scriven's 50? They can. Really fine work from Tom Scriven from number 10. A half century with 7 fours from 88 balls. But really valuable, and purely in terms of the points that he's helped his team collect, and in terms of the match situation, getting them up past 400.
His 9th first class 50.
It's been well deserved too, as Parkinson comes around the wicket again and bowls, defended away into the offside. And they are going to take a single here, out towards mid-off. And, well, yeah, for the young Kent batting lineup, I think they will be seeing this partnership and thinking, well, if we apply ourselves, there are runs to be had on this pitch.
We can do it.
Like you say, Leicestershire seamers have been more effective over the course of the season, and you would therefore expect them to perhaps cause a bit more threat. And this one's defended away by Hull. I still think Kent are missing a trick here, that they've got the old Kookaburra ball.
Yeah,
it must be.
I'm really scratching my head at why they haven't taken it.
It must be like tennis ball soft by now. You can still bowl Parkinson with the new ball, surely.
Exactly.
This one's pushed away wide of Mieye. That slip by Josh Hull. Takes a single, moves on to 21. Scriven has 51. 406 for 9.
Well, the only reason not to take it is that theoretically it's harder for the batsman to get it away. But they're not having any problems, really.
No, not at all at the moment. Here's Parkinson again. Backing away here, Scriven. Then drives into the offside for a single. Yeah, it's not like they're trying to particularly go big and hit boundaries.
Exactly. Just working around, picking up the twos and the ones. They've taken 5 off this over already.
Parkinson bowls once more, hold forward, pushes it back up the pitch. And while it might fly around off an edge or off the middle of the bat a bit more, a new ball, they're getting runs anyway, so why not go for it? Harry Finch is coming over to Matt Parkinson to have a conversation. And I wonder if it is about the ball.
I don't think Ken have got anything to lose by taking it on the basis of what we've spoken about.
Yeah.
So why not try? So England have a completely new seam attack, basically.
Here we go. The ball is being waved.
There we go. 98 overs.
Yeah, it pretty much is, isn't it?
So 18
Who's the
unnecessary?
Still Chris Wokes.
Of course, Wokes. Yeah. Okay.
Perhaps the one man who didn't think would play all of the matches.
Yeah.
I mean, to his age and the injury issues that he's had of late, but
they've had an odd attitude to this series, England. I mean, it should be really very much one of the biggest series against India, shouldn't it? And it's all seemed to have been about preparation still for the Ashes. Agar is in from the Nackington Road end, bowls foolish, and Scriven was a little bit trapped in the crease there, and went for a slightly flat-footed push and got a thick inside edge onto his pads, and slightly fortunate to see it roll back up the pitch. Barrels being changed somewhere down below in preparation for being tapped around lunchtime, I suppose.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
It is warm out there, as I say. Wasn't particularly this morning in Whitstable, but the sun has now come out. Agar is in. Scriven goes for the drive and misses. That does seem away.
Yeah, I think you're right. That definitely looked like it moved. Otherwise, he might have got bat on it. So Liam Dawson comes back in for one test, and then circumstances conspire against him, and it's going to be Bethel and Root bowling a bit of spin in the final test.
Yeah. It doesn't look like he's taken his once every 8-year opportunity, does it? Bless him. In comes Agar and bowls. Scriven leaves outside off stump. May have just moved away again. Perhaps even swung away a touch. Went through quite low to Harry Finch. Alongside Finch at first slip is Ben Dawkins. Alongside Ben Dawkins at second slip is Tawanda Muriaye. And in the gully is Ben Compton.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting a little bit of a way swing here at the moment. Here's Agar.
Worked hard yesterday and having to work hard this morning as well into his 21st over of the innings. Comes in and bowls for Scriven. Nice high left elbow as he walks into the firm defensive push, essentially on the back foot. I think India might be favourites going into that one now, but never know.
Yeah,
it's been a spiky old series.
It has, hasn't it? I was reading, or I was watching something saying that they've got a bit of history in the Oval as well. Not necessarily a place that they'll be fearful of playing and getting a result, but yeah, it has been, certainly, ever since that little period involving Kensat Crawley.
Agar is in, looking for the Yorker. Nicely played by Scriven.
A bit of time wasting going on at the end of the day. Sparked it off, didn't it? And it's been a bit of needle ever since.
Certainly they'll be very determined to square it up, you would have thought. Presumably Perp will be captain, as they'd say in the East Riding of Yorkshire. Ollie Perp. 407 for 9. What's the partnership now? Is over 40-41 as in goes Agar and bowls. Scriven drives pleasantly, but Agar sticks out a right hand as the ball bounces. Threatens to go past him to his right and knocks it down. A maiden over from Wes Agar. As I say, 21 overs now, 1 for 92, so 3 figures. The bowler never likes to see that, so kept it nice and tight in that over.
So, not going to be Matt Parkinson with the new ball. George Garrett is going to be handed it from the pavilion end. Only bowled from the Nackington Road end yesterday, so change of ends for him. His partnership now worth 44 for the 10th wicket. The 9th wicket partnership was worth 42. So some lower order wagging from Leicestershire.
Yeah, they've done it often this season.
I think we were looking at the batting lineup even before the game and saying how low they batted. Josh Hull with a career best as well, driving this delivery from George Garrett up towards mid-off.
You can't afford, I mean, he's obviously got international ambitions, Hull, and you can't be a rabbit.
Yeah,
you're not allowed
100%.
to be anymore, are you? So he's got to show that he can hold an end up if push comes to shove, which it did last night and indeed this morning. The danger comes when they start trying to think, oh, well, now we can play. I can play my shots now.
Yeah.
And
here comes Garrett to him. Well, that's a very pleasant looking off drive, a tumbling stop by Matt Parkinson at mid-off, who I said to him last night, I said something along the lines of what will hopefully be your career best figures, and he seemed pretty confident that it will be.
Maybe that's why he's come off.
Well, yeah, so maybe that is why he's brought himself off. 7 for 126, his career best prior to this game. And
he would love another just to match Callum.
Get the 8 for. Here's Garrett, turned into the onside up towards Cassia Valley.
Pitch hasn't been heavy, hasn't had the heavy roller on it this morning.
No,
it's just had the light roller on. It's not between it and may well do, as and when this wicket falls. Interesting there, what Kent choose to do. Do they tend to be a side that heavy roller's an option? Use it. Every side pretty much has. Beastly thing. I tend to think of them as pitch killers, really.
You often seem to use it second innings. Kent often seems to bat better in the second innings, as this one's driven away out towards cover by Josh Hull. Yeah, so Parkinson, 30 overs, 7 wickets for 114. So yeah, he's 12 runs inside his previous career best, 7 for. Ken used 8 bowlers yesterday. Agar, Stewart, Garrett, Everson, Jaden Denley, Parkinson, Singh and Twandamayaya. Garrett was the most expensive of them in terms of economy, and he bowls a full ball here too. Hull, which is pushed up to mid-off again.
I remember being at Headingley sometime in this age me, sometimes in the mid-70s, and England were going through similar trials and tribulations against Australia. I think there were 8 or 9 bowlers and a big Aussie standing up in the crowd. Get your pads off, Notty. It's a Talon Knot. I mention it, obviously, because of his connections.
Indeed,
yeah.
Underwood and Knott stand away to our left. Garrett is in and bowling. He had a memorial at Canterbury Cathedral that I went to in the sort of pre-season, ahead of the campaign for the late Derek Underwood, of course.
Oh, that would have been moving.
It was nice. The great and good of Kent cricket in attendance as well.
He was very much a man of Kent, wasn't he? And a very nice man, from what
yeah, absolutely.
everything I read about him. And a quite wonderful bowler, helped, of course, by uncovered pitches to a certain extent. But be interesting to. He'd have adapted, I'm sure, and would have been very effective under all circumstances. One more over from me, and then we'll get Molly on for the first time. In goes Wes Agar and bowls to Scriven, who drives and misses as it moves away outside off stump. So the Kent Seamers are using this new ball well at the moment. I don't think there's been a run off it, has there? It's its third over, and Garrett bowled a maiden to follow that of Agar first up.
Yeah, and Agar bowled well with it yesterday and was unlucky not to get more than the 1 wicket. Obviously had Rishi Patel dropped.
Sorry, Ben Compton just moved from gully to third slip. Again. Second slip miles in front of first as Agar is in. Tucks up. Scriven with a ball that bounces, comes back in, comes off the pad, bounces out towards gully, and there still is no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent.
It feels like that half an hour's gone quite quickly so far this morning. Yeah, Kent still looking for the final Leicestershire first innings wicket. The Division 2 leaders 407 for 9, so they've managed another batting bonus point. Tom Scriven, the number 10, has got a half century as well. Kent have decided to get the new ball in hand, having delayed it last night. So Wes Agar, the Australian overseas, currently bowling with it, along with George Garrett, because the stand-in skipper for this game, Grant Stewart, is off the field with an injury. Matt Parkinson had a little go earlier on with the older ball, the leg spinner, having taken 7 wickets yesterday, on for career best figures, the former Lancashire and England international. And Kent, of course, got a very young batting lineup, 3 England under-19 batters, as well as Mayeye, who's 24, and Everson, who's 23 in their side. So be interesting to see how they go in response, the bottom side in this division, when they can get this final wicket. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. Leicestershire, the Foxes, visiting here at Canterbury, 407 for 9.
And that delivery from Agar, just cut back in again to Scriven. Bounced off the pad. So good movement off the seam. There's still no runs off the new ball. Agar turns. Slightly angled run. Down the slope he comes and bowls. Scriven looks to drive into the onside, gets a thickish inside edge. Didn't really put his weight into the shot, but that is the first run that the new ball has yielded. It runs out to deep square in front of the retirement flats over there, and Scriven moves on to 53, 5th ball of the over, so they do take the single. Leaves Hull, who has faced 51 deliveries for his 20. So he's moving into the perfectly reliable partner class at the moment. He's Big Josh. Agar slightly wearily turns. Short strides to start his run. Comes in and bowls. Hull is beaten on the outside edge of the ball that leaves him, but does not take the outside edge. Leicestershire, after 101 overs, have moved on to 408 for 9. 42 needed for the the 5th and final batting bonus point from 9 overs.
Thank you, Richard. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, alongside myself, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, and Molly Davis, the Kent women's wicketkeeper, will be joining us very shortly. I've just had a message as well from Kent's media department saying Grant Stewart yesterday sustained a thigh injury in the field, which I'm very much assuming was back of the thigh, the way he pulled up. He plans to bat, but will be assessed nearer the time. So, a little bit of news there from Grant Stewart then about the injury, the muscle injury that he picked up yesterday in the field, and we are expecting him to bat probably on one leg. But as we know, Grant Stewart likes to stand and deliver anyway, as that one's pushed away up towards mid-on. Morning, Molly, how are you?
Good morning, I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright, thank you very much.
That first half an hour has flown by this morning.
Somewhat. Leicestershire have just manoeuvred themselves past 400. Kent being frustrated slightly. Just perhaps delaying the nerves for some of the young batters ahead of their first innings effort. And obviously Ben Dawkins at first slip on debut as George Garrett bowls as a thick edge through what would have been gully. It might have gone even wider than that, to be honest. This goes down to third man. Tom Scriven puts the brakes on. Josh Hull is told to go back.
Yeah, Hull wanted that one, didn't he?
I'd almost say we've got to the stage where Josh Hull is proving that you could probably trust him and start taking those runs, but Tom Scriven still determined to take the most of the strike, which is perhaps sensible. As he's on 53 from 103, and he's pushing this one out towards third man, and now he decides to take a single, having hit the ball to the same fielder one ball later. So, not sure what a difference one ball really makes too much. I guess one ball it is all you need to get a wicket, but there we go.
Hull feels like he wants to face this, so I enjoy that confidence from your number 11.
As Richard was saying, he's obviously got international appearances under his belt, and he's faced quicker bowlers than George Garrett, so yeah, why not trust him? As Garrett bowls to Hull and defends into the covers.
It's probably a good time to mention there's actually quite a good crowd in today for day 2.
Yeah, you can hear the sort of hum in the members section away to our left.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Always a good chunk on the white seats either side of the ground, and a few in the Les Ames stand in one of the boxes on the balcony over underneath the manual scoreboard, as this one's driven by Josh Hull out towards extra cover. Tumbling stop by Jaden Denley. My late granddad, whenever he used to come and watch, and he was a member for years, would always sit in the Frank Willie stand to our right, and he would sit on the bottom tier, and on a blazing hot day he'd still have his coat on in there. It would still always be cold on that bottom floor, and there'd be me sat with him going, why are we not sat in the sunshine? It's lovely out there. It's freezing in here.
Maybe superstition. When he sits there, they do well.
Creatures of habit type thing. As Garrett bowls, punched off the back foot wide of Matt Parkinson. Again, a single might have been on, but Scriven would like the strike for the next over. So, well played by Josh Hull once more. He's faced 55 deliveries now for his 20. Tom Scriven, 54 runs to his name. And we can't be far away, these two, getting a 50 partnership the way things are playing out.
And it will be Wes Agar to continue for the Nackington Road end. Sure, a few of these Kent players are eyeing up now the task of batting, hopefully sooner rather than later for them.
4 runs away, I think we are now, from a 50 stand for these two.
That'd be a good contribution, wouldn't it, for Leicestershire, especially for them last 2 batters. Agar in. Oh, Fuller this time. Big swing of the bat from Scriven. It misses everything and goes straight through to Harry Finch.
Yeah, I think as much as, Leicestershire were 201 for 1 and Kent pegged them back to 9 down yesterday, there'll be a small part of Kent, having had Leicestershire 321 for 8, that'll feel a little bit frustrated by the strength of these last two partnerships.
Yeah, the lower order here for Leicestershire have really contributed, haven't they? And I think Rich was saying early part of the season, that it was more of the sort of middle to lower order that made a bigger contribution with the bat. Agar in again. Again, Fuller hit hard over mid-on. That has raced away for 4. Lovely pick of the bat, that. In the slot there for Scriven.
And there it is. The half-century stand. 30 provided by Tom Scriven and 20 from Josh Hull. So more than worthwhile effort from the number 11 as well as the number 10, who, as Richard pointed out yesterday again, is clearly far better than number 10. I think he was saying he's batted as high as 7, but yeah, to me he looks like he could bat 7-8 quite comfortably.
Absolutely. But it's these contributions, isn't it, in this format that are key, especially as you go down the order. So I'm sure Leicestershire will be very happy as it stands. As there he goes, back into bowl. Shorter, pulled, and that should race away, and it does. Short ball picked up, pulled over towards the flats here at Canterbury for 4.
Yeah, it was safe as soon as it came off the bat, wasn't it? There are a couple of fielders out on the leg side boundary for a hook shot. And it looks like there might be a little bit of leg theory, if you will, start to be applied. Ben Compton's going to wander out to deep square, and I think Ekant Singh, who was there, is now going to stay more at deep mid-wicket. So there could be a few more short balls coming Scriven's way here from Agar.
Yeah, and you've got Kashi Valley down on the boundary, a wider, fine leg as well. So the short ball looks like it's coming into play here. As Agar's back into Scriven, shorter, pulled, all the way up to Ben Compton at deep square leg. It would just be the single, controlled in the end, played down into the ground.
And he's taken his single, so Josh Hull has a couple of balls to face. I'm not sure they'll continue with the tactic on the basis that Josh Hull, being 6'7", if you're going to bounce him out, it's going to have to be very short.
Yeah, we say that. Jaden Denley's walking down to a deep, fine leg again, and Matt Parkinson's making his way out to the boundary at probably a deep square leg.
Problem is, if he does hook it, Matt Parkinson's going to have to cover some ground to get to the ball wherever it goes.
Agar again. Fuller, this time, strong defensive shot, just pushes it up to mid-off there to Joey Everson. Yeah, you kind of think that Fuller's the better option here to Josh Hull, don't you? But you have...
Yeah, I mean, they have bowled some short stuff to him, and he's just swayed out of the way and taken no interest in trying to hook it. So, yeah, I feel like he's played the short ball pretty well.
Yeah, indeed. 3 slips in here for Josh Hull as well. You sort of feel here, what's his option going to be? Straight down past mid-off maybe? As Agar's back in. Fuller just watches that one go past him.
Nice big gap at cover, but he wasn't enticed into playing the drive.
He's at the end of the over. So Leicestershire 418 for 9. As we've just mentioned, 50 partnership for Hull and Scriven, which is just ticking the scoreboard over very nicely here from a Leicestershire perspective.
Yeah, I mean, they've got enough time to get another batting bonus point.
Yeah.
They can get to 4... Well, it's not out of the realms that they could get to 450 before 110 overs, so we've had 103.
You kind of feel, though, don't you, from a Kent perspective, if they do manage to get 450, they might think they've let them get away with that this morning.
Yeah, I think Kent will be frustrated if Leicestershire get that many. But it'll still be half in the mind of Tom Scriven.
So he's 63 off 108, I believe. So he's seen the ball quite well.
Yeah, he'll have a very decent score to his name if Leicestershire do get 450. The field is being vastly spread now.
Indeed.
Ken have decided they're fed up at bowling to Tom Scriven. Even first slip is moving out to extra cover now. So Garrett with just one slip, who's effectively at second. Short ball which Scriven tries to scoop over the wicketkeeper's head and fails to make contact with. Goes through to Harry Finch.
Probably a good option. I think you got you might have Matt Parkinson out there, very wide, fine leg. So if he's looking to scoop that over and he gets it straight over Harry Finch, it's probably 4 runs.
So will Garrett continue with the short ball tactic? Is that Joey Everson doing a bit of warming up in case he's required with the ball? Another short one from Garrett, and it's angled down towards third man by Scriven. I think that's Compton down there fielding, yeah.
No run taken there.
No, he's still quite happy to face the majority of the strike and give Josh Hull a couple of balls in over. Everson stretching off. I wonder if Agar's spell might be done for now. He bowled a little bit with the old ball as well as the new one. Here's Garrett, turned away out through square leg by Scriven. They might try for 2 here. They will get it as well. Good running.
Very good running. You kind of feel, again, good option. Harper's to strike for himself.
Yeah, there's so much space out on that leg side. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester was talking about how different the size of the boundaries is square this week. You've got out towards the flats, which is short, and then just enormous up towards the hospital side of the ground. As Garrett running in hard. Stepping away is Scriven and just knocking it back past the bowler defensively, and they come through for a single to bring Josh Hull back onto strike, and can once again just get a couple of balls to look at him.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, wasn't you, that he's happy to take a couple of balls from the over. Seems like that's what they're comfortable with at the moment.
Yeah, and he has been, I think comfortable is the right word, to be honest. Josh Hull doesn't feel like he's been all that troubled thus far. George Garrett's going to change his angle of attack and come around the wicket to him. Drives out through cover point, and they're going to come back for a second throw to the wicketkeeper's end. It was a decent one, but the long legs of Josh Hull meaning he was able to get back and make his ground fairly comfortably, really, for 2.
I think it was Wes Agar doing the fielding out there.
I think when they set off, and in fairness to Hull, he hit it and set off straight away. Tom Scriven might have been thinking, oh, this is a bit of a risky 2, but Hull made it look easy in the end.
Yeah, them long legs.
Yeah, it can't take long to do 22 yards when you've got 6'7" legs. Well, not 6, you know what I mean. Here comes Garrett around the wicket. Pulls it away into the leg side. Big heave, and he's got hold of it too. For 4 runs from Josh Hull, who's starting to enjoy himself out there for Leicestershire. He moved to 427 for 9, with Hull a quite comfortable career best now with 26 and 66 for Tom Scriven. And for the stand-in Kent captain, Harry Finch, starting to get a little bit frustrated, no doubt. It's going to be Joey Everson from the Nackington Road end to replace Wes Agar. I must admit, I thought we might have had a break in play and a swap over by now. 47 minutes into the second day here at Canterbury.
I feel Joey Everson's maybe not a bad option to turn to here. That sort of medium pace we saw in the first day, that he did create opportunity. Yeah,
and he troubled Hanscom, obviously got him out LBW. You'd have thought that he will get a little bit of movement with this new Kookaburra ball, one way or the other, either off the pitch or in the air. It tends to bowl kind of stump to stump and threaten the stumps or the pad. So
that sort of tempting pace, isn't it? Especially when you've got Josh Hull in as well, that might take him on potentially, and Scriven as well, who's sitting on 66. And obviously, as we've mentioned, with Grant Stewart off of the field, it does take away a seam option. So going to Joey Everson earlier on in the day, as I did yesterday.
Yeah, like you say, there's often a scenario whereby he's the fifth bowler and he's a bit of a not an afterthought, but he doesn't come on until the 60th over or whatever of an innings, whereas he's bought a couple of 6 over spells in this one.
Good bit of trust though in the, I was going to say youngster, but in this team, Joey Everson's probably not that young.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I was thinking this about, and I was looking up how old Tawanda Mayeye was earlier, because I was thinking, right, well, Kent's young batting lineup, he's the more senior one in it.
Everson in this time. Again, Scriven just watched that go past where Thor's stump would be. No slips in, must add, again, as we've mentioned. Scriven, field is very much spread here.
Even for the so-called old men of this team, Harry Finch is captaining and Ben Compton.
I know,
They're both younger than me.
Maybe Joe Everson finds himself in the older category. That's
at 23.
Ramped, got it. It's gone over Harry Finch. Couple of bounces, runs away for 4. Again, lovely shot there by Scriven. Good option, using the medium pace of Joey Everson to help that on its way. So that's 4 more to the total.
Yeah, and obviously he was trying to do it to that short ball from Garrett a moment ago. It's pretty much premeditated off stump. But again, like I was saying, because Joey Everson is generally trying to hit the stumps, generally trying to bowl fuller.
In again. In the air. Let's drop down there. And I think they've turned down the run. That was dropped out at deep mid-wicket there. Diving effort. I think it might be Akansh Singh diving away to his left.
Yeah, it was a low full toss, wasn't it, from Joey Everson? It was a slower ball. So having seen Scriven play the ramp the previous ball, everyone's going T20 mode now.
Again, Fuller this time, using his feet slightly, hitting that out to long on. Comfortably take a 1 there.
Yeah, it was a tough chance for Akansh Singh. Ball was coming pretty quickly. Flung himself away to his left out on the boundary. He's now giving his cable knit jumper a rub because he's probably got a grass stain or 2 on it, having dived full stretch to try and take the catch.
Again, good bit of bowling there, I'd say, from Joe Everson. Slower ball, forcing the shot. Has sort of gone into the white ball tactics there to try and get him out.
Gone all a bit white ball. Tom Scriven kind of pressing the button as if to be that bit more aggressive.
Everson back in. Fuller this time. Hull just presses that forward up to mid-off. Yeah, slips are back in here for Josh Hull. 2 catches and slips. And there. Matt Parkinson in at mid-wicket. Shorter, potentially.
Just seeing Grant Stewart walking around the boundary's edge. The Kent skipper this week.
Everson's back in. Fuller driven. Not maybe timed as well as he wanted it to be. So that's just collected up there by Wes Agar for no run. I mean, the promising signs from a Kent perspective is obviously Grant Stewart is walking around today, and he was hitting a few balls this morning in warm-up, so he seems to be on his feet.
Yeah, that is good news, even if he's not out there in the field, and even if he doesn't bowl in the rest of the game, if he can bat, then he can still make a contribution.
He has the licence to just stand there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And try and hit every ball into the flats.
So this partnership is now worth 69, which is actually the second biggest partnership of the game so far. Because aside from the 164, this is the only other half-century stand. Looking at that graphic we just saw up on the live stream, and you can hear us via the BBC Sport app and website and take us on the go, as well as with the pictures from the club. As Garrett, with a very spread field, runs into Scriven, who's on 71. Short ball that he bobs underneath.
Yeah, very spread field here, which obviously the indications are spread the field, hope Scriven takes the one, and then try and have as many balls as you can at Josh Hull as you feel more of a chance of taking his wicket. But as I say that, obviously Scriven, the over before, was dropped out at deep mid-wicket, so if he's going to sort of press that button to push on here, opportunities might end up coming Kent's way.
As things stand, Tom Scriven, who backs away and carves it into the offside. All the while he is not out in this innings, he currently has a higher average than Rehan Ahmed this season, which seems a bit ridiculous, but he's had 5 not outs. Or maybe this is being included, because I'm looking at a kind of a live averages for the season. But this is his top score of the season. But clearly he's had some useful little contributions. Rehan Ahmed has scored 760 runs for his average of 50.66, so, and 500s as we know. Garrett was a short ball. Good bounce on that actually, and Scriven opted against playing a stroke. Yes, it's a healthy looking set of averages for Leicestershire this season, with Hill 45, Hanscom 40.
Just looking around the field, there is not one single fielder saving one, as in where the inner ring would have been in a white ball game. Everyone is sitting quite comfortably out on the boundary.
Wicket shed around for Leicestershire as well. Going to see Ian Holland and Ben Green and Logan Van Beek have all got 30 wickets exactly. 20 for Rehan Ahmed. Soon enough, but still Tom Scriven has batting on his mind as he drives over the top of the bowler, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, Jaden Denley's picked that up at, I'd arguably say, long off, when he's run round from long on and beat
Cashew Valley to it.
Cashew Valley to it. Is that the controversial fast bowler code that we'll send the young, sprightly young man round to run and get that?
I mean, in fairness, with Kent's record of injuries and fast bowlers, if I was a fast bowler playing for Kent, I'd be maybe doing the same. No, we can't afford for me to get injured as well, lad. You better go and get it. Right, the field comes in, because Scriven's still on strike, and this is the 5th ball of the over. So Garrett bowls, Scriven pushes it back to him, and it's a dot ball. So Kent are fancying there might be an opportunity here to have to keep Hull on strike for the next over. Conversation going on in the middle between Scriven and Josh Hull. Is it going to be hit and run cricket? Are we going to see a short ball, a bumper? Here's a short ball, it's hooked away in the air, big hit, it's going to go all the way for 6. Launched by Tom Scriven into the leg side, and he moves to 79, and Leicestershire up to 440 for 9, and they've still got 4 more overs to get 10 more runs for another batting bonus point. So there Richard and I were saying surely Kent have got to take the new ball, and they have taken the new ball, and it's not helps them thus far. Leicestershire are still going, and Tom Scriven is motoring. First class best now, as well as a season's best for him. He's batted superbly well.
It's been brilliant, isn't it?
We were mentioning the age of this Kent team as well. Liam from the Kent office has texted me saying 6 of this Kent team were born after the PlayStation 2 was released.
Oh dear.
That was the last one I had, to be honest. I never got never got a more updated version. I do like a retro game.
It will be Joey Everson.
But there you go. That's helping people of a certain generation feel old.
Oh, don't. I had a PlayStation 2, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I checked out after that console as well, to be honest. Everson's back in again. Fuller this time. Jess defended nicely by Josh Hull.
Speaking of, though, PlayStation 1, Brian Lara cricket. Oh, what a game that was. Graphics were terrible, but what a game.
That was the go-to game, was it?
Yeah. They had a slightly better updated version, but a few years later when it came to the graphics. But I don't think they had the rights for the players' names either.
Again, Fuller clipped off the legs there from Josh Hull out to a deep square leg where Matt Parkinson does the work.
So, yeah, they'd have to change all the surnames of the players, so it would be like Tom Scrivener and Josh Bull or something, like, you know, they'd have to, yeah. You'd be able to work out who the players were. Such were the very small changes to the names, but yeah, they didn't have like the official rights.
Brilliant.
But the fun.
Scriven's back on strike. Wider this time.
Speaking of fun, he's enjoying himself.
He is. Wider ball there. It's been hit out to a very deep cover fielder, but he hasn't taken the one as Dawkins does the work.
Yeah, Joey Everson's decided I'm not going to bowl straight to you, you're just going to slog me leg side, so it's bowling wide outside the off stump.
As we've also mentioned, fielder again has spread out. And again, Fuller picked up nicely up in the air. Fielder comes running in. Didn't quite make that to Wandamiye. Full stretch, diving forward in from deep mid wicket.
Just went so high, didn't it?
That went very high. That's another chance that's gone up in the air from Scriven this morning that hasn't quite worked out. If you're a Kent player.
Yeah, I must admit, off the bat I thought it was going miles. Then I thought, okay, mid-on running in is going to get, or long-on running in is going to get this. And in the end, it was deep mid-wicket. It was Miyeya who was closest to it.
Yeah.
And didn't quite get there, even with the full dive.
Everton's back in. Fuller defended, pressed up to mid-off there from Josh Hull. Yeah, you're so right. That ball before, it went so high up in the air. You were expecting long-on to come in and take that comfortably, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, and in the end, he couldn't even get there. Just, yeah, it sounded like it came off the bat okay from Scriven, but it can't have done it just before. It went up rather than long.
I think he was eyeing up the flats, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was trying to pump it over the lime tree.
Josh Hull is on strike again as Joe Everson comes in, bowls. Fuller again just press back to Joe Everson. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, and we've got through an hour of play. This final wicket, this final pair for Leicestershire, still out there. Harry Finch is coming over to have a committee meeting with Matt Parkinson. It might be Parkinson, because Dawkins has gone to get the helmets. So Leicestershire 4-4, 2 for 9. 8 runs away from another batting bonus point, which I'm not sure they'd have been necessarily expecting. Certainly we weren't expecting at the start of the day, but they might have had it in their sights if they could bat well, and Scriven's batted brilliantly. 80 from 124.
It will be Matt Parkinson, I believe. His hat has come off. He's directing traffic.
So he's putting his career best figures on the line here, because Scriven's surely going to try and pump a couple to the boundary, and if he can clear it a couple of times, Matt Parkinson's previous best of 7 for 126 may end up still standing. He's got 7 for 114. He's eyeing up an 8 for. His brother's best 8 for was 8 for 146, I think Richard said yesterday. So he could well, it's like one of those quiz show games where you risk the prize money that you've already won to get an even bigger prize. So he could end up with better career best figures than his brother, or he could end up ruining his own career best, and if you will.
Scriven is on strike as well. And that field again, apart from Tuanda Miyeya in the slips, the majority of the Kent players are on the boundary.
They are very much spread around Canterbury, as far away from the bat as they can go without being in the crowd. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. Not sure it's going out to deep point necessarily, but Parkinson bowls. Bit of a leading edge into the offside. Tuanda Miyeya goes and picks it up.
Yeah.
Got an update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Could be Could be a lively one potentially. Feel like something might happen in this over. Parkinson continuing around the wicket. Here he comes once again. Reverse sweep from Scriven. Oh, it's a deep point. I was questioning deep point, and there he is doing the fielding. So captain knows more than me. Here comes that update then. As Parkinson's preparing to bowl the third ball of the over. Pulled away for a single, and Leicestershire still batting here, Dom. They've batted the entire hour with their last wicket stand out there at the middle, and Tom Scriven, the number 10, now has a career best 81. Josh Hull, who's played Test cricket for England, the number 11, has got his career best on 27, and Kent are being frustrated in their attempts to bowl Leicestershire out. The Division 2 leaders are on the verge of another batting bonus point as well for 450 runs. They are 7 shy of that, 4-4-3 for 9. And Kent yesterday, having fought back courtesy of 7 wickets from Matt Parkinson, have been frustrated by the 9th and 10 wicket stands, and particularly this one this morning in this opening hour. So Parkinson is back on to try and see if he can pick up 8 in an innings, which he's never managed in his career, before the youthful Kent batting lineup will have their turn on this wicket. The sunshine is out here at Canterbury. Kent still striving for this wicket as Leicestershire continue to bat on, as that one's defended away. Commentary via the BBC Sport app and website. The Foxes 443 for 9. I'll just finish off this over from Matt Parkinson with 1 ball to come, and then we'll get Richard Ray back on the mic as Parkinson to Josh Hull bowls. Just a stock ball leg spinner, which Hull goes back to and defends, pushes it back up the pitch. End of the over. So Leicestershire 443 for 9, Molly.
It does look like it will be Joey Everson again to continue for the Nackington Road end. As we've mentioned, Leicestershire going on quite nicely in the first hour of today's play.
Morning, or afternoon now, I should say.
It's gone quick, isn't it?
Yes, especially if you're a Leicestershire supporter. This was, although we have considerable faith in Tom Scriven and indeed Josh Hull, unexpected. What an astonishing partnership. 77 is now worth for the final wicket. Scriven, well, a lot of Leicestershire supporters will tell you that he deserves to bat much higher than 10. As in goes Joey Everson, bowls to him. He pulls. Is it you or me? Have I leapt in ahead of you?
Go
or that's
for
very
it.
Rudely.
No, you're absolutely fine.
He pulls it out to deep mid wicket, and interestingly, they take the single off the first ball of the over this time. So Scriven approaching not far off 100 partnership, and with only 6 now needed for the 5th batting bonus point, has faith now in Josh Hull.
That is interesting, as for the majority of the morning so far he's said no. But you're right, maybe again Josh Hull on 27 off of 60 odd balls, he's finally gone, this is now his time.
He's batted with real sense though as well, Hull, as well as application as well. He hasn't really, famous last words, thrown the bat at anything. Everson is in, bowls to him, and he defends that straight ball out towards straight-ish, shortish mid-on. Dawkins runs across the field in front of mid-on from mid-wicket. No run. So they have 3 overs and 4 balls in which to get 6 runs and complete the set of batting bonus points, which looked a long way off this morning. Everson is in, bowls slightly short. The very tall Hull gets up on his toes and just drops it down into the offside. The only worrying thing, I think, from a Leicestershire point of view is how dead the pitch now looks, really. It does look slow, it does look flat. And even Parkinson isn't turning it out of the rough anymore, so the Kent batters will be surely rubbing their hands together at the prospect of batting on it. As Everson is in, Hull neatly turns him off his legs, and although it's the 4th ball of the over, they do take the single. Down to Matt Parkinson goes the ball. It means Scriven has 2 balls. Will he try and do it with a 6? That was a magnificent blow off Garrett to deepest of deep mid-wicket boundaries. It's the longest boundary.
Yeah, it's very large out towards the hospital side of the grounds, we were saying. But yeah, you would think now, wouldn't you? His leg side is the shortest part. All the leg side fielders are sitting on the rope.
I think he'll try and take just the one, with just the 2 balls to go, and the Kent, every fielder now on the boundary with 2 balls to go in the over. I'm not sure Finch is quite thinking about this, but Hull has played very, very solidly. Over the wicket goes Everson and bowls to Scriven, who drives and will take the run. Could be thinking about 2, but long off gets to the ball quickly and gets in a good throw, and Scriven settles for the single. 446 for 9, 83 to Tom Scriven. His previous first class best was 78. So if they get these extra 4 runs, he'll be thinking in terms maybe of 3 figures. He won't dare let himself think about that yet, but what an effort that would be.
Yeah, I thought there's lots of stats being thrown around at the moment of potential milestones, etc.
We'll look up the last wicket record for Leicestershire against Kent, as in goes Everson, and just leans forward, Hull, and plays it to mid-wicket as calmly as you like. He's been calmness personified. I was telling Ben yesterday that the Hulls are a farming family, and Josh, well, you would imagine that the young animals don't stand much chance of getting frisky in his vicinity.
Joe Denley standing in front of us on the boundary rope, I believe.
Bit of advice for Jayden.
Yeah.
You get these days, lad. Sometimes. Stick at it.
Yeah, just keep working hard. Sure, Jayden's trying to not think too far ahead, but thinking about his batting that will be coming up. But you are right, the encouraging signs if you're a Kent player right now is the fact that the pitch isn't looking to do too much, a bit flat. But Kent can't think that far ahead because they still require 1 wicket. As Matt Parkinson is back on to bowl from the pavilion end, and it's Scriven to face up first ball. Parkinson comes into bowl. Reversed. Good connection, hits it out to the fielder on the boundary, and it is just the one, and that will give Hull the strike. And as we can imagine, the field is all changed now. Ben Dawkins comes in, picks up the helmet. Only 3 runs away now from that batting point that you've been speaking about.
Rather interestingly, Leicestershire's last wicket partnership against Kent. Tell you about that in a moment.
Parkinson into Hull. Again, hit hard down the ground. Past Kashi Valley at mid-on. 4 runs.
Amazing. Amazing.
That was beautifully timed, wasn't it?
It was the shot of his innings so far, really, for Josh Hull, and it brings up the 450 and that 5th batting bonus point of 109.2 overs. Well, 366 for 9, and now 451 for 9, 85.
Parkinson again, flighted, just pushed up to mid-on there, straight to Kashi Valley.
And Hull into the 30s for the first time in first class cricket now.
I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with how he's going. Parkinson back in. Swept all the way up in the air. And that is dropped out at
Ben Compton.
Deep mid-wicket there to Ben Compton. It just didn't stick in his hands, did it? Josh Hull was eyeing up that shorter boundary. Didn't quite get enough of it, but Kent did not take that, so that is another life to a Leicestershire batter.
And that would have been Parkinson's confirmed first class career best figures. Had he hung on?
Scriven's on strike. Again, tried to work off the hip there, but didn't quite get it, so just falls down to Harry Finch.
Poor Ben Compton. Dropped Rishi Patel on naught. This might not make any difference, or too much difference, but that did. The drop off Patel.
Indeed.
Thing is, he got there, and having got there,
Parkinson in. Use feet, hit hard over cover, and that races away for 4. Used his feet there. A phenomenal strike over Kashif Ali.
well, Parkinson's first class best figures are 7 for 126. And now, the figures he's got now are 7 for 125. So they are still his first class best, but they're in danger of slipping away.
He'll be searching for that next wicket, won't he?
Say, well, I mentioned the Leicestershire's first class best partnership, and it all comes together because, believe it or not, it was set by Matt's brother, Callum, obviously for Leicestershire, in company with Lewis Hill here at the Spitfire Ground. Could it be 8 years ago? It was 8 years ago, 2017. They put on 122. So Leicestershire have got a long way to go to get to that point, or these two have got a long way to go to get to that point. But fun, isn't it? Callum was involved, and now Matt. Round the wicket comes Everson and bowls 2 hollies forward, just steering it towards backward point. Jogging round is Jaden Denley, and there is no run. 456 for 9. Scriven on to 88, matching the numbers on his back. The number on his back, hole 33. Quiet at the Spitfire Ground, understandably so, as Everson is in, hole solidly forward, just pushing it out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think if you're Leicestershire, you're very happy with the morning
Bat
play.
forever as far as Leicestershire are concerned, really. Now they've got the maximum batting bonus point, unless, well, yeah, at the moment they'll now be thinking, well, can we only bat once in the game? Who knows? Everson is in, bowls a little bit short. Hull just gets up on his toes, which lifts him up to about 8'15". Exaggerate, obviously. But when he goes up on his toes, he's close to 7 foot. He's 6'7", Josh, and just plays it down.
It's when Harry Finch stands up to the stumps when Josh Hull's on strike. It's always a nice comparison.
Yeah. Everson in, bowls a slower ball, and Hull just leans forward, waits for a long time, and when it finally arrives, pushes it back up the pitch on the onside. So what's the standard now? 56 and 34, so 90 now.
And they have gone nicely. Sort of played smart cricket as well throughout the morning.
Yeah, they haven't really taken too many risks. Scriven's obviously innovated from time to time. In goes Everson, bowls full, and Hull drives, gets it off a thick outside edge, takes the single as it goes between third man and deep backward point. Deep backward point runs round to field, and Hull takes his 1 off the 5th ball of the over, so they're now just taking runs as they come, essentially.
They've gone through the gears quite nicely, as we would say.
Well, the next landmark, though, now for Hull to think about is getting Scriven to 3 figures.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get out now. Scriven's potentially 2 blows away. Field comes in for him, saying, go on then. Last ball of the over, Everson back over the wicket to Scriven, who he bowls a wide one, and Scriven reaches for it. There's, from someone on the Kent side, a rather plaintive appeal. Probably Matthew Parkinson.
I think it was.
Did it sound vaguely Boltonian, the accent?
Yeah, no, I'm sure Scriven's heart was in his mouth when Josh Hull hit that 1 ouncer deep mid wicket, but
Yes, he probably thought that was that.
but he's all okay. They're still out there batting. And it is Matt Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end. Josh Hull will be on strike, so Ben Dawkins puts the helmet back on to go into that short leg position. And Tabanzima Yeye in at the slips. And the field does take a fair few steps forward here to try and create an opportunity as Matt Parkinson sets himself to come in to hole. Again, big fair step forward, outside edge, and they sneak the single there. Joe Everson does the work at a short third man region, but it's to his right, so the single was very comfortable. But what that does mean now is Scriven is back on strike, which is something Kent probably weren't hoping to see first ball of the over. But if you are a Leicestershire fan...
Well, Hull and Scriven having a chat, saying, there's ones everywhere now, are we going to take them? Well, and I think Scriven, I suspect, will now. Just bat fairly normally.
I would agree. Hull's proven he can do his job the other end, 35 runs to his name, so I'm sure he's seen the ball as well, quite nicely.
81 balls, you'd hope so, wouldn't you?
You would. The Scriven sets himself. Parkinson in. Has worked off his legs just to the right hand side of Ben Dawkins. They don't take the one.
Would have been a bit of a risk, wouldn't it? Dawkins was inviting them to try.
Yeah, I'm sure he's pretty quick across the field. Again, Parkinson used his feet, hit hard down to a long on. Again, they haven't taken the one.
Yeah, keep going the same sort of way then.
Says that we were wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah, usually are.
It's 3 balls gone in the over now. Scriven is still on strike as Parkinson comes back into bowl. Worked off his hip. Again, the right hand side of Dawkins is chasing it down, and the run is turned down again. So it would make you think now's probably where he'll take the single. 4 balls into the over. If the passovers are taught us anything. In again. Again, big stride forward. Bit of an inside edge there. And off his pad. As Matt Parkinson just picks up the ball. So yeah, you'd assume now the one will be taken from Scriven to get him on strike for the next over. That's 1 more to his total. And we say it 1 more. 1 closer to the 3 figures. As Parkinson continues. Again, that's a big stride forward, just presses it back to Matt Parkinson. Again, no run, so end of the over. Leicestershire are 458 for 9. And it will be Josh Hull to take strike next over.
Yeah, his previous best, well, actually was earlier this season for Josh Hull, that 18. And before that, 15 against Yorkshire up at Headingley in 2023. Those scores long since left in the dust. Drinks come out for the Leicestershire last wicket pair, who have been together now for the best part of 2 hours really, so an hour and 20 minutes this morning and a good 40 minutes last night. 86.1 overs when Ian Holland was caught off the bowling of Matt Parkinson for 49, and that kind of looked like that.
Just looking at the scorecard, it's quite a fun read. You've got your number 10 with 88 to the name. There's a couple of, see, wonder first ballers in there for Matt Parkinson, but big contributions throughout the order, so it's an interesting read of a scorecard.
Everson round the wicket to Hull. That's going to be close to leg before. No, my word. Can he have been saved by an inside edge? There was a little signal there from Simon Widdop to his right, so maybe it hit him outside the line, but height certainly wasn't the issue. That must have been, it was going down actually. It was going down. Everson can't believe it wasn't given, but it was. Looking at the stream, might just have been slipping down. Certainly there was enough element of doubt for Simon Widdop to shake his head. Everson is in. Hull drives it down into the ground. Not out of the middle, it bounces towards sort of gully, and Parkinson steps in from backward point to field. 458 for 9. So another, 8 needed for the century partnership. Scriven still 12 short, is watching on as Everson bowls, and he's beaten on the outside edge, and it doesn't miss the stumps by very much there. Josh Hull almost loses his off stump. Scriven walks down, just tells him that just held its own perhaps a little bit. So we'll look, see. Just played down the wrong line really. Everson is in. Hull defends the straight ball, pushes it calmly out towards shortish cover, and there's no run.
He's found a better area here, hasn't he, Joe Everson, the last over?
Yeah, agreed. 1 for 54 for Everson from 16.4.
It's ever so that sort of mental side of the game. As a bowler, you land the ball in the good spot first couple of balls of the over. Sort of confidence is up, isn't it, towards the back end of it.
In goes Everson, bowls down the leg side. There's a sort of appeal. It might have flicked the pad, but the pad was all it flicked, according to Simon Widdop.
Yeah, it's all seemed to be going on in this over. Ball missing everything on some occasions, or getting the pad as well. So, good over from Joey Everson so far. I think there's one ball left in the over.
In he comes, bowls, and Hull pleasantly pushes it firmly out towards wideish mid-off. Wes Agard jogs around to his right to field. And that is a maiden from Jerry Everson, greeted with a sort of relieved applause by the Kent faithful.
Indeed. Again, good over. I assume it will be Matt Parkinson to continue. I'd be shocked to see if it wasn't. He has the ball in hand, so it looks like it will be. Scriven again, taking strike. As you've mentioned, 12 more needed himself to reach a milestone.
Parky has now equalled his first class best figures, so
Has indeed.
Needs that 8th now.
I'm sure he'll be thinking, one more for the team. One more for the team. As he's into Scriven. Use feet up and over, mid-off. And it will race away for 4. Kashif Ali there. Jumping attempt, hand in the sky to try and pluck it out of the air, but he couldn't quite get there. So in the end, a well-timed shot there by Scriven. Adds 4 more to the Leicestershire total, but probably for himself, that is 4 more to his growing total as well, which takes him to 92.
Yeah, beautifully placed as well.
It was. Parkinson. That one swept from Scriven hard along the floor, but has been picked up by Joey Everson, full at the boundary, and they've taken 2 in the end as he's slid back into his ground. More of a slide tackle rather than a conventional dive, but that does bring the partnership to 101 runs, so it's a phenomenal effort by the last 2 batters here in the Leicestershire lineup, and more importantly, obviously vitally getting them batting points. And yeah, gone very well this morning.
Astonishing. It's been an astonishing season really by Leicestershire. They've really excelled themselves.
Parkinson up in the air, up and over, and it's gone for 4. He's used his feet into out, over the cover area again, down by the cafe, struck that perfectly. We were debating it might have gone for 6, but it just one bounce just before the rope, and it is 4.
Oh, Scriven. Nearly, young man.
I feel like I should hand this over to you to take over his 100.
Appreciate that, thank you. But well, they've left the fielders out, so there's 1 there for him. Matt Parkinson. How many balls to go in the over? 10 from the first 3 balls as he steps in round the wicket to bowl to Tom Scriven on 98. Scriven is forward and he's going to take the single, which will put him on to 99. Hull tries to take the run quickly on the hope, but there was never really any chance of him turning and getting back without being run out. So Scriven Well, his heart will be slightly in his mouth, I am sure now, because he's on 99 not out, but he's now got to watch and see if Josh Hull can keep out these last 2 remaining deliveries from Matt Parkinson before he's going to be facing again. And Hull will be nervous as well, I'm sure.
Parkinson is into Hull. Again, big stride forward there, just to the left-hand side at Ben Dorkin at a short leg. I don't think Ben Dorkin would have got it, but I'm sure for a split second Hull was maybe worried that might have gone straight to him.
I was.
So last ball here of Matt Parkinson's over to Hull. Again, big stride forward there, just drops the hand slightly, and it will be a dot ball, but more valuable to a Leicestershire perspective. Josh Hull is still not out, so Scrivens will now take strike on 99.
Well, he's leaning very calmly on his bat as he chats to Josh Hull. I don't know how calm he will feel inside, Tom. Born November the 18th, 1998 in Oxford, so what's that make him? 26 now, coming up to, well, 27 at the end of the year, 26. Educated at Magdalen College School in Oxford. Went through the Berkshire system really early on anyway, played for West Owlsley, famous horse racing area. Surprising fact about him, he's never eaten anything from Greg's. There you go. In goes Everson and bowls to Scriven, who defends on the back foot off stump, and back to Everson it goes. There's probably not many in the country can say that one way or another.
You're probably
Can you
right.
say it?
No, I can't say it, unfortunately. Can you?
No. No. The veggie sausage roll, God knows what's in it, but yeah, it sustained me on many a journey. Everson is in and turns to square leg, and I thought that was going to be it for Scriven, but went more or less straight to Matt Parkinson. Scriven turns back, just remarks his guard. I'm sure the family are watching and listening. If they dare, there'll be a few nails being chewed.
I think sometimes it's worse to watch from home as a family member, isn't it?
A maiden first-class century within touching distance as Everson is in. Scriven is turning it down the leg side. Did that come off the pad? I think it came off the pad. The umpire's hand is going out to his right, and although the applause is there, it is leg byes, 2 leg byes. So the Leicestershire faithful down there in front of the retirement flats began a round of applause, but they've had to choke it off. 2 onto the score, but none onto Scriven's score. He remains 99 not out, 145 deliveries. Everson is in. Scriven is pushing it straight back up the pitch to the, I suppose you have to say, former Leicestershire all-rounder. For one match he was a Leicestershire all-rounder. Wasn't signed on contract. Ben's back alongside. Molly stepped off. Ben alongside. Oh, updates time. Oh no! Can we squeeze this delivery in before the update? Everson is in. Bowls. Scriven is trapped leg before on 99. Tom Scriven, leg before wicket for 99. The last wicket partnership is broken, and a consoling pat on the back for Tom Scriven from many of the Kent players. I can't believe that. Cannot believe it.
Oh, Tom Scriven. I mean, it's just 1 run, but 1 run that's going to mean a lot to miss out on. Yeah, and Leicestershire have finally been bowled all out, and it's actually a rather heartbreaking scenario because Tom Scriven, the number 10 batter for Leicestershire, on a verge of a maiden first-class century, has been trapped LBW by Joey Everson on 99, 1 run shy. It's still a fantastic effort from him, but it's 1 run and it's 1 century that won't go in his record books as a result of that delivery from Everson. They maybe just kept a little bit low. It's been a frustrating morning so far for Kent. They've been bowling for an hour and a half, that Leicestershire final wicket stand, battling on and propelling the score up to 471 all out. 35 from the other batter, Josh Hull, as well. And a really fine effort from the Leicestershire pair to add a couple of extra batting bonus points as well for the Division 2 leaders. But Kent have finally got their last wicket. Matt Parkinson with 7 wickets, no longer getting a career best courtesy of the runs that he conceded today, and he missed out on taking 8 as well, like his brother Callum has previously done, formerly of Leicestershire. So Kent will be batting very shortly before lunch with 472 up on the board to try and chase down, and they've got a very young batting lineup too, 3 England under-19 internationals, so it's going to be a big old run chase, big scoreboard pressure for them to face up to when they go and take their turn very shortly. We will have commentary of it on the BBC Sport app and website.
Well, shall we take a 5-minute break? And
I think we shall. I think we might need it after
I'll go and sob
moment.
quietly in the corner.
I'm a little bit speechless, to be honest, because Tom Scriven absolutely deserved 100 there, and it feels like everyone in the ground has been left unsatisfied by that. Perhaps other than Kent and Joey Everson, will be relieved to have finally taken the last wicket of the Leicestershire pair. 108 the stand was worth.
I mean, it looked out, and Everson's appeal was slightly half-hearted, and Simon Widdop raised his finger in a fairly apologetic way, but I think he was out, and well, yeah, he's magnificent effort by Tom Scriven, and he should be very, very proud of it, but he'll be absolutely gutted, I think. Absolutely gutted. But hey, on goes the heavy roller, and let us see in the short period we will have before lunch. What will we have? About 20 minutes, about 6 overs, something like that. What the Leicestershire seamers make of this pitch.
Welcome back to Canterbury for the last 20 minutes of this opening session on day one. Kent ready to bat in reply to Leicestershire's 471 all out, and a really impressive effort from Tom Scriven and Josh Hull, the final wicket pair this morning, to bat for the length of time they did and to add the 2 extra batting bonus points for the visitors. And after the slightly heartbreaking end and conclusion with Tom Scriven out on 99, LBW to Joey Everson, Kent's young batting lineup finally gets its go with Jayden Denley to take first strike against Ian Holland.
Ooh.
Goes past the outside edge, first ball through to the wicketkeeper. I was just describing Ian Holland off air to yourself, Richard Ray, as a bit of the modern day Darren Stevens. He's a little bit quicker than that.
He is, yeah. He's a little bit livelier. You'd probably say, acknowledge he wasn't quite the batsman that Steve-O could be on his day.
Here he comes, Ian Holland, former Hampshire player. Of course, as he goes past the outside edge once again of Jayden Denley's bat. Good start from him, and often, as we see with a Kookaburra ball, it's when it's brand new that is the time to make hay as a bowling side. And Ian Holland has started well here, getting some away swing past the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. Here he is once more. Denley lets this one go through to Hanscom, who's got the gloves on.
I'm just a little bit surprised he's starting from this end, because he's got one that jags back to the right-hander. Appreciate that Denley's not a right-hander, but with the slope as well. But anyway, 4 slip has gone in.
Yeah, both left-handers, these two openers, of course, as Holland again left alone by Jayden Denley outside the off stump. Would assume it'll be Josh Hull from the Nackington Road end in a moment's time.
Oh, why is Travaskis out there at mid-off? Who is off? Maybe that Scriven is not out there at the moment. Just recovering. Looking around, I can't see him. Hull's out there.
Holland past the umpire once again. Oh, beats the outside edge once more as well. Really lively start here from Leicestershire with the ball. Jayden Denley leaving a little dangerously as the ball goes past his outside edge once more. Really pumps his knees as he runs in, Ian Holland, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Looks energetic, the run up. As he comes in for the final time in the over. Denley gets bat on it this time and pushes it back up the pitch. Slightly unconvincing defensive stroke and a maiden over first up from Ian Holland.
Yeah, pretty good one too. Beat Denley 3 times in the over, and that was a slightly tentative, understandably enough, forward press. First time the young left-hander got bat on ball in the over. Who's he going to start with? This could be interesting. Will it be Hull or will they go with Van Beek? They've tended to go with Van Beek. It will be Van Beek from the Nackington Road end. Lively. Van Beek doesn't obviously move it quite as much as Holland, but half a yard faster. Ahmed jogs across the mid-wicket. Or Ben Compton, who's had a pretty good season with the bat, make of Van Beek from around the wicket. Logan Van Beek is in and bowls, and I think he withdrew his bat inside the line, but it looked as though it's held its own. And I'd have to have another look at that one to see if he actually had a little push at it. He's got his back to us. I think he withdrew the bat. Played it well in that respect. Just curtain railed the bat back inside the line. Good leave by Compton. There will be an examination for these two before lunch. Not many overs to get through, but nothing much to gain. In goes Van Beek and bowls one. That's dismissive. A pull from Compton that gets Kent up and running in some style. It was just short enough, leg side enough, and that was put away beautifully by Ben Compton to the empty mid-wicket boundary. Fine shot.
Not often that Compton goes aerial on the pull shot, to be honest, but it was perfectly safe. And got it really nicely out the middle of the bat. Ben Compton with a 200 strike rate doesn't happen very often.
Van Beek is in, bowls to him, and he looks to steer it away off the back foot through the offside. Doesn't really time it. It runs more or less straight to Budinger, who's just in front of point. No run. They've got a third man, wide third man, Ian Holland. 3 slips. Rishi Patel at first, Louis Kimber at second, and Ben Green at third. Mid off, Lewis Hill. Mid on a little bit deeper is Josh Holt. Ahmed has been dropped back to deepish mid-wicket. Well, deep mid-wicket normally, because that is a long boundary. And I can't quite see whether there's a long leg. There usually is. Yes, there is. Leicestershire have always this season posted both a long leg and a third man, much to the approval of many of my fellow commentators who see so many runs go through third man. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Compton is pushing forward carefully, bat a long way in front of pad. A little bit of movement there, he says, with his right hand, a little gesture. It's Fuller from Van Beek. Top wicket taker for Leicestershire. Logan Van Beek coming into this innings. I think he's on 31. And Holland, who's played a couple of games less, is 30. Green is 30. That's off the top of my head. In goes Van Beek and bowls down the leg side. Nice take by Hanscom, diving away to his right behind the stumps.
Yeah, Molly was just chatting to us off air before the players came out and was putting a question out there. What will Ben Compton be thinking, having dropped Rishi Patel on naught yesterday and then shelled a chance in the deep for what would have been Matt Parkinson's 8 for today?
Van Beek bowls to him. He defends a slightly short of a length ball on the back foot. It's straightish, comes slightly off the inside part of the bat, runs up the pitch on the onside end of the over. The one scoring shot in it, and some scoring shot it was. A pull high over mid-wicket to the boundary, and Kent after 2 overs in reply to Leicestershire's 471 of 4 without loss.
Yeah, it's Josh Holt who hit the stroke out towards deep mid-wicket that he put down and went with the reverse hands and got himself into a slightly crouched position and maybe slightly misjudged it in the end and spilt the chance, and as a result Tom Scriven ended up getting 99 rather than 88 I think he was on at the time. As Holland is in, big drive from Denley, and plays and misses, and through it goes. 4 slips, eagerly waiting at the moment.
Holland gave him a bit of a look at the end of that. Yeah, you can keep doing that, mate.
Having to try and stay patient out there and failing to do so to start with. The England under-19 international, there's 3 of them in this Kent batting lineup. Jaden Denley this time gets it out the middle of the bat and down the ground to get off the mark. May not go all the way for 4. He might have to run 3 here by the looks of things, and back comes
Scriven, who is back
Denley
with us now, so he must just been changing really. Trask is just the first over or 2. Yeah,
Compton 4, Denley 3.
Sorry, Ben Compton, second only to Safe Saib in the aggregate run scoring in the second division. 977 coming into this innings.
He's had a good season. Top of the Kent averages with 400s. Facing up here to Holland. Edged wide of third slip. Down towards third man for 4. And they had 4 slips for Jaden Denley, and that may well have gone to a 4th slip if they still had said individual for Ben Compton. 11 without loss, Kent, as it was played with soft hands by Compton, but it flew wide of third slip there and away for 4.
Apologies, I misled you. Van Beek, Green and Holland are all on 30, so in terms of wickets taken. So they've shared them out.
So it looks like 4 slips going in after that shot from Compton. And yeah, will he be able to focus on his batting and forget about the mishaps in the field, as this is a full one which he pushes out towards wide mid-off. Yeah, Matt Parkinson's career best figures slipping through Ben Compton's fingers, if you will, earlier on.
Yeah, Steve Sims has looked at some of the scores here this season.
As Holland is in and bowling. Defended back up the pitch by Compton.
Last month, Kent 566 for 8 declared, Northants 722 for 6 declared. And he says, looking at the relative ease with which Tom and Josh batted and the heavy roller on screen doing its worst, it's going to be hard work for the bowlers in the next few sessions. Here's hoping they prove me wrong, not for the first time this season.
Feels like the new ball will be important. And then if they can create some sort of rough for Rehan Ahmed to try and use, like Kent did with Parkinson, left alone. Outside the off stump by Compton, 3 overs done, Kent 11 without loss. Leicestershire have just got to try and prey on that inexperience of the Kent lineup, because it's not just the 3 England under 19s, it's Tawanda Miye at 24, Joey Everson at 23, Compton himself is only 31 and Harry Finch 30, and that's the top 7.
Yeah, good times to come, you feel, for Kent, if they come through, which hopefully they will. But it'll be, got to give them a little bit of time. And I get the impression the Kent faithful prepared to be patient. Van Beek round the wicket, bowls outside off stump, and again, question, did the batsman have a little go at that one, or did he at the very last second change his mind and just pull the bat back inside the line? It looked rather like he had a bit of a go for that one. Yes, he did, I suspect. Jaden Denley, and then pulled the bat back inside the line. Worth
saying, of course, it is a first class best for Kent for Matt Parkinson, that 7 for.
In goes Van Beek, bowls to Denley, who's going to pick up a run there, almost collides with his partner. He was looking where the ball went, which was behind square on the offside, gently rolling down towards wide third man. Compton running down the pitch, probably shouted something, and Denley at the very last second swerved happily, avoiding what would have been quite a nasty collision. And he moves on to 4-12 without loss. 3 slips for Compton. As Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump, chopped away through extra cover for 4. Nice shot, little bit of width on offer. Didn't move the ball, and Budinger in front of square on the offside was only just in front of point. Hill at mid-off, neither had any chance. An invitingly huge gap there at cover stroke extra cover.
Smart footwear there by Compton, got into position really quickly and picked up the length.
3 boundaries to him as Van Beek goes in, bowls to him, tucks him up slightly, and that's his first single as he works it out through square leg. Ahmed comes trotting in from deepish mid-wicket to field. And Compton moves on to 13, Kent 17 without loss. Lunch approaches, and as on day 1, looks like it's going to be just the 1 wicket to have fallen in the session. 5 minutes away. Or will Leicestershire make a breakthrough? Van Beek is in and bowls. Hurries Denley slightly, but again on the back foot. Plays it away off stump.
Yeah, Denley's the one who's looked the more susceptible thus far. Holland going past the outside edge a few times. Positive start from Compton with 13 off 12. A more brisk start than sometimes might expect from him. He's not unknown to be 30 off 80 balls at the start of an innings.
Van Beek bowls. Denley looked as though he was getting in position to try and drive that away. It came back to him a bit and he adjusted at the last minute. Managed to push the ball out to mid-on, and Van Beek's hands went up to his fair head. End of the over. 17 without loss after 4. Kent. Jaden Kennick. Kennick Denley.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, part of this young Kent batting lineup. Put something up on social media about it earlier, and Nick Sadler getting in touch saying it feels like Kent are going down the Sussex route a little bit as Holland bowls. There's an edge that's dropped short. Soft hands from Compton, and it went to second slip. Kimber on the bounce. So probing line from Holland, but Ben Compton playing it gently enough that it didn't carry. The senior man in this batting lineup, Compton, as he lets this one go outside the off stump, and the man trying to hunt down 1,000 runs for the season as well. 10 runs away from that landmark, Ben Compton. Yeah, Nick saying feels like Kent a little bit going down the Sussex route, and he suggests from his point of view that's the best one for Kent right now. Throw the young lads in, see how they do, hope to build from there. And this one is played away out towards backward point, and yeah, a model that Paul Farbres, of course a former Kent coach, has managed to work to good effect with some of the Sussex youngsters that have played quite a bit of cricket over the last 2-3 seasons, and obviously really kicked on last season and got that promotion up to Division 1. And as a result, as Holland is interrupted by Ben Compton waving at somebody behind the bowler's arm.
That should mean this is the last over before lunch. I'm sure there was somebody moving. Not very moment, but yeah. 4 balls to go in it, coming up to 12:59.
Yeah, Rishi Patel yesterday wasted a smidge of time, but not enough time to avoid an extra over after we'd ticked past 1 o'clock, didn't he? Here's Holland. Oh, that's a beaut. And somehow Ben Compton hasn't hit it. Through it goes to the wicket-keeper, and rightly there's some noise behind the stumps from the Leicestershire players. Ian Holland is
did plenty that one.
Certainly getting this ball to talk.
You can move it on glass, according to Peter Hanscom.
Here he comes once again. It's off the inside edge of the bat from Compton down towards fine leg as he gently came forward and gets a single. We move to 14, down to long leg. Yeah, some of the pitches in India, some of the really flat T20 wickets when it's an evening game and you got the sunlight, so not the sunlight, the floodlights coming down on them, do look a little bit shimmery and glass-like, don't they? Some of the very flat wickets they prepare for the IPO, etc. As Holland bowls. Oh, it's gone, I think, on the inside edge of Denley's bat through to the wicket-keeper, maybe one on the outside, but again, he's just getting late movement. And through goes to the wicket-keeper. 1 o'clock has ticked by, and I believe that is going to be the lunch. The 2 Kent openers are heading off, and they've managed to survive that tricky little 5-over period before the lunch break. 18 without loss and still trailing by 453 runs. Then they go in out after this first session of day 2. Leicestershire 471 all out. Tom Scriven making 99, agonisingly so, before he was LBW to Joey Everson, with Josh Hull career best for him likewise, along with Scriven up the other end on 35, having actually been dropped at mid-wicket. There weren't too many chances for Kent, but he was dropped off Parkinson, what would have been an 8 for. Having never got one in his career, Ben Compton shelled it, spilt it on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, I think when Scriven was on 88. So a frustrating morning for Kent, a good one for Leicestershire all in all. But neither team probably fully quite satisfied, in the sense that Kent have at least managed to get through to lunch without losing a wicket. So Leicestershire wicketless at the break. Kent do have a small positive to take into their lunch with them, but the Division 2 leaders very much on top in this game, which of course one has to consider the fact that there is some pretty thundery forecasts for day 3 and could well have interruptions over days 3 and 4. So with the rest of this day set fair, do stay with us, do join us once again in around about 35 minutes time. 1:40, they'll be back out there for the resumption, and which Ray is just about to update BBC Radio Leicester. Molly Davis, the Kent Women's wicketkeeper, and myself, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Update coming from me in a second as well. We'll be back with you shortly.
Rothesay County Championship matches starting in Division 1 again between Durham and Surrey, which is moving along quite quickly. Durham 153 all out and Surrey 322 all out in reply. That's a lead for Surrey at 169 runs. Ben Rowing taking 5 wickets, Matt Lawrence 88. Top scorer for Surrey, so Surrey 322 all out. Leading on first innings by 169 runs. Essex batting on against Warwickshire at Shelton, 465 for 5 Essex in the first innings. Tom West was 148. Top score currently, Charlie Harrison is 77 at Essex, 465 for 5 against Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire, Somerset, Somerset trailing early on yesterday. Still going in the first innings, 396 for 8. James Root, Tom Nagle, both going past 150. And Carl Schwartz, Somerset 396 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire, Hampshire, no way running this game, so they hit behind. Hampshire 211 for 6 in their first innings. Hampshire Liverpool with 79. Top scorer so far. Sussex 222 on all out against Yorkshire, who in reply are 80 for 2. Alan White is 34 on all outs. Yorkshire 142 runs behind Sussex, 80 for 2 the current score. There's been more rain around in Division 2 at Shelton in that game between Worcestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex 268 for 4, Pete Williams 124 on outs.
Yeah, we're at lunch on day 2. Leicestershire all out for 471. Rather batted on a lot longer than Kent were expecting. Almost an hour and a half it was this morning. The last wicket stand between Josh Hull, who made a career best from number 1135, and then Tom Scriven, who was on 88 when he saw his mate up the other end, dropped off Matt Parkinson. It would have been an 8th wicket for the spinner and career best figures, but Ben Compton put the chance down on the rope. Tom Scriven was on 94 when he almost hit a 6 to bring up his 100. It landed just inside the rope. After that, ran a quick single. ran a 2-1-99 that was given as leg byes, and then Joey Everson trapped him LBW, and he was out for an agonising 99, 1 run shy of what would have been a maiden first-class century for Tom Scriven. But a superb effort by the last Leicestershire pair to get 2 extra batting bonus points. Kent then, in reply, 18 without loss. They had 5 tricky overs with the ball swinging around to face Jaden Denley on 4, and then Ben Compton 14. Actually, he's moved to within 9 runs of 1,000 for the season, so he hit a couple of nice crisp boundaries actually, and was pretty assured out there. So Kent will be looking to bat for the final 2 sessions of the day and see how many runs their young batting lineup can put on, with those 3 England youth internationals in it, as well as Twana Mieye 24 and Joey Everson 23. It's a very young looking Kent team this week, the bottom side in Division 2 of the County Championship, up against the leaders. We'll have commentary once again via the BBC Sport app and website from 1:40. Welcome back to Canterbury. Second session of day 2 about to get underway. Players making their way out to the field along with the umpires. Still cloudy overhead, but warm and comfortable enough for spectators that are in the ground. Jaden Denley and Ben Compton, the 2 Kent openers, to resume the hosts' first innings. 453 runs behind, 18 without loss after Leicestershire 471 all out. Earlier on, Tom Scriven making 99 from number 10. And Josh Hull to step in for his first over from the Nackington Road end after a couple from Van Beek to start. Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent, alongside me. BBC Radio Leicester's Richard Ray. Afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon. Yeah, I like this. Well, the ball is still nice and new-ish and hard-ish, and the slope should help him just swing it away from these 2 left-handers. So looks flat, yes, but might be giving Josh a little bit of help here.
Here he comes, the tall left-arm seamer. He's punched off the back foot by Compton in front of square on the offside, and they will come back for 2, this batting pair.
Rehan, the fielder there, everything he does is a sort of event, and he picked that one up and sort of swiveled 360 and flung it in and bounced around, and you can't resist it.
I was thinking earlier on that Hull is a sort of point of difference type bowler that Kent don't have, so it'd be interesting to see if he can get something out of this pitch. Bowls short to Compton, pulls it into the onside for a single. Ben Green with the Australian style moustache and mullet look under his baggy green cap does the fielding.
Australia as in what, 30 years behind the current trend?
Well, I was going to say it was a thing, wasn't it? And then it's kind of come back. There's Hull bowls with Kent 21 without loss. Full delivery to Denley, which he's clipped away out to Green. And there is also a long leg on the leg side and a mid-on and mid-off. Ran Ahmed out on the deep point boundary, as well as a backward point and a couple of slips. There's a third man as well, as Richard was saying. Leicestershire like to have both. Long leg third man.
Now this Josh's 6th championship fixture of the season. As I say, he was injured for a large chunk of it. Had a bruised heel.
Long run up past the umpire. Balls to Compton. Cut away out towards Ahmed in the deep for a single.
And so far this season he's picked up 13 wickets at 28.5. He's been a little less economical than the sort of front lines, the guys who've done most of the front line seam bowling, but that's inevitable really. He's quicker than any of them.
Here he is to Jaden Denley. Left arm to left-handed bat, left alone, outside the off stump.
I had a message from Josh's dad during the lunch interval as well. Hello to the Hulls. I have a bit more sporting news. That Ollie, Josh's younger brother, also a former pupil at Stamford School. I hesitated there because I say former, I guess he's just finished. He's just signed a rugby contract. Come back to that in a second.
Here comes Hull bowls. Played away by Denley, past backward point. Rehan Ahmed scrambling around on the boundary's edge to keep it to just 1, in fact. So that will end the over. Kent up to 24 without loss after the first over of the afternoon session.
I mentioned that he was with Northampton Saints, I think, earlier, and he'd sort of been through their system, but he signed a 3-year deal with Breve, one of the top French clubs. He's flown out there today, so that's brave as well as exciting.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it's a change of country, and
Yeah, how's his French?
I would probably pretty good, I would imagine, or will be in a couple of years' time,
Yeah,
hopefully.
absolutely. I think if my issue being a pro athlete, if I moved to France, would be too many baguettes and croissants and brie, etc.
I am sure that they are very professional with their diets as well. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump 2. Jaden Denley, who lets that one go through.
I'd have to move to a country where the food's not quite as nice.
Tempting.
Mm.
Yeah. Where would that be? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I think they're pretty well looked after everywhere these
Yeah,
days, aren't
quite.
they, these top guys, top athletes.
Yeah,
Four
so-
slips, sorry, Ben.
I was just going to say there's a young man called Louis Binks who's from Gillingham Way. He's just moved to Brøndby, the Danish football team.
Holland bowls, back foot defensive shot off stump by Jaden Denley, drops it out towards mid-off.
He was with Coventry City last season, well, a couple of seasons. So yeah, it is interesting. I think it's more of a thing these days that young English lads going abroad into Europe to play their professional sport.
Good, isn't it? Good to see.
Yeah.
Wider horizons. Holland is in, Denley is forward. No, he roars, having pushed it out towards Lewis Hill, who's at point, more or less. Hill's gone down this shirt out of his trousers look as well. One or two of the Leicestershire players do that. Louis Kimber noticeably. Tom Scriven likewise at mid-off. Hill now joins that party. In goes Holland, bowls and just draws Denley forward, slightly uncertain, thick outside part of the bat. Ball runs out between Messrs Scriven at mid-off and Hill at point to the big gap at the covers, and Denley takes his single, moves on to 7.25 without loss to Kent.
Compton on 18 from 20. After a brisk start before lunch with a few boundaries.
Looks around him, sees Ahmed has come in at mid-wicket. Holland bowls to him. He defends off stump on the back foot.
Don't forget kencricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to send in an email. Get in touch with us this afternoon. Use your addresses on social media as well for those regular correspondents who use those mediums.
Holland bowls. Compton is carefully leaning forward and defending that one out towards Scriven. End of another typically economical and probing over from Ian Holland. Perhaps not quite as much movement as he obtained in his couple of overs, or 3 overs I should say, prior to lunch. 4 overs, 1 made, none for 9 for Holland. 25 without loss remains the score. They know they could have a long day ahead of them, the Leicestershire bowlers. Well, they will have a long day ahead of them. How much success they'll enjoy during that day, that remains to be seen.
Josh Hull continuing from the Nackington Road end, in and bowls to Jaden Denley. Jams the bat down to play defensively. And back to the bowler.
He bowls a decent Yorker, Josh. Become very effective in the sort of early overs of T20 when the batsman's looking to sort of get on the front foot. Alfonso Thomas wandering around the boundary. He was out there during the interval working with Josh Hull.
So what a good mentor to have as a young fast bowler, the Leicestershire coach. Hull again nice and tight to the stumps, cut away by Jaden Denley. More work for Rehan Ahmed to do in the deep. One run taken.
Vian Mulder, who was in the news not so very long ago for South African, obviously former Leicestershire player.
Former Kent, actually, but
Yeah, of course,
more
yeah.
so for Leicestershire.
Popped up to Grace Road at the beginning of when South Africa were preparing for their game against Australia, that sort of one-off test
yeah.
championship game, and spent a couple of hours working with Alfonso.
Nice. Hull bowls. Compton back and playing softly down towards third man for a single. Yeah, he was superb, wasn't he, for Leicestershire, and yeah, quite an extraordinary knock. And
Where did you stand on that?
oh,
Should he have taken the runs?
I personally fully respect him for the decision he took, to be honest. And as captain, I guess it's within his prerogative to do that and to put the team first.
It was interesting to hear that most cricketers seem to think he was nuts. Basically.
Whole bowls to Jaden Denley, slides this down towards third man. Yeah, I guess that the whole Lara 400 thing is such a thing, and he referred to it, didn't he, saying, look, I'm no Brian Lara, that record should stand, whereas, as you say, most players would have quite happily tried to chase it down, and people were saying, oh, he's not going to get in that position again. It's like, well, he was in that position and decided not to bat on, so I don't think he's worried about getting there again. He's already made his decision. But I don't know. Here comes Hull. Fallen down the leg side, and Anscombe has to move to his right to take it. I mean, ultimately, there's still the 300 and whatever he got has put him in a bunch of record books and on the, the list for top knocks ever, regardless. So
I don't think anybody in the Leicestershire dressing room was surprised at the decision. They may have disagreed with it, but as you know, probably from his time here, a nicer and more self-effacing chap you couldn't wish to meet, really.
Hull bowls to Compton, cutaway. Mid in the deep, doing the fielding. Yeah, he was only here for a shorter time than, as I say, he spent with Leicestershire, and was a much younger man at the time, and very much early stages of making his way. I think he was maybe South Africa A at the time, but I remember him in particular batting out the final day at Beckenham to get a draw against Surrey, I think it was.
The other thing about Hull bowling at the moment, and just the fact that he's in the side and getting the overs in, is it could help Ahmed by creating a bit of rough outside right-handers off stump in the end.
Yeah, good point, on the basis that Holland is coming in.
He's bowling over the wicket on leg stump to Ben Compton. One or two oohs and ahs as Compton went back and pushed it fairly firmly out towards mid-wicket, where Ahmed has been working hard on the boundary so far in this innings.
Yeah, because as for the rest of the Kent order, apart from Garrett, it is predominantly right-handers when you get through these two.
It may not be too long before we see Ahmed having a go at the two left-handers. Holland is in, bowls outside off stump. It's left by Ben Compton, goes through low into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. Logan van Beek's already warming up again at mid-on. 3 slips for Holland bowling to Compton. Hills at backward point now. Budinger with a sun hat on has gone in to plug that gap in the covers to a certain extent. Anyway, Holland is in and bowls leg stump, turned off the back foot nicely by Compton down towards deep backward square. Hull has a fair bit of work to do running around the boundary from the electronic scoreboard. Well, actually from Son of Lyme really towards the retirement flats. Gets his throw away, but comfortable 2 for Compton. Moves on to 22. All this stuff about him batting slowly, I don't know. It's a runner ball, man, as far as I can tell.
It is today, isn't it?
22 of 28 for Ben Compton. Did he need 23 to start to get to 1,000. In goes Holland, bowls outside the stump, off stump. He lets that one
I think so.
go
Yeah.
through.
We'll know when he gets there. There'll be some
Flash it up on the board.
There'll be
or-
some knowledgeable members that will be applauding it before we've even had the chance to describe it, I would assume. They may well do pop it up on the board. But yeah, I believe it's one more run.
Well, do you want to see him to that landmark?
Nah, it's alright.
Fair enough.
I've missed half of it, most of his runs this season.
In goes Holland and bowls. Compton leaves outside the off stump. He just took a couple of little shuffly steps down the pitch there. Holland probably saw him coming, pulled his length back a touch and still fired it wide. And then he has a word with umpire Debenham, perhaps just to check how many deliveries left to come.
I wonder if Ben Compton's thinking about it. It's the nervous 999.
1,000 is still very admirable landmark to pass. In goes Holland and bowls again outside off stump, swings further away. Compton lets it go through. Van Beek goes sprinting up because actually I thought there was 2 left, but there isn't. There was just that one ball. End of the 9th over of the Kent reply, and they are proceeding, unlike pre-lunch, pretty much without alarm post-lunch. And it all feels a bit post-prandial, doesn't it? Everybody's sort of settled back down, having had their sandwich, or better. Or I remember the days of the roast in the Cowdrey room, the Cornwallis suite. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it is.
There you go.
Yeah, the members can still partake for a small fee.
Sigh, those were the days.
Yeah. Oh, the gammon was my favourite, must say.
When I first came here, which is the best part of 20 odd years ago now, come back to that.
Change of bowling with Van Beek then coming in to Jaden Denley from the Nackington Road, and there's some appeals for a bit of under edge as an attempted hook stroke. Misses the ball. Peter Hanscom had his hand up for a while, asking the question.
It's only a serious appeal for Pete if he does jazz hands.
Oh, okay.
If it's leg before and he's doing jazz hands, then
He really thinks
he
it's
really
out.
believes it. If he doesn't
Yeah.
do jazz hands, I tend to think even Pete knows it probably wasn't out.
Van Beek, the Netherlands international bowls from wide on the crease. Jaden Denley up towards mid-on.
So just the 2 overs from Holden, was it? Or 3?
Three.
But you can see actually outside the right-handers off stump at
No,
that
you're right, just
Nackington Road
two.
end. You can see the marks.
Unless they're going to swap him ends. Unless they're going to bring him on from this end in a moment. Here's Van Beek. Jaden Denley turns this up towards mid-on. Yeah, just 2, so 5 from Holland so far. This Van Beek into his 3rd, having bowled 2 overs before lunch, and then Hull replaced him.
I suspect they wanted to see if there was any swing really as well for the tall left-hander. Yes, I was just going to say when I first came here as a right, it was a very sort of different press box in those days. Same place, I quickly had.
Van Beek bowls, turned away into the gap on the leg side for a single by Jaden Denley.
But Kent's main sponsor, glad to say still is the main sponsor, I think, or one of them anyway, the local brewers, relatively local brewers, Shepherd
indeed.
used to stock the fridge
Ooh.
with some of their splendid wares. Probably wasn't very good for journalists, but it made the day go rather more quickly than it might otherwise.
Excellent.
Sounds of snoring from the press
Yeah,
box
I
about
say.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Afternoon siesta. Compton on strike, back he goes and plays defensively.
Yeah, Van Beek bowling straight now, making the batters play, and again it's what they've done well this season. Leicestershire, they've kept the batsmen playing. There hasn't been much there for them. They haven't gone for too many runs either. They've sort of kept control on the scoreboard. Famous last words, but it's just meant that a long partnership has taken a long time for the opposition.
Van Beek bowls. Compton a little push out towards point, but fielder in nice and tight. So no run available. End of the over. Van Beek, 3 overs, none for 11. Holland's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. He's normally the one, isn't he, when it comes to bowling with control and being very economical. Holland doesn't go for many runs at all.
I remember seeing Durham win their first county championship on this ground. I'll have to look back and see when that was. Holland to continue with that curious sort of high-stepping gait as he runs in and bowls straight to Jaden Denley. Denley looks as though he's sort of almost itching to loft a high straight drive and checks the shot, just blocks it out towards Tom Scriven. Remains on 10. Applause from Louis Kimber at second slip. Rishi Patel's usually fairly vocal. He's at first slip. Ben Green at third. Holland is in. Bowls. Denley again. Careful on middle stump, middle and off. Blocking it off, out towards slightly wide of Scriven at mid-off. He and Green would be the next seamers from the Leicestershire cab rank, so to speak, if Peter Hanscom doesn't go straight to Ahmed. Holland past umpire Debenham, bowls outside off stump, and Denley has nothing to do with it. Lets it go through. Short-sleeved Kent sweater for, obviously Kent sweater for Jaden Denley. Short-sleeved shirt, order of the day for Ben Compton. Which is obliging of them. Makes them readily
Can tell between the
discernible,
two.
indeed. Yeah. Holland is in and bowls. That one looks like it almost sort of, sometimes they come out of the sort of back of his hand. I don't know quite how he does it, but he does. But it didn't really move anyway, and it was played firmly by Denley to mid on, where the sweatband wearing, wristband wearing Logan Van Beek is fielding.
Yeah, I noticed one of those earlier when watching one of the replays on the live stream, actually, from Ian Holland, coming out the side of the hand.
In he goes and bowls. Nice line, but demanding a defensive push, leaning forward from Denley. Settled into his lines and lengths, Ian Holland, as he always seems to do. Just back from America. Well, relatively a week or so ago now. I think they got to the final, the Washington Freedom. I think so. So he had a pretty enjoyable 3 weeks in his native land. In he goes and bowls. Slightly slower deliveries. Well, possibly slightly slower. Certainly Denley was in place and waiting for it some time before it arrived. He turned it off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. End of another maiden over. Holland 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Van Beek places his sunglasses carefully on umpire Woodup's Panama and hands umpire Woodup his cap.
So Compton will take strike here to Van Beek. Round the wicket it comes, and pushes this one away behind square.
There you go.
And there is the noise from the crowd for 1,000 runs for the season from Ben Compton. He'll know. He's not acknowledging the applause, but he'll know what all the fuss is about against supporters. Giving him a really good hand, moves to 23 not out. He just leans on his bat as if he's achieved nothing in particular other than scoring a single. Jaden Denley on 10. Drives into the onside. We've just actually seen a landmark for the season with Ben Compton, the Kent opener, going to 1,000 runs in the county championship. He's on 23 not out. Jaden Denley on 11. They're 34 without loss. In reply to Leicestershire's 471 all out, a really special effort this morning from the last wicket pair to bat for another 90 minutes, and 35 not out from Josh Hull in the end, and 99 agonisingly for Tom Scriven. LBW to Joey Everson he was, but they managed to get a couple of extra batting bonus points for their team and taking them up to 471. So Kent trailing by 437 runs here in this clash between top and bottom of Division 2 into Division 1, and Sussex at Scarborough 222 all out. Yorkshire in reply 94 for 2, and then as for Surrey away to Durham, 322 all out. Surrey having bowled Durham out yesterday for 153 as Compton cuts away for 4 here past backward point. Durham second time around 24 for 1. So Kent moving on to 38 without loss, Compton to 27. Commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website. So with that boundary, Compton having gone past 1,000 runs, back into his groove. Van Beek bowling a full delivery to him, which he pushes up towards mid-off, and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester has made way, and Kent women's wicketkeeper Molly Davis is back with us. And yeah, I quite enjoyed that actually from Ben Compton. Made absolutely zero kind of recognition there for the fact that he'd gone past 1,000 runs. He was like, I'm in the middle of this innings here, don't interrupt me. As Van Beek bowls to him and he just gets on the back foot and defends.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as the type of person to think sort of too far ahead in that sense, and he's got a job to do, and he'll think that he's got to carry on batting.
Yeah, 100% he'll have known how many away he was from 1,000, or that he was close, but at the same time he'll know that his job is far from done.
Exactly. These two seem to be going okay so far.
Yeah, even Jaden Denley was a little bit scratchy before lunch, a little bit nervy, played and missed at a few, didn't he, and was beaten on the outside edge a few times. He looked a bit more assured. Holland coming around the wicket to him now. And it was punched off the back foot up towards mid-off, and it was slightly aerial for a moment.
No, they before lunch came out, got through that sort of maybe could be a tricky part in the end. A few overs before lunch can always be a bit of a daunting and tricky period.
Yeah, it's just nothing really to gain, is there, as a batting team in those 5 overs. Holland bowls to Jaden Denley. Pushes out towards cover. Where, who is it? Buddinger's wearing the floppy white sun hat.
I enjoy that. Do you enjoy the
Oh yeah, I'm quite a big fan actually, particularly on a hot day. Not sure this is quite at the level for me to wear mine, but
Harry Finch sported one earlier on in the season when he was keeping.
Yeah, I think as soon as it gets above 25 degrees, you need the big white sun hat in the field. Holland bowls, full delivery. Jaden Denley, straight drive back past the bowler and the umpire. Fielders chasing this down towards the rope, and they're going to have to shuffle back for a third, as it is just about hauled in before reaching the rope.
Good chase in the end.
The lush green grass here at Canterbury after last week's flood.
Yeah, it was a flood. You can call it a flood, I think.
So Denley to 14 and Compton 27, 41 without loss. Kent. Around the wicket comes Holland. Back goes Compton. What school are you on then when you're wicket keeping? Long sleeves and what colour gloves you go for?
I've got I've got a white pair of gloves, have to go long sleeves.
Yeah.
But I've got a snazzy navy pair as well that I feel like
nice.
could be one to use at the back end of the season.
Guess you play in colour kits all the time, don't you? So it's
Yeah.
so blue gloves are perfectly legit with the Kent kit. He just wants to fend it away. Back up the pitch.
Yeah, if we could have a blue sort of floppy Kent hat, I'd enjoy that. I feel if I went out with a white floppy hat on and my blue kit, I might have a few.
Wouldn't quite work, would it?
No. Probably get joyfully reminded by my team it's not the best move, so I'll stick with a cap for now.
Yeah, not quite going for the Jack Russell, will it? So around the wicket comes Holland, cut by Compton, no timing really, and it's Suzal Bollinger wearing the floppy hat at cover. So end of the over. Deficit 430. Kent 41 without loss after 13 overs.
Even
5 before lunch.
Van Beek to continue, I believe.
Yeah, it will be. So yeah, interesting that Hull only bowled a couple of overs. I would assume that it's him who will replace Holland in a moment, perhaps from this end. Although if Rian Ahmed's just wiggling the right shoulder around.
He saw what Matt Parkinson produced and thought, I want a bit of that. As Van Beek starts his run from Nackington Road End to Denley. Fuller defended straight to point, so no run there.
He's got a deep square in the long leg as well as a third man, so you know if he did want to bang it in, he's got the fielders there for it potentially. Bit of a double bluff by going very full.
Yeah, then he just dropped his hands on that one, didn't he, to play it to the point region. And Van Beek returns to his mark. You are right, there's some arms being warmed up across the field as Van Beek's in. Again, nice and straight, just defending off the back foot there, just pushed up. He looks a bit more comfortable now, I'd say, Jaden Denley.
Seems to be.
Comparing to the, bless him, the early start of his day with the bat.
Yeah, no chances as such, but Holland was getting the new ball to talk early on.
Van Beek is into Denley. Again, that's been hit hard, but straight to point off the back foot there, just punched it. He's liked that shot, but good work. Work in the point region again by, is it Budinger?
Yes.
Yeah, Budinger again did a great work in there. Cut off the one.
Tends to play with a very straight bat, doesn't he, in white ball cricket. Oh, sorry, red ball cricket. Jaden Denley.
He's just looking for that shot, isn't he, through that point region. Shorter, pulled. He will get a couple for it as the fielder makes chase. They do pick up two. Jaden Denley's pulled that nicely through mid-wicket. A controlled pull shot, actually, along the ground.
Yeah, it was the fact that he got it. And quite nicely in front of square. Shows the control he had over it.
You get the impression that he might be a little bit tested today. He's proven that he can cope with that, but with three younger guys in the team, you feel the Leicestershire bowlers might test him a little bit.
Yeah, so it could be a way of going about things.
On the pad, shout for LBW. Umpire's not moved there.
Yeah, I think just got an inside edge. I think it's bat
he's
pad.
Slightly hit that.
But yeah, clever from Van Beek to go very short and then very full.
Yeah, he's tried to drive that, hasn't he? But he's just got an inside edge. It's wrapped him on the pads.
Mixing up the length though, keeping Denley guessing.
That indeed he is doing. He's definitely not making him feel too at home. Two slips in though. As Van Beek's back in. Again, a bit shorter this time, worked off the hip of Jaden Denley. He'll pick up the one as the leg side fielder comes in. And he's nicked the strike.
Well counted. So we're going to see Ahmed here. And there I was wondering about, it might even be Kimber actually. I was wondering if Hull might swap ends after his couple of overs. It does look as if it's going to be the off spin of Louis Kimber, with it being two left-handed batters. He seems to be the option rather than Rehan Ahmed for now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Two left-handers in. Maybe at this time they deem it as a better option.
Tall man, so might get a bit of bounce with this ball that's only 14 overs old. That'll be the thinking.
I'll be intrigued to see how Jaden Denley goes about this. We've seen him in the white ball format, like to take on and be really productive. But obviously, as we were saying earlier, a bit of work to do at the moment with the deficit. So let's see how he approaches this one.
Kimber from wide on the crease. Driven off the back foot by Denley, who feels like in the games he's played so far this season, he's got a number of starts without really going on to get a big score. As drives here out towards extra cover, top score for the season of 57, and that's his only half century, but he is averaging 31, so yeah, it feels like he's often got to 20 and 30 and then found a way to get out, having given Kent a solid enough platform along with Compton. As this one is outside the off stump and Jaden Denley offers no shot. Joe Denley not playing in this game, so if we just say Denley, it's Jaden. As Kimber comes around the wicket, Denley plays out towards cover point, deep cover point, as the fielder moves around for a single. He's on 18 from 47 deliveries, which is more of a sort of typical Ben Compton strike rate, but there he is on 27 off 41.
You just get the impression they're going to go for the gears here, don't you? Setting up this platform.
Yeah, you're going to have to be patient. Long bat required as he defends into the onside. Big score on the manual scoreboard over on the far side. 471 all out on Leicestershire. Did it in good time as well, actually. Compton defends, goes back to this one from Kimber. You suspect that it will take Kent much longer to get to that kind of a total than it did for Leicestershire with the run rate.
Yeah, that's something yesterday that we spoke about, wasn't it? The fact that Leicestershire, the run rate was good throughout the day, even towards the back end when wickets were falling, and potentially Kent felt they were on top, ending the day 9 down. Run rate never sort of differed really for Leicestershire and the rate they were going. So something that I'm sure Kent will have an eye on here, but as we've just said, these two to bat is quite imperative for the time being.
Compton just taking his helmet off for a moment. The sun's gone away for now, hasn't it? It's a bit cloudy overhead. We're meant to get a bit more sunshine in the early part of the afternoon. It's pleasant enough. And Van Beek to continue. Like you say, I think we might see a bit more short stuff to Denley with a kind of catching forward square leg almost.
Yeah, I think that sort of plays into what we were saying the over before. Maybe a little bit testing, so maybe a bit of short stuff. It is the long side here as well. He's sitting to the hospital side of the ground, to the bigger side. Van Beek's in. Again, Fuller that time. Denley just drops his hands and played that out to point. Been no run. And we saw this last over, didn't we? Took that approach and then that short ball come sort of firing in halfway through. Maybe as well, speaking that Denley's had starts in this competition so far in this format, could have been a conversation about pacing innings differently potentially. Van Beek's back in, shorter. Denley's controlledly, he's pulled that out to the deep square leg fielder. And that will just be the single in the end.
Yeah, I think sometimes for young players, isn't it, it's obviously you get the early part of your innings where you go in and you have sort of a mission to survive early doors and get yourself off the mark and get yourself to 10 or whatever, and then you start to feel a bit more comfortable, play a few more shots, and then maybe it's that point where you're starting to feel a bit more comfortable that you can have the lapse in concentration, perhaps.
Van Beek again. Fuller missed the outside edge of Ben Compton, gone sailing through to Peter Hanscom with the gloves on. Again, that's missed everything. I don't think it was too far away from that outside edge from what we could see up here. But again, very good ball here from Van Beek. It's keeping the Leicestershire fielders interested.
He's played a good amount of second team cricket though for Kent in this format, hasn't he, Jayden Denley? And he's got a good temperament about him.
Shorter ball from Van Beek to Compton, gone well over his head into Hanscom's gloves. Yeah, you get the impression maybe that's what the approach is going to be. A bit of short stuff.
Even for Compton, it's being tried. If I were trying to get Compton out, I think I'd have the kind of leg gully in that. There was I think it was last season he got caught there a couple of times.
Van Beek again, Fuller this time, but Ben Compton's just defended that nicely and comfortably. So much patience that Ben Compton has when he plays. I watch him and I think to myself, I wouldn't have that much patience.
Yeah, he just must get in his own little bubble. And I think been Jack Leaning who posted something on social media earlier on in the season about him. And
again, that one's Fuller from Van Beek. He's been pushed up to mid-on and he took a bit of a tumble there as he delivered that ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He's all okay. Bit of a, maybe slipped, but he seems all right walking back to his position. And that's the end of the over. Kent of 46 without loss.
Yeah, I think the phrase used was, putting a high price on his wicket. And Ben Compton being a super example of that. I think it's a bit of a kind of old-fashioned almost value in a way in the modern day era of Bazball and whatnot, and trying to score at 4 and over to really dig in and be stubborn enough to refuse to get out and to try and anchor an innings for your team. Ben Compton's a little bit old school in that regard, and great lesson for any young batter really, not to give your wicket away and to be patient, as you say. There's Kimber from around the wicket, the off spinner. Was driven off the back foot by Jayden Denley, who was just brought out a spare pair of gloves a moment ago.
No, you are so right though, and it's probably the hardest thing to teach because it just comes with playing cricket.
Yeah, it's all just experience and mental fortitude, isn't it? As it's clipped away wide of Josh Hull to his left at mid-off, and they come through for a quick single actually. So Jayden Denley to 20. 27 for Compton.
Especially in the modern day game now, where someone like Jayden Denley would have been speaking about strike rate from such a young age, and
quite full delivery, which Compton leaves alone outside the off stump. It's the oohs and ahs.
So the ability to change it up between red and white ball, I always take my hats off to the boys and gentlemen that do that.
Kimber bowling to Compton. Wristily played around the corner. Of course, he doesn't tend to play too much white ball cricket for Kent. Didn't play any at all last year, in fact. And he'll be involved in the One Day Cup team this year, having signed a new contract. Be interesting to see. Certainly would like to, from his point of view. As Kimber, Denley plays it back to him, and he was airborne for a moment. And that ball.
Yeah, no, you're right though. That One Day Cup is right around the corner, with it being in August, which is a couple of days' time.
Yeah, Friday, first of the month. Driven away, back to the bowler. And the end of another over, and I guess with that in mind, it is all the more galling about Grant Stewart picking up that injury, that muscle injury yesterday. Daniel Bell-Drummond with the knee issue he picked up last week. Joe Denley, calf strain. If Kent were thinking about picking some younger guys in the One Day Cup this year and wondering, how many to pick or what their lineup was going to look like, etc. Might be pretty much forced into fielding a lot of the young lads. Those injuries.
It's an exciting competition though. Van Beek's in again. It's been a little bit shorter, just played into point there by Ben Compton.
Yeah, I must say I really like it. The last couple of years, I'll admit to paying very little attention to the 100, to be honest. I know the Oval Invincibles won it on the women's side last year, and the men did too. I think it was a double, was it?
Yeah, I feel...
Obviously Sam Billings is the captain of the Oval team, but yeah, the One Day Cup.
That was just a lot fuller from Van Beek. Ben Compton just, again, striding forward and pressing it up to mid-off.
Yeah, for me there's just something about watching both teams bat on the same day, 50 over cricket. I mean, part of me would like it to be 40 because 50 is a long time.
It is.
But yeah, watching proper one-day cricket and watching some of the young lads coming through in that competition as well has been great to see over the last couple of years.
Van Beek, shorter, controlled, pulled away by Ben Compton, and it will run away for 4 in the fine leg region of the pitch. Very controlled, just helped it on its way that time, and that does bring up Kent's 50 for no loss.
Yeah, control's the right word there. It was angled down, wasn't it, by Compton, and got it fine enough that the long leg fielder wasn't able to stop it.
Probably a good time to quickly mention about the One Day Cup is that you can buy your tickets at the Kent Cricket website, so secure them nice and quickly. Van Beek again, fuller, driven up to mid-on from Ben Compton, but in the end cut off quite easily.
Yeah, got a lot of Sundays.
Yeah.
At Canterbury and Beckenham.
I think Kent's opener is on Sunday the 10th of August. It's against Durham at Beckenham, an 11 o'clock start. So definitely, if you can, go up there and support the men. And
is the women's comp after or at the same time?
Runs along the same time, so
yeah.
The women are at Beckenham on the 9th on Saturday.
Round the wicket comes Van Beek.
Just a stride and the press up to mid-on defensively from Ben Compton.
The only thing about the men's schedule this year is, whereby in previous years they've been to Scarborough, they've been to Blackpool, been to the Isle of Wight. It's actually all quite local this year. Arundel and Radlett, rugby school. Went to rugby school once and watched it tiddle down with rain all day, and we didn't play a ball.
Shorter from Van Beek again. Compton just moves out the way of that one as it whistles through to wicket-keeper.
In fact, it was that day when some of the private school contingent were in the inside playing a game called rackets, which is a bit like squash.
Okay.
But yeah, Messrs North East, Billings and Cowdrey plus a friend were while this rain delay was going on, we're playing that. So little wonder really that Sam Billings likes to play a bit of paddle in his spare time.
Yeah, that's
with that kind of background.
Wildly known on his social media.
Kimber around the wicket, defended away. He's played, I think, a few like pro-am type tournaments, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This one's picked up by Ahmed at mid-wicket. All the rage at the moment, paddle, isn't it? This one's defended away. You got the there's some courts in Tunbridge by the golf course where I think some of the Kent players have even like gone there in the November, sort of a pre-season type fitness activity. Oh, there's a big shout for LBW and give him. Jaden Denley's gone back and missed it, looking to pull the ball away into the leg side, and he'll be wondering quite how he hasn't connected with that delivery from Kimber. Maybe just kept a little bit low, but yeah, I think unfortunately as soon as he missed it, he was potentially in trouble there. Umpire took his time, and as Richard Ray was suggesting, the jazz hands came out from Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. Just seeing the replay now. Well, the debate would have been whether or not it was hitting the leg stump or whether it might be missing, but
Yeah, I
I
thought.
think if there was an umpire's call situation, well, if it was a review, it probably would have been an umpire's call, and there was maybe clipping, but it's definitely more leg side than it originally looked. Jayden Denley might consider himself to be unfortunate there as he makes his way off and is replaced by Ekansh Singh, who comes out to bat at number 3 for Kent.
Good start by Jayden Denley. We spoke earlier that he's got the starts, and I think that just comes with a bit of experience to sort of push on from that. But again, he was looking okay, but the one he didn't quite connect with is taking his wicket this afternoon.
I wonder if it was kind of a deliberate delivery from Kimber just to kind of grip the ball a bit tighter, try and hold it back, and Denley was just through the shot, wasn't he, rather than he was trying to pull it away to the short boundary.
Yeah, he was eyeing up the flats again near the cafe probably. Again, maybe a bit shorter from Kimber for him to try and pounce on that.
Yeah, I must admit, looking at the replay, it's a bit more leg side potentially than I felt it was at the time. We're with the left hander at a long off sort of position, and 100 yards away, and as soon as he missed it, you thought, oh, we could be in trouble here, and wasn't necessarily surprised to see the finger go up.
But that does break the two left-handed batters' partnership. Good 50 stand for both of them, though.
Yeah, indeed. Just after getting through to a half-century stand, Leicestershire taking that important breakthrough from their point of view. So Ekansh Singh faces up to the off-spinner and absolutely times the pants off that with an extra cover drive to get off the mark first ball.
That's how you want to come to the crease, isn't it?
That's delightful.
If I could get off the mark like that every week, I'd be more than happy. It's usually a scratchy outside edge. It's gone down to third man for one.
Deliberate, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, all part of the plan. Here comes Kimber. Ekansh Singh digs this out. It was almost Yorker length.
As we said yesterday, all the best batters score predominantly behind square.
Yeah, there was absolutely. There was a winter net that my club was having. It's played back by Ekansh Singh. I can't remember if it was this winter or last winter. And there was a young man in the same nets, a couple along from us, and with his Kent gear on, absolutely crunching the ball all over the shop. And it was with Mark Decker giving him throws, and it turned out that it was Ekansh Singh. And as a result, a few of the boys, when they've seen him get around, it's like, oh, that's that lad that was at the nets, isn't it? Yeah, he's certainly got the ability when it comes to timing a cricket ball, and he's there with Ben Compton now after that breakthrough for Leicestershire. I'll make way, and Richard Ray will join Molly Davis.
Yeah, that foul. Quite evident how Ekansh Singh's first ball, he was crunched away for 4 through the covers, but it is a change of bowling for the Nackington Road end. It'll be Scriven to come on to bowl to Ben Compton. Welcome back.
Thank you. Congratulations on taking a wicket. Sometimes helps if you change the commentators.
It's the commentator's curse, as they say. Scriven in. Again, this one's been worked off the hip from Ben Compton just into the mid-wicket region, and they pick up the single. Ekansh Singh, yeah, he looks like a promising talent.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him have a bat. I was down at with some of the Leicestershire supporters, sort of watching from deep extra cover when that wicket fell. It just looked like he'd rocked back and missed a pull that stayed a bit low, really. Did it turn at all? It's hard to tell from here. It just looked like it sort of skidded on a bit, maybe.
Yeah, slightly. I think he was viewing up the flats, as you were saying earlier. So, but that is one wicket that Kent have lost in today's session. Scriven in to Singh. Again, that's been timed lovely and worked into the leg side from Ekansh Singh. Just picked up the one from a diving effort. I believe that's from Kimber.
It was Kimber diving away to his right. It was in the air for a few feet. Just takes the new batsman maybe just a few deliveries to adjust to the slight slowness of the pitch and tend to play a little bit early at their first few deliveries.
We said yesterday, didn't we, it was sticking a little bit, which would sort of play into what we've just witnessed. Scriven back in. This time left alone from Ben Compton, and it just goes nicely through to Hanscom with the gloves. But I think it's proven once you're in on this wicket, as a few of the Leicestershire batters have proven, once you're in, you're in. So I'm sure Ben Compton and Leicestershire are eyeing that up.
A little bit surprised we haven't seen Ahmed yet, but this is only the 20th over going down in the innings, so early days.
Indeed. Scriven starts his run into Compton. Again, that's been hit hard through point, diving effort, but it's been picked up on the boundary by Ahmed, so they will just get the one in the end. He timed that brilliantly, Ben Compton. Sounded lovely. Just for the one, though. It's always the way. The one you time the best that you think will go to the boundary.
Yeah, Scriven's job, or the seamer's job to a certain extent, is keeping things tight and seeing if the spinners can pick up wickets. 3 singles from the first 4 balls.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, something they've done well all season, Leicestershire, is that run rate and control of it. Scriven back in. Again, it's just left alone by Akanj Singh. Not tempted by that one.
They haven't often gone for more than 3 and over at any stage, and it's usually a bit less, to be quite honest. And they've tended to score their runs at more than 4s, which is a sort of so the equation is right as far as the Foxes are concerned, assuming that they don't lose too many wickets in scoring at 4+ and over.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something that Kent are going to have to try and sort of pounce upon here. Scriven's again defended solidly by Akanj Singh, just back up. And it's so straight, it's hit the stumps the other end. We were saying earlier, before you were off air, me and Ben, that obviously Leicestershire's batting, their run rate was consistent throughout the whole day yesterday, and it was the higher end, and that's what they did really well. So for Kent, even though they ended the day with 9 down, the runs are probably not so much got away from them, but more than they maybe wanted.
Yeah, 400 in a day is a decent effort, but they've as I say, scored it sometimes even a little bit more than that. Well, that's interesting. Just the 3 overs from Louis Kimber. And he's just picked up a wicket, and Peter Hanscom says, "Yep, that'll do. You got the breakthrough for me." And he's thrown the ball to Ben Green with what our colleague Mr. Watts reckons is an Australian look to him. Slight mullet, tash.
Yeah, modern day Australian look for sure.
Whole nation bristles down under.
We could always tell when a young lad had come back from Australia in the club season, because he'd always return back to England with a mullet and a tash. You'd be like, you've been in Australia.
Well, a few of the Leicestershire players have spent winter there, and come back to that in a moment. As Green round the wicket, bowls to Compton. That is a good leave. Hence the oohs and ahs. Not always a reliable guide, but Compton pulled away from that, and he did really pull away from it. Pulled his bat right out of the line, but it did sneak back. And there was a little bit of bounce, and so Green has been really good with the red ball. Just doesn't play red ball for Somerset. Hence the fact he's on loan at Leicestershire. Only really a member of their white ball setup. Runs in and bowls. Compton is working him off leg stump out towards short mid wicket, where Kimber is the fielder. But at the moment, this is theoretically his last game. Ben Green. They've extended his. He initially came on loan at the end of halfway through last season. Then for the first half of this, then these 2 games, as he runs in and bowls outside, off stump, and Compton looking to force it away on the offside, whether it came back or he just mistimed it. Either way, he did mistime it, came off the sort of bottom inside part of his bat and ran it down the pitch on the onside instead of punching it out on the offside. And by Debenham, wanders out and just pokes with his toe at Green's foot marks on the crease. Big man Ben Green, lovely chap to talk to. Very sort of controlled run-in bowls outside off stump and bowls that nagging line. That was a little bit too wide and Compton let it go through. But his economy rate, like, he's not happy with the crease, is he? His economy rate, like Ian Holland's, sort of well under threes, and he's picked up 30 wickets. So, in many respects, an perfect county bowler. Plus, he's got quite a few runs this season as well. Hill and Budinger changing positions. Budinger's gone in just 3 strips back at a shortish cover as Green is in, and he fields on the bounce there as Compton goes back and tries to punch it away past him. Doesn't get it past the Leicestershire left-handed openers. Gulls squabble. Do they ever do anything else?
No, not down here.
Not a particularly peaceful bird, are they? Your average gull. In goes Green and bowls. Back on his stumps is Compton defending. Really good opening over from Ben Green. Typical Green. There or thereabouts. A little bit of movement and a maiden.
I think the gulls become white noise to us down here. It's like just background, living so close to the coast.
I was brought up on the coast, the east coast of Yorkshire, so I got fairly used to them. It tended to be blown away in the wind, the cries of the gulls. It was could get quite stormy up there. Playing in Scarborough today, Yorkshire, of course.
It's a lovely ground.
Played a few games on there.
Very nice.
Good pitch, hard, usually.
As Scriven is continuing to sing. Again, a lot fuller this time. Just a nice solid defensive shot forward. I think it was Green, or it could be Kimbrough, apologies, in the mid-wicket region. I think it was the hair.
Yeah, well, Louis did go to Australia this winter and came back with suspiciously fair hair. And he said, no, he said, when I teased him about it, he said it was the sun.
Yeah.
I've not dyed it.
Scriven. This one defended, but it's sort of taken a splice of Singh's bat and shooted to point. Again, no run.
Sun and surf, basically. I think he was playing in Sydney.
It's that Australian look we were speaking about, isn't it?
Tom Scriven went down under, I think, this winter, playing club cricket for the most part.
It's the thing to do now. A lot of the Kent women's team went to Australia last winter.
And why wouldn't you?
Exactly. Scriven again. Again, a big leave by Akansh Singh. Well bowled, good areas again, but he's not tempted.
Did you get a trip down under?
I haven't, no.
Oh.
I haven't been, but most of our squad were there this year, so they all came back looking very tanned and, yeah, very, I would say, well rested, but they played a lot of cricket, so in form, I reckon that's probably the better word to say.
Good.
Scriven, top of his mark, makes his way into Akansh Singh. Again, that one there has been left by Akansh Singh, diving take down the leg side by Peter Hanscom. Again, he was looking to work that, wasn't he, down to deep square leg, but didn't quite get anything on it. I feel just taking his time to get settled. When he has timed the ball, he's timed it well. Again, just backed here, as we're always told by a lot of our coaches, just go and bat.
Yeah, there's no pressure in that respect, is there? Just
that one again, full, probably hitting full stump if it was there, but it just goes straight through to the keeper.
great experience for him, though. What he should find is that he has to work for his run, really work for his runs. Leicestershire unlikely to give him many loose deliveries.
Yeah, I think we said that they've bowled well, and also got the one wicket as well of Jaden Denley. Would you be, I suppose, soon to see Ahmed himself? Again, left, carbon copy of the ball before, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden over as well to add. But yeah, would you
Not the
expect?
best. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit surprised didn't see him before, but if Compton is solidly established now, he's down there talking away to Akash Singh, talking about the bounce and what it might do and the movement and come back in. And it was a maiden from Scriven, but not the best that Tom has to bowl. There are maidens and maidens, aren't there? Sometimes it's just too wide.
Yeah.
Compton looks around him. Just the one slip now. Short extra as Green is in and bowls. Compton forward on middle, blocking it down the pitch on the on side. As Green will just nag away.
Nice for Singh though, to back with Compton again, that experience that Ben Compton brings.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah, it is great that Singh can go to that end or see Compton at that end and just gain confidence from that and listen to what he's saying to him as well. Between overs, Green is in. Compton is steering it nicely out into the offside, but Holland dives away to his right, to the huge approval of his teammates, and saves, well, at least two. Would have been a chase back for Lewis Hill there.
Yes, on that large side of the boundary.
It would have slowed up, making Hill chase it all the way, wouldn't it? Up
Indeed.
that slight slope. And Green is going to try over the wicket now to Compton, feeling there was a little bit too much width. There, in he goes and bowls. Compton just waits for it, looks to dab it away down through gully. Oh, a no ball. So Green had the change in one side to t'other has just thrown him out. He doesn't normally, he's sort of metronomic really.
He's been looking
Green.
at that crease line now, hasn't he, though, for his last over as well. He looks unhappy with something.
Yeah, something's not right. It's often the footholds, isn't it, when the ground staff have replaced or tried to fill the sort of hole. Time and again you see bowlers just sort of scrape it out.
Yeah.
Because it goes a little bit loose. In goes Green and bowls. Compton leans forward on off stump. Good noise from Leicestershire fielders. They have been supporting their bowlers well this season. Rishi Patel is incorrigible in that respect. Constant oohs and ahs and encouragement at first slip. Buttinger likewise, the breeze that's just getting up ruffling his shirt as Green is in and bowls outside off stump, and Leicestershire trying to give Compton the impression that that leave was desperately dodgy. It was a perfectly safe leave actually, but
Yeah, these two have left quite a lot over the last sort of few overs. Akash Singh, predominantly when he's batted at the pavilion end, and obviously Ben Compton's left batting at Nackington Road end. Green's got a couple to come back, haven't like the last over, and there was a very good leave by Ben Compton.
Green is going back round and bowling to Compton, who leaves again, taken by Hanscom to his right behind the stumps, but what movement there was looked to be from the arm sort of back in towards the left-hander, and it was a fairly safe leave. Compton well aware where his off stump is, famous last words. I think he is 34 off 70 for him at the moment. Green bowls to him and he just leans forward. Patience, one of his many virtues, Ben Compton, and blocks it out to Josh Hull at mid on end of the over. 61 for 1 Kent, run rate 2.7.
Yeah, we were saying that earlier, the patience that he has. It's one of his qualities in red ball cricket, and something we were saying that passing on to the younger members is always something nice that he can do. And we were saying it's hard to teach in a net. It has to be something you learn on the job, unfortunately. But these two batting together, Akash Singh is definitely batting with one of the more experienced batters. It will be Scriven to continue. I always think here, I say it every time I'm on commentary, the slope is very deceiving here at Canterbury. It is very steep when you're out there. Scriven again. Again, that one goes down leg side, diving stop from Hanscom, saves any runs being taken. And I think that's a perfect example of what I was saying, that as a keeper here, especially when you're standing the pavilion end, when the ball goes on the leg side, it just goes more than you think, and it was a good stop in the end, but that may have happened there, that he's gone a bit further than he thinks.
I'm sure it's been measured, the difference from the in elevation from down there by the supermarket.
Scriven again. That one's Fuller, missed the outside edge, probably moved a little bit as well, which is encouraging from a Leicestershire perspective. Ekhanch Singh's big stride forward as he watches it go past his outside edge, and that impressed the Leicestershire fielders, didn't it?
Yeah, he did rather plunge at that one, didn't he, and just held its own. I would think it's something like 10, 11, 12 feet, something like that. In terms, it's up there with Lord, certainly, if not more.
Very deceiving, especially when you're looking at it from afar. Again, in, off the back foot, punched, but cut off in the covers quite comfortably. But again, timed well, but no purchase for Ekhanch Singh there. But again, Ekhanch Singh just looking to settle. Yeah, lots of people have discussed this slope when they come here to Canterbury. Scriven again. Fuller driven hard, but straight to the bowler. He gets a hand on that Scriven, which stops any run being taken. Which is good. I think it is steeper than Lord's as well. I think that fact has been given to me.
Now, did you know that the ground was once the site of a leper hospital?
No, I didn't.
There you go. You say Kent players and they don't know their history. It was the site of the St Lawrence Hospital, a leper hospital founded in the mid-12th century.
Fuller just driven up to mid-on from Ekhanch Singh there. Quite comfortably, but straight to the fielder. There, Canterbury's rich in history from all aspects.
It was laid out in 1842 as a cricket ground. Initially used only for the annual cricket week, and it was pasture land for the rest of the year.
As Scriven is back in to sing. Again, that one's left alone by Ekhanch Singh, where full stump would be, as we've mentioned a fair few times, instead of maiden over from Scriven. Yeah, like I said, here at Canterbury, there's a few guys over in the office that are your facts and your figures men and women. Media man here, Liam Knight, he loves the history facts, and so I imagine he's the person to speak to.
It'll be out there somewhere. It's the elevation, the rise in elevation of the ground. But yes, it is. I've run round it a few times. The groundsman in the old days used to let me run round it sort of afterwards. In goes Green and bowls round the wicket, cut away, and nicely cut away by Compton stylishly. He's got that out to backward point, and that is going to beat Travaskis, who's out there at the moment, to the boundary. Just had enough oomph to trickle over the ropes over there, and a little release of pressure really, because they've been bowling tightly at these two, Singh and Compton, well, he was 20 off about 24. Now 38 off 72.
Yeah.
But his patience paid off there.
Speaking about that run rate, weren't we? A few good overs from Leicestershire here, but that's definitely helped the cause, getting that through the gap.
Green is in, bowls, just pulls his length back a little bit, and Compton stays on the back foot and blocks it away off stump towards Budinger.
St Lawrence, the patron saint of many groups. I'll be able to tell you what them groups are when Ben Green.
Do you know where Kent first played a home cricket match?
I feel this could be a quiz.
Well, in goes Green and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Compton, a little bit low to Hanscom at Bromley. That was Kent's first home game. The White Hart Field against All England. in 1842.
Like I said, this club here has lots of history to its name, and I know something that the club are always quite proud to speak about and represent.
In goes Green and bowls, and again punching off the back foot. Might just no, not going to have to hurry. Travaskis had to move to his left at point to field at cover, and Compton judged to perfection that the left-hander had too much work to do to put them under pressure, and took the single. He moves on to 39, brings Singh down to face Green for the first time, and he takes his guard from umpire Debenham. Umpires have shed their white coats, which they had on this morning. I was surprised to see that, because it's warm out there. It's muggy.
Deceiving, isn't it?
Mm.
The sun may not be out, but it's still quite warm.
Green over the wicket to the right-handed Singh, who is working it nicely off his front pad. He took it off the stumps, but he has a good eye, and he got it all, worked it away towards deep mid-wicket, and takes 2. Yes, you'll have to message. Is it Sam you said, the media man?
Liam Knight will know all the facts.
Liam said, well, what is the elevation into the slope at here at Canterbury from bottom to top? I'm guessing about 12, maybe even more.
I assume
12
it's,
feet.
yeah,
Something like that.
steeper than Lord's be a nice fact to have, wouldn't it?
Green is in. Singh is nice and correct, solidly forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Leicestershire / Somerset all-rounder. That is the end of his third over. None for 9, his figures. Singh has 7. Compton, the rock upon which this Kent reply will be built, is being built. He's 39, not out. Now Hanscom is calling for helmets, which suggests he's going to mix it up a bit, I think, Peter Hanscom. And it may be that he's going to go back to spin sooner rather than later. In the meantime, however, Scriven will continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground.
Scriven is in to Compton. Fuller driven into the gap. Well cut off out there. Sliding effort just to restrict them to 1. It's a good bit of fielding out there in front of the flats.
Travaskis, the 12th man. That is.
Who's he on for?
I'm just looking around trying to work it out. There's Rahman out there.
So the slope is 12 foot in steepness.
I think that's brilliant estimation on our part, frankly.
And it's 4 foot steeper than Lord's. As that has just been tucked away to the leg side to deep fine leg. Quite comfortably in the end, but a little bit too straight there from Scriven. And Singh has shown that he's okay off his pads and working it away.
I think 10 to 12 was the estimate from the commentary box, so we're pretty much spot on.
Pretty much, yeah. I think this just probably doesn't get spoken about. That obviously the Lord's slope is always spoken about, isn't it?
It's more discernible here, I feel. I'm more conscious of it because it's sort of the whole ground, so to speak.
Scriven in. Again, fallen straight, and Compton just clips that back up to Scriven himself. Yeah, again, I think it's when you sort of look at it, you can definitely see how the whole ground goes. But when you're out there, it's definitely something to contend with. A lot of teams this year, especially the women's game that have turned up, have said, "Oh, we didn't realise it was that steep." So, yeah, it's always a nice game to have to adjust yourself to, especially as a keeper. That keepers club and union that we're all in tend to stick together. Scriven is in to Compton. Again, Fuller, he sort of just steps back and plays that defensively to Kimber at cover. But yeah, it's something that I suppose someone like a Harry Finch and a Sam Billings are quite used to, playing all their cricket here. Once you're used to it, you're usually okay. Scriven comes back in, bowls again, a lot fuller. Compton just plays that up to mid-off there. Maybe didn't time it as well as he wanted to. I feel like he wanted to hit that maybe more into cover than straight back. But bowling well, tying him up slightly here potentially.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. I suppose the big thing about the slope is that it's the square as well.
Short over Ben Compton's head, straight through to Hanscom with the gloves on. Again, didn't try and have a go at that one. Was quite happy to watch that go past him.
I mean, it slightly affects it Lords, but it is more of an impact here. It feels to me slightly, and it has to be borne in mind. Rahan it was who was off the field and is now back. Travaskis with that slightly sort of bow-legged strut. The Cumbrian leaves the field. Pads are donned by Budinger. Budinger is Ahmed's short leg, so we can definitely say that it will now be Rahan. He's going to have a little bowl from this pavilion end here at Canterbury. This could be interesting. Can he find the rough that Matty Parkinson found so successfully yesterday and have the impact that Parkinson had? In the end, it took a sort of while.
But again, I think from what he saw yesterday, it's encouraging from his perspective, from Leicestershire perspective. Maybe today, not as much turn from Matt Parkinson at the beginning of the day. However, to have, I think it was 7 wickets to his name, it's going to be an encouraging for leg spinners alike.
Come on, Rayman. Is the encouraging growl from one of his teammates. He's got a slip, but he's going to interestingly bowl over the wicket to start with anyway. Because Hull has created that, as you can sort of see the footprints to a little bit. Also Van Beek came round to the left-handers. Ahmed is in and bowled. Little bit of width cut away nicely by Singh, but good work by Van Beek running across to his right at point. Keeps the young right-hander in his ground.
So while we're talking about Kent facts, do you know which is the first? I will tell you the fact after Ahmed bowls.
He gets through his overs quickly, just warning you, and that one is cut away as well, and he's got it the other side of Van Beek, and that will run down the slope we've been chuntering about, and Singh picks up a boundary, just a bit too much width, and a bit of a drag down from Rahan. And nicely played by Singh. The key there being that he didn't try and overhit it, just waited for it and got it wide of Van Beek, who couldn't chase it down.
That ran away, didn't it, as well, actually?
Did, yeah, down to Son of Lime. As in goes Ahmed, and that's about a length, but good work by Kimber, diving away to his left. The cap comes off and he's hurt his foot slightly, he limps around. Revealing those sun-bleached locks. Ahmed is in, outside off stump. Singh steps forward, lets that bounce away, and tell if that turned at all into the gloves of Hanscom. Not particularly. Rahan bowls. That's a better length and poked a little uncertainly by Singh out into the offside. Kimber again the fielder. Sounds like there's going to be an update for BBC Radio Kent momentarily, so Molly departs and in comes Ben. Big drop down, big drag down by Rahan Ahmed, who gets away with it. Singh goes back and slaps it hard, but straight back down the pitch towards Rahan Ahmed, who stops it in his follow through. Well, as overs go, that opener from Rahan wasn't really up there, but he got away with it. Just conceded 4. Kent 74 for 1 after 27. That little burst has gone now. That was in our earphones from your colleagues.
There's just a little travel jingle bubbling away now.
Okay.
It's the shared show this afternoon across BBC Radio Kent, Sussex and Surrey. Hence why we're not hearing it, because there's about 3 different versions of it being broadcast around the southeast. So Scriven continues. Looked lively so far from the Nackington Road end. run in hard. He conceded just 5 runs from his 4 overs. He's been pretty much on the button, left alone here by Compton. Here come the updates then. Yeah, Kent are 397 runs behind. They're 74 for 1 in their first innings. Ben Compton, 40 not out, has gone past 1,000 runs in the county championship this season. The left-handed opener, of course, committing his long-term future to the county earlier on this season as well. There have been some rumours of other teams wanting to pinch him, but he's enjoying being at the top of this order for Kent. He started off with a half-century stand with Jaden Denley before he was out LBW. One of the other England under-19 batters in the team, Ekansh Singh, has now joined Compton, and he's on 12 after a lovely crisp cover drive to get himself off the mark. So Scriven, with ball in hand, got 99 earlier to help Leicestershire get those 2 extra batting bonus points and up to 4-7-1. All out, and now searching for wickets this afternoon. The Division 2 leaders against the bottom side, Kent, to a 75 for 1 as Compton tickles this away for a single. Sussex, meanwhile, at Scarborough, 222 all out. Yorkshire in reply, 161 for 2. And then Surrey, also in Division 1, they have 322 all out themselves after Durham's 153 first innings yesterday. Durham in their second innings, 96 for 1. You can hear commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website. Scriven once again. In and bowling to Ekansh Singh, who defends then. Right and left hand combination now.
There was another exceptionally good leave by Compton while you were doing that update.
Yeah, Scriven is making these batters play out there at the moment. Not conceded too many runs either. Leicestershire having mixed up the seam bowlers so far. Got plenty of them to utilise. Ekansh Singh right forward and playing a defensive stroke out towards cover point that time. 1 over for Rehan Ahmed then in the previous one. Louis Kimber with the 1 wicket so far. The 2 spinners. And was walking around past the lime tree and down that side of the ground when Ben Green was still bowling a moment ago, and you feel very close to the action this week. There's Scriven bowls off the back foot from Ekansh Singh. A lot of noise out there as well from the Leicestershire fielders trying to G one another up. Rehan Ahmed was saying something along the lines of, yeah, you take a wicket when you want, Scriv. And I'm thinking, well, he surely wants one next ball, doesn't he? But he's bowled very well so far. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. Yeah, just general nonsense chat, but just keeping the noise up, keeping the spirits up from the Leicestershire boys. Kent 75 for 1 and Ahmed to continue.
Chris Wright out there in a green tabard with a drink for Scriven. That might be it for him. 5 overs, as you say, none for 6, but Hanscom has been keeping his bowlers' spells reasonably short. A few darker clouds just beginning to drift over. Are we looking essentially south here? I'll get my compass up on the phone. The coast confuses me at Whitstable, because you're kind of looking north there, aren't you? You're looking up over the Thames estuary.
We actually are looking north.
As Ahmed round the wicket to Compton. That was the googly. Compton went back and worked it off his stumps out to deep mid-wicket and takes 1.
No, you're right. We are looking south.
How long you've been working here?
Honestly, I can't. I'm even looking at a map and I can't read it.
There we go. We're looking southeast as Compton gets, I beg your pardon, Singh gets hold of that one just short of the long on boundary. Ahmed tossed it up and Singh accepted the invitation and thumped it to long on, and it was only at the most a foot and a half short of the ropes down there in front of us. Scriven retrieves Yeah, we're looking southeast. North, away over our left shoulders. So the darker cloud is sort of drifting in from the southwest at the moment, as it tends to do. At Grace Road as well. Ahmed back over the wicket, draws a thick inside edge from Singh as he stretched forward to that one. Might have been the googly. Good aggressive hit from Singh to take him into well, no, he was already in double figures. He's on to 17 now with that single. Ahmed is in. Compton is forward, doesn't really turn, gets to the pitch of it, smothers the spin. There wasn't too much wrong with the delivery from Ahmed that was smashed too long on. In he goes again. Compton goes back. His appeal for leg before did too much for me. That bounced and looked to me to be going down the leg side.
Height probably was the thing.
Ahmed was interested.
Definitely spun back.
Our streams are a little bit behind our commentary at the moment, so we'll get there in the end.
We have to wait a moment to get the replay.
But at least we do get the replay.
Usually a ball behind.
In the meantime, Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand and steps in. Bowls to Compton, who's forward, angled bad. He's guided that through gully, takes the first run, but realises quickly that Hill is going to get to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. So a single to Compton into the 40s, 43 to him. He keeps the strike. Kent 82 now for 1.
Yeah, I think he actually hit Compton outside the line of off stump, playing a shot. Yeah, got quite a long way over in the end. So just showing Richard the replay.
Yes, he did get a long way over as well, that he got as far over as he did, actually, because that could have been interesting otherwise, but definitely hit him outside the line. Yeah.
He was bowled at a good pace from Ahmed.
It's something that the Derbyshire skipper Wayne Madsen talked about last week.
Scriven coming wide on the crease to bowl here to Compton, cuts away hard. 2 around Ahmed for a single.
Obviously a game in which Ahmed scored a century and took 13 wickets, and he was sort of talking about him in international terms and said the interesting about him is he bowls his leg spin more quickly than most leg spinners, and if he still gets movement, that's a really hopeful sign, you know, from England's point of view.
Yeah, still gets good rip and has good control. Scriven coming over the wicket here to Akansh Singh. He guides this behind point up the slope, and most likely for 4 runs. The chase is on and they won't cut it off, so Singh moves to 21 from 33 and a nicely weighted shot.
He's a stylish looking batsman.
Yeah, good start from him actually to this innings, having got 49 in his last appearance for Kent, and I think he got a century for Durham Uni in a university match earlier on in the season, or certainly got a good score against one of the county sides. So as he drives this one up towards mid-off, it's all kind of confidence for him, really, just in his own head and own mind, I guess, telling him that he can do it at this level.
Right, folks. The England and Wales Cricket Board has confirmed, quote, a landmark achievement in the evolution of the 100, with deals now complete with the first 6 strategic partners for the 100 teams. The remaining 2 set for formal completion at a later date, but remain on track, it says here. What this means...
Pause again here. Scriven, defended away by Akansh Singh.
Is that we are... according to the ECB, a large step nearer to the distribution of all this money that the county game has been promised as a consequence of the sale of the franchises. A transformative moment with more than £500 million of total proceeds when all deals are complete to be shared between the professional counties and the grassroots game. The commentators aren't mentioned, strangely. None of it's coming our way, is it?
Scriven bowls, left alone outside the off stump.
In most cases, investors will operate their franchise in the 100 with a partnership with the host club. They will take over operational control on October the 1st. So London Spirit, Birmingham Phoenix, Manchester Originals, Northern Superchargers, Southern Brave and Welsh Fire all complete. Oval Invincibles and Trent Rockets to formally complete later.
Scriven in again. Forward comes Ekansh Singh to play defensively. And towards cover. And of the over 30 gone in this Kent innings, with 9 to go until tea. 87 for one, the home side, and trailing by 384 runs.
Leicestershire. I've heard various figures mentioned, as I'm sure Kent have heard various figures mentioned as to how much might be coming their way.
Yeah, slice of the pie.
Anything from 18 to 26 million. Figures I've heard for Leicestershire. I don't know how they stack up for Kent at the moment. Ahmed round the wicket to Ben Compton on leg stump. Again, I think that was the googly. He works it towards square leg where Van Beek fields, and there's no run. But I'm sure it will come carefully ring-fenced and overseen and only to be used for certain things with approval. In goes Ahmed and bowls and reverse swept. That's an interesting one by Ben Compton out towards sort of wide third man. Made it into deep backwards square. Hill ran round to field. Compton picks up one. I don't think he really believed in that shot. You know, I think he's a bit too correct, and I'm not sure. Ahmed over the wicket, bowls to Singh, who leans forward. Yeah, he raps out as he clips it firmly into the ground, slightly wide of Scriven at mid-on, and calls Compton through for the single.
Yeah, it sometimes plays the more orthodox sweep, Compton, but rare for him to go with the reverse. He looked like he was pondering it at the non-striker's end afterwards.
Rehan round the wicket to him, short, pulled, and it stopped actually at on the mid-wicket boundary. Good work out there by Ian Holland. And he keeps Compton 2-1. He went back and really opened his shoulders. Cracked it out to deep mid-wicket. Looked like it was a certainty to get across the ropes, but good work by Holland. Rehan is in and bowls on off stump to Singh, who leans forward and blocks the ball out towards Louis Kimber. It's shortish extra. Rehan steps in and bowls. Singh does exactly the same, except this time he plays it a little bit straighter. So it goes back up the pitch to Rehan Ahmed. He's conceded 14 from his first 3. I think Parkinson went for a few in his first 3 or 4, didn't he? And then settled into bowling around the wicket. Whether Rehan will get that sort of opportunity remains to be seen. 90 for 1. Kent 8 overs now until tea.
Yeah, I'd suggest that the footmarks don't look as pronounced for.
Oh, they don't.
For Ahmed.
Interestingly.
Yeah.
Whether that sort of heavy roller going on between innings took a little bit of what life there was out of them, I don't know.
Yeah, it was with Agar running in early on yesterday that created them for Parkinson. Looks like we're going to see Josh Hull again, having bowled that only 2 over spell with the newer ball.
What do we get from Scriven? 6 in the end for not very many, but that's enough really. 6 overs for 7 or 8.
Yeah, it was very tight indeed. Here comes Hull then to Compton. Tall left arm seamer to the left-handed bat who just taps it back up the pitch.
38 these two have added now for the second wicket. Singh more than playing his part in the partnership, 22 of them.
Compton facing up here. Down the leg side from Josh Hull. Yeah, I was just looking for those bowling figures. I quite like the formatting on the ECB's app, because you can scroll between the scoreboard, the different games quite quickly. But annoyingly, this season they've decided they now put they just have the wicket overs, wickets in economy, which doesn't help when I'm trying to times 1.83 by 6 to work out how many Thomas Scriven's conceded. So thankfully the BBC Sport app has a more fulsome and traditional
I think it was 11
scorecard.
in the end.
You're correct indeed. So it's clipped away by Compton. Down towards long leg. Although the thing that annoys me about the ECB app is when you click, there's a button along the bottom and you click scores, and I want them to bring up the cricket scores, but they bring up the football scores. It's only a football scores bit
On the
bottom.
ECB?
No, sorry, this is on the BBC app.
Ah, okay, right.
They only have
Wow.
a football scores button along the bottom.
You
so
know that football is the only thing that matters.
It's a lot more difficult to navigate between the different games of cricket. Hence my use of the different apps to look at the scores. But of course, all the live text stuff on the BBC Sport app as well, if you want to follow what's going on elsewhere. As this one's defended away by Akansh Singh from Josh Hull into the covers.
Not that it ever went away, really, but it has started again, hasn't it? Fletcher was heading off to Burton Albion.
I was just saying that to somebody, that with the men's under 21s, with the women's Euros, with the Club World Cup, it's barely gone away.
Is it this Saturday that league football starts again?
Yeah. I'm going to Accrington on Saturday. Lucky me.
Oh, bless you. I did an FA Cup game there once when they beat Halifax.
Ah. Here comes Josh Hull. Let go outside the off stump. Yeah, I was probably there in April. Gillingham were there back into last season, and then there on day one of the new season.
That's a serious journey for you.
They've got trips to Tranmere and Oldham as well before August is out. Getting them.
Know that M6?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're old friends. Getting out of the way before the weather gets too bad, though. At least.
This is true. Yeah. The long drives back in the middle of the night are miserable.
Especially if it got up there for it to get postponed, etc. So here comes Hull. 91 for 1, Ken, to Akansh Singh up on his toes to defend, so just the one run off the over. From Josh Hull. 22 for Akansh Singh, 94 balls for his 47 for Ben Compton. And Ahmed do continue. Yeah, just looking elsewhere. Durham 114 for 2, 55 runs still behind Surrey. Essex a whopping 602 for 5 against Warwickshire. Pepper and Allison both on unbeaten centuries after Tom Wesley made 148. Somerset 4-3-8 all out against Notts, who are 53 for 1 in reply. James Rue and Tom Abel both got 150s, in fact, in that one.
Ahmed then around the wicket to Ben Compton with a short leg and a slip bowls and forward on off stump. Compton. It's a bit difficult to pick from here, but again I think that was the googly. He tends to bowl quite a lot of them. But it should be the leg spinner using the slope that'll be the key delivery, and the rough. It goes in and bowls, just flicked by Compton out towards mid wicket, but you heard the call as he saw Kimber closing quickly on the ball to his left. Rahan steps in and bowls. That's left leg stump again. He's working Kimber at mid wicket, Compton, but again he can't quite get it past the Leicestershire all-rounder. T20 captain this year, Louis Kimber. Rahan is in. There's an appeal for leg before, but looked to me to hit him outside the line. The ball bounces out towards about third slip. Rishi Patel is sort of torn between appealing and chasing after the ball. In the end, he kind of does both. Running backwards with his hand raised, but umpire Debenham says no, not out. In goes Ahmed, drops very short, and off the back foot it's turned out to square leg, wristily, by Compton, but he's cross with himself because sort of feels he missed out. Although he did pick up a single, Van Beek was able to scramble to his right and stop the ball before it went past him, and carrying on down the slope towards the lime tree. Ahmed back over the wicket, bowls, forward goes Singh, thick inside part of the bat, runs it out towards backward square end of, good over from Rahan, just a single I think conceded from it in the end, 4 overs, none for 15. As a consequence, his figures, but Kent continue to chip away at this Leicestershire first innings. They're 92 now for 1.
Yeah, so we're in Division 1. Yorkshire 183 for 2. Trailing Sussex by 39. Worcestershire 10 without loss after being bowled out, or bowling out rather. Hampshire for 293.
Rumours that Leicestershire may be signing Jonathan Tattersall from Yorkshire.
Interesting. There's Hull bowls. No Johnny Bairstow at Scarborough this week. So I think Harry Duke's actually the one.
Picks and chooses a bit, doesn't he? But these days, but you'd have to say that Leicestershire's supporters, if not overwhelmed, not quite underwhelmed, but not particularly excited by the prospect. He's not been in great nick of late, Johnny Tats.
No, I mean, he lost his place in the gloves a couple of seasons ago, and Duke came in for a little bit and then he won them back. Pulled away this delivery by Compton out towards Team wicket. And has Bairstow been keeping, I think, this season in the majority?
I think sometimes,
yeah.
Again, he seems to be
Picks
his
and
own
chooses,
boss, doesn't he, essentially? But he captained them to promotion, didn't he, John Tattersall, a couple of years ago?
Certainly a player of plenty of experience.
But yes, it hasn't been greeted with parades in the streets around the Upton Steel County ground. If it's true, remains to be seen.
Harlin and bowling to Ekansh Singh, who plays solidly back up the pitch into Division 2. Middlesex are 352 for 7. Kane Williamson making 150 at Cheltenham College. And the New Zealand Test batter.
Been a bit rain affected there, hasn't it? I think. Are they still in their the first innings of the game there then?
They are indeed. Lancashire against Glamorgan at Old Trafford. Home side 115 for 4, trailing by 146 as Hull is in and bowling a short ball. Toe ends it back to the bowler and it's down from Josh Hull. I don't think he was expecting it to come back to him. Ekansh Singh suggests he might have broken the toe end of his bat after going through the shot too early and managed to kind of poke it back to the bowler, and Hull stuck his hands up in front of his face to try and take the catch and just couldn't gain the balance on his feet to kind of hold on, and ended up sort of stumbling and palming the ball to the ground. We're sitting on 22. Just should get a replay of it now. Yeah, moved away to his right and it looked like it was in the hands.
It kind of was, both hands. He got 2 hands to it, didn't he?
And just seemed to spill it as he headed towards the ground.
Oh. Yeah, hands out. It lobbed actually. It was a little, looking from behind the bowler, it looked a little bit easier than it looked sort of looking at him. 2 hands to it, to his right. Almost came to him too slowly.
Yeah.
But he won down on one knee with his hand over his eyes in disappointment.
Yeah, it did come to him slowly, for sure. Complete toe end miscue from Akansh Singh.
Asked permission to change his bat. Has now been changed.
So with 2 balls remaining in the over, Hull to try again to dismiss Singh. He lets it go though, and Hanscom scrambles to do the wicket keeping. Yeah, we were chatting a little bit off here about Ben Cox, of course, who's on the books at Leicestershire at the moment, but not playing in this game. Probably, I'd say, widely regarded, aside from, say, Ben Folkes, as one of the best out-and-out wicket keepers in the county game. Former Worcestershire man. And there's Hull for the final time in this over. Bowls a short ball, which Singh pulls in front of square for 4. Far more convincing stroke than the one that almost cost him his wicket earlier on in the over. He moves on to 26 and Kent are up to 97 for 1.
That won't make Josh Hull feel any better.
Kind of shows how lifeless the pitch is seeming, really, the way that he banged that in and was so dismissively stroked away to the rope.
Yeah. That deep mid-wicket, almost sort of wide long on. So early was he on the shot.
Ahmed taking his jumper off and handing it back to the umpire.
Can they find one more wicket before tea, which is now just 2 overs away? They do get through their overs reasonably quickly. Leicestershire.
Going to be on time for tea.
Indeed. Rahan is in, over pitches and flicked away down to square leg. Good work down there on the square leg boundary, but that takes Ben Compton past 50. His 50 has come off 102 balls and it includes 6 fours. He's had to work hard for it, that sort of latter 30 runs in particular, but that's what he's done so well all season. Ben Compton, second aggregate run gatherer in the second division, as again Ahmed bowls, and again he pretty much gets to it on the full, reaching out in front of his pad and clipping it out wide of mid-on. Hull fields, but that is the single that brings up the Kent 100 for 1. It's come off 34.2 overs, so again, like Compton for his 50, they've had to apply themselves in getting there.
And unlike when he passed 1,000 runs, Ben Compton acknowledging the crowd on that instance, having got to the half-century milestone. Short leg going in for Akansh Singh. Slip in play as well, as Rahan Ahmed's going to come around the wicket, or stay around the wicket, if you will, but he had been bowling over to Akansh Singh in the previous over.
Little jog as he goes in and drops rather short, really, so not using the slope as such, and it's on off stump, and Singh can go back and just calmly push it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Moves on to 27. Rahan steps in and bowls. Forward goes Compton. Turns enough to take the inside part of the bat. Squirts out along the ground to Budinger at short legs. Rahan in, bowls, drops a little bit short. I think it looked like the googly. Didn't really get up. Compton, seeing that, just worked it again out to short leg. And he's going to try it back over the wicket. Compton tells Singh, who wasn't watching, just points to the other side. Singh moves across. Rahan is in, gives that a bit more air. Driven out to mid-on, he's decided to take on the arm of Hull and is correct in so doing. Hull running on to the ball, picks it up, doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps, and the third landmark in the over, the 50 partnership. Compton 21 of them, Singh 27 of them, and it's come off exactly 100 deliveries.
Eventful over for the crowd in particular. Keeping on top of their milestones.
And livening it up a bit anyway in anticipation of tea.
Yeah, indeed. So Compton 53, Singh 27.
No, I misread it, didn't I? There's 4 overs after this.
Ah, yes.
I was looking at the overs bowled figure, which was 34. Apologies, folks.
Still not too far away. We have Compton 53, 27 Singh and Rehan Ahmed. 5 overs, number 20 so far. 4 overs, number 16 for Josh Hull, who will continue here. No slip now. He comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Compton cuts for 4 past point. There's a fielder out there on the fence, but he couldn't move around quick enough for Rehan Ahmed to get there. Didn't look that short to me, that delivery, but clearly the width was there for Compton to free the hands and pick up another boundary. Kent to 106 for 1. 2 50 partnerships then thus far. And then the one man out, Jaden Denley for 20. LBW to Kimber. In fairness, possibly the next wicket. Well, for the Hull is in and bowling, and it's pulled away, hooked away by Compton, controlled down towards fine leg. I feel like if there was going to be another wicket, LBW off a spinner, and Rahan had a couple of appeals against Compton, didn't he? Might be the next method or mode of dismissal.
Floodlights.
Just starting to kick in, aren't they? With the cloud cover. Josh Hull looks like he might be going to come around the wicket here. The left armour from the Nackington Road end, so slightly different angle for Kent Singh to deal with. As he goes back and defends solidly.
But you're right, the pitch isn't sort of marking in the way that it did on the first day.
No, it doesn't feel like it is.
It's obviously lightened in terms of the greenness.
Hmm.
Having been under the sun today. I suppose the sun has been out a bit more today, I don't know.
Or maybe trying to create some footmarks by coming around the wicket here to Singh, bowling down the leg side. Hanscom with the takeaway to his left. Yeah, now the floodlights starting to kick in. Of course, we were off for bad light at the end of yesterday. Sat around for the bit. Thought that would probably be it. Only for some blue sky to come out, and they went out for 5 or so more overs. Hull once more bowls. Turned away gently behind square on the onside by Akansh Singh. Gets a single to move to 28-58 for Compton. 108 for Kent. Trailing by 363. Leicestershire's players making plenty of noise out there, trying to G one another up, summon a final bit of energy before the end of the session. As Hull is in and bowling. Full delivery which Compton just allows to arrive and defends under his eyes back up the pitch. End of the over, so 3 more to go until tea. And 108 for 1, the Kent score. After Leicestershire's 407 one earlier on in the day.
Round's work done for now. 5 overs, none for 20. Has to be said, didn't look particularly threatening. Was well dealt with by Compton and Singh, and so Peter Hanscom's going back to Louis Kimber, the one wicket taker in the innings so far. Slightly short of a length delivery to Jaden Denley that the Kent left-hander went back to, tried to pulled over the top of the ball and didn't really turn. Hit him in front.
Maybe just a smidge, I thought.
Yeah?
Yeah, just straightened a smidge. I think as much as anything that you're right, he was kind of early on the shot and played through almost too soon and missed it on. Maybe just held it back slightly in his hand or something. Just gripped in the surface a smidge.
Well, Louis Kimber's going to bowl around the wicket to the right-handed Singh, who is reaching for that one a little bit. Just outside off stump, pushing it out towards point, slightly uncertainly, and Rishi Patel jogs in pursuit from first slip. No single is taken. Kimber bowls, back goes Singh, turns the ball defensively to green at mid-wicket. Steps in and bowls. Back goes Singh. Defensively, length delivery that might just have straightened a touch, but so slowly off the pitch that the right-handed batsman has no problem adjusting and just playing it firmly back down the pitch to Kimber, who steps in and bowls. Forward goes Singh. Not to the pitch of the ball, but it doesn't really turn, so plays it comfortably in defence on the front foot. Kimber steps in and bowls. Back goes Singh and plays slightly more forcefully, but making sure he got on top of the ball and hit it out of the middle out to Hull at mid-off. No run. Kimber to finish his over is in. My word, that is a noisy goal that is pushed out to mid-off. That was a herring goal, wasn't it? You know your goals?
I believe it was. They are the general sort that lurk around these parts.
Lurk. Made an over from Louis Kimber. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7 for Kimber, and we now just have the 2 overs till tea.
You'd think it would be post-tea that they may get their reward for said lurking. There's a few packets of crisps lying around, or bits of sandwich.
Yes.
We're going to see Ahmed bowl from the other end, bit change of ends for Rehan Ahmed. Double spin.
They do make a mess, don't they, those goals up running along Whitstable seafront. They raided several bins, pulled them everywhere. Now then.
Yeah, beware if you got your chips.
What are the discussions here? Involving Peter Hanscom and Ben Green and the umpires, and been a few of these, haven't there? Little sort of get-togethers.
Yeah. Obviously in the Kent innings it was all about Matt Parkinson's line and that particular rule, but not quite sure what that was about. Compton remarking his guard, field being readjusted. Ahmed will just have 1 over from this Nackington Road end for now. Here he comes. Compton goes for a reverse, knocks the ball past slip. Will actually call it there. Singh was interested in 2. Compton, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, is in his happy place. I think picked up 1 more run, 59 for him. So Singh to take strike. Again the field being manoeuvred. Kimber being sent to go for a wander out to the lakeside boundary. Ahmed bowls. It's a bit short and it's been ploughed away into the leg side by Akansh Singh for a boundary. Moves to 32. Wasn't Ahmed's best ball of the day, that's for sure. Well played by the young man to deposit it nonetheless. So Ahmed will try again. Defended away here by Akansh Singh. Face up to Ahmed once more. Oh, bit of turn past the outside edge as he reached forward to play defensively there. Hanscom flipping the bails off.
First one.
But yeah, turning it up the slope here. Interestingly. Parkinson's wholly operating from the other end. Ahmed trying his luck, having switched, and Akansh Singh plays a bit of a wild looking hack that was aimed leg side. Managed to thud it into his pad. Ball dropping away on the offside. Waits once again. Final ball of the over, which is bowled. This time Singh more solidly patting it back up the pitch. So end of the over, 1 to go until tea. Again, 113 for 1. Deficit's 358. 32 now for Singh, 59 Compton. Kimber trotting over to complete proceedings for the afternoon session.
Do so initially from around the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who just checks his guard with umpire Debenham. Short leg Budinger, slip Patel, the only close fielders, although Green and Ahmed aren't far away at cover and mid-wicket respectively. Kimber is in. There's an appeal for a stumping. Not really sure why it went down the leg side. Hanscom, as is his wont, knocked off the bails. Compton's back foot was firmly anchored. Kimber steps in, bowls, back goes Compton, pushes it away past Green, out towards deeper extra cover. Hill comes jogging into field and underarms the ball back to Green. Kimber is in, bowl's quite full, jammed out to mid-on rather by Akansh Singh. But Scriven is quite deep there, and it was a comfortable enough single. Singh on to 33. Compton 60. Kimber is in to Compton, who is very correctly forward. Holds the pose for a minute or two as he blocks the ball back up the pitch to Louis Kimber. He steps in and bowls. Back goes Compton. Again, he's worked it, punched it past Green. Should be 2. Hill's got a bit of work to do running away to his left towards extra cover from cover. Only about 15 yards inside the ropes. Picks up left-handed, throws Compton onto 62. Kimber to finish the session is in and bowls. Back goes Compton and defends, and the session is over, and it has been won, you feel, very much you feel, by Kent. 117 for 1 at lunch. They were 18 without loss, so 99 for 1 in the session. They've had to work hard for their runs. Leicestershire have got through their overs a decent lick, but led by Compton from the front. Kent well established as they look to chase down this big Leicestershire first innings of 471. Compton 62, Singh 33, Kent 117 for 1.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with you 20 minutes time.
Starting very soon will be the next round at Rothesay. First game for Kent to be 10 balls against Durham, but Beckenham to be used for the next round on the top men happily in action. Check out the Cluberly website for the details. You can support Spitfires on both venues and this August on the 14th tickets are only £1. So we have some small holiday relief. We have the answer for you next round at 50 over pockets. And the 14 is just £1. Those tickets are available now at tickets.kent.co.uk. Choose your home or come to both. Beckenham and the Spitfire Ground. Tickets.kent.co.uk. The competition is just a week or two away. Latest scores elsewhere in this round of Rothesay Championship matches. Durham, Surrey, Durham's on 153, Surrey on 322, and Durham in their second innings 142 for 2, just 27 runs behind now. Their wickets remain really okay. It's 81 not out. That's Durham 142 for 2 in their second innings against Surrey, 27 runs behind. Chelsea Essex took first in the score, 602 and 4, 6 declared, Thomas 148, Charlie Allison 133, Michael Pepper Noah 107, Warwickshire 45 overs in, 18 without loss, long way behind Essex to first in the score. Somerset all out 438 against Nottinghamshire, Trent Rich. We need to start today with 78 for 1, Ben Slater, the man out. So Somerset 438, Nottinghamshire 78 for 1. Hampshire made 293 all out in their first innings against Worcestershire, who didn't reply, are 33 without loss, 260 runs behind. Yorkshire going first against Sussex. Sussex first innings total 222 without. Yorkshire are 199 for 2 in the reply. James Norton is not out of 53 and Ryan on the verge of 196 without. Yorkshire 199 for 2, 23 runs behind Sussex now on first innings in June Division 2 at Cheltenham. Leicestershire against Middlesex. Over and this game just days. Middlesex in their first innings 390 for 7. They covered there for Kane Williams who dismissed for 153. So Middlesex 390 for 7 against Rothesay. Lancashire can roll in 261 on white, and Lancashire in reply 126 for 5. So still 135 runs behind. There was some work to do against Gilmore. And Lancashire 377 runs, and Northampton in reply 154 for 4. So 223 runs behind. Blue Hawks 71. The top score so far for Northampton 154 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's first innings total of 377.
Yeah, just waiting for the players to return from the tea interval. Kent 117 for 1 at it. Ben Compton, who has passed 1,000 runs for the county championship season, unbeaten on 62 not out. He's put together 2 half-century stands so far for Kent. First of all with Jaden Denley, who made 20 before he was LBW to the spinner Louis Gimba. And then Ekansh Singh, the number 3 batter, one of the other England under-19 batters for Kent. He's there on 33 not out and has played very nicely indeed as well. And what is looking like a batter-friendly wicket so far today. Leicestershire have flipped around their bowlers to try and get the breakthroughs, but haven't had too much joy thus far, having put 471 all out on the board themselves first time around. So that's the latest from the score here. Up in Division 1, Sussex 2-2 all out against Yorkshire, who have almost cut that deficit down to nothing. They're 199 for 2 at Scarborough, the home side, and then Surrey, having made 322 all out in reply to Durham's 153, the home side, Durham 143 for 2 in their second innings. Commentary of all of those matches of the evening sessions on day 2 available very shortly via the BBC Sport app and website.
Peter absolutely losing out for Leicestershire. Dual series Kent's first innings, Ben Compton and Ekansh Singh.
Welcome back to Canterbury. Final session of day 2 about to commence. Ben Watsey from BBC Radio Kent, Marley Davis, the Kent women's wicket keeper, with me, Richard Ray, taking a longer tea break. BBC Radio Leicester. Leicestershire with ball in hand, trying to search for more wickets. Just the one has gone down so far. Jaden Denley out for 20, couple of half-century stands for Kent. And it's Ekansh Singh who's facing up to Ian Holland, who's back into the attack. They really have chopped and changed the bowling around Leicestershire. Holland now changing ends as well. He started from this pavilion end earlier on today.
Yeah, I think Kent did that as well in the first innings. Used a lot of bowlers.
Certainly did use a lot of bowlers, yeah, absolutely. Here comes Holland again. All throws himself down to the ground as he was attempting to get that ball to talk. And Singh just let it go outside the off stump. Can be a bit of an adjustment sometimes, I think, for bowlers here at Canterbury with the slope, from one end to the other, or what they're used to, etc.
Yeah, me and Richie were talking about the slope earlier, so yes, steeper than Lord's.
Here comes Holland, defended away back up the pitch. I think you notice it the most when you sit kind of outside the cafe and the slope comes down towards you, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much when you're that side of the ground, and yeah.
It feels a long way as well. I was bumped into a chap I know who sat up on the top side of the ground, the hospital side of the ground, and felt miles away from the wicket. This, particularly where the square is this week, but all chipped in the air and gone. Ekant Singh after tea. A lapse of concentration. That break for the interval has done for Ekant Singh and for Kent. And Ian Holland has managed to get him out, caught at mid-on, going through just half a drive, a check drive really, and he's managed to plink it up towards mid-on and is dismissed for a really well-made 33, but he will be disappointed about the manner of his dismissal. Caught by Scriven, of course, made 99 earlier on, and Holland, his nagging line and lengths, and probably deserved a wicket in his opening spell and didn't get one, now has. And Ekant Singh walks off. Oh, a little lesson for the young man there, perhaps, about kind of resetting after a break, and didn't necessarily need to play the big check drive that, I don't know, presumably he was trying to hit along the floor, but he was too early on it, on this slow wicket, and just popped it up to the fielder for a simple chance.
Yeah, I feel obviously threw the shot too early there, and again, not in any derogatory manner to Leicestershire at all, but that wicket sort of came out of nowhere, in the sense of both batters look pretty settled, ball hasn't been doing loads, and yeah, he was sort of getting back into his groove and just chip one up to mid-on. But as I say that does mean Kent are 2 down, 117 for 2. Tawanda joins Ben Compton out in the middle.
And I guess from Leicestershire's point of view, as you say, it's been kind of tough going for them so far. Haven't really created loads of opportunities other than the hook shot that Singh toe-ended back towards Josh Hull and he dropped.
Yeah.
Now this is the, you would say, important partnership for Kent. The two players that can potentially, really take this score up towards whatever Kent are hoping it to be, as Tawanda Miaye defends. A very different style of batter from one end to the other, with Miaye obviously being a quite flamboyant stroke player and Compton being a nuggety opener. But yeah, these are the sort of class acts of the team that Leicestershire will be wary of, with debutant Ben Dawkins carded to come in next, and then Everson and Finch. As that looked like it might have been a slower ball outside the off stump, let go by Tawanda Miaye, and a wicket maiden from Ian Holland to start the session for Leicestershire.
It's a good start if you're Leicestershire, and like I said, worked very well in the field today to get these 2 breakthroughs. And as you've mentioned, apart from the Josh Hull chance, there hasn't been any other opportunity, and these 2 now, as in Tawanda Miaye and Ben Compton, will look to rebuild. I mean, the joke I made earlier of these 2 being the older ones in the team at such a young age still.
Yeah.
So it is the experience now that's in.
Yeah, Miaye at 24 feels like one of the senior players in the batting order.
Yeah. It's, do you know what, not too dissimilar to the women's team. I'm 24 and probably one of the older ones in our team these days, so I can empathise with Twandon. Yeah. But it will be Van Beek from the pavilion end to kick things off after tea. As Ben Compton just settles himself as Van Beek starts his run. Bowls shorter off the back foot, worked into the offside from Ben Compton. Just the one in the end.
Ben Compton's almost the granddad of the team at 31, isn't he?
He is.
So used to, from a Kent point of view, having in years gone by, a 46-year-old Darren Stevens out there, or a late 30s Joe Denley. And
Ben Compton will probably find himself top of that list today in terms of age.
Certainly from the batting department. Matt Parkinson, I would have thought is 35, is he, Parky?
That'll be a stat that we can find out.
Or have I done him a disservice? No, I've done him a massive disservice. Forget.
That's clipped off the legs from Twandon Mayeye for the one. How old is he, Ben? Otherwise I'm going to have to find that one out.
Scratch what I just said, he's 28.
He's 28. So if Matt does rewatch this later,
Don't.
I would like to point out that I haven't
Don't clip that up
had
either.
any say in how old you are. I knew you were still in your 20s. Just thought I'd let Ben figure that one out.
How's Matt Parkinson still in his 20s?
Van Beek in to Compton, defended confidently back by Ben Compton.
When did he make his first class debut?
He's
2016, is that it?
I feel you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole here.
I'm actually astonished at that, to be honest.
35.
I've not even in the right ballpark there, was I?
Van Beek in, full straight, just defended pretty comfortably again.
Scratch what I said. Ben Compton is the oldest man in the team. It feels like he's been around on the scene for much longer than that.
I think that's probably where your confusion has happened. The fact that he's been on the scene for a while, and you've added a few years to his age tally.
Yeah, I have actually, haven't I?
Yeah.
So made his first class debut at 20.
Van Beek into Compton. He defended, just dropped the hands, and it's gone to, I think it's a Ben Green.
Played for England
cover.
At 23 as well.
Yeah.
Crikey, he was young when he got into the England team then.
Very. Maybe it's his mature demeanour that makes him feel older. I'll try and dig you out the hole.
Yeah, thanks.
Van Beek starts his run back into Compton. Fuller worked off his legs, clipped into the leg side, but Ahmed picks it up at deep square leg as they take the one, and Ben Compton steals the strike. Kent are 120 for 2.
I'm shocked I've got that so badly wrong. I was even looking at all his bios yesterday, him and Callum's, and reading them out, etc. So I've got that so badly wrong.
I feel like, out of fairness, when I first met Matt Parkinson, I thought he was older than he was because he just seemed mature. So I don't think you're the first person to have that.
I blame the baby brain, lack of sleep on my part.
I think that's very valid.
120 for 2 then, Kent. Compton on 64, who is in his 30s, Ben Compton, and Ian Holland, I would assume. This one's defended back up the pitch.
I was Agar's 28, so probably second oldest in the team.
He's probably older than I would have thought, actually. Ian Holland's 34.
There we go. There's a quiz for you. Guess the age of the players.
Well, I was actually looking up a bunch of them earlier, like Mieye and Everson, etc. Finch. This one's defended back up the pitch, so I was trying to work out sort of the average age of Kent's batting lineup for the week.
Yeah, George Garrett only 25. Grant Stewart 31.
Oh. So maybe who's older, him or Ben Compton?
I
We're talking months between those two.
Yeah, very much so.
And the wicket comes Holland. They've put the slip in at silly mid-on. Compton off the toe end of the bat nudges it into the leg side for a single. Move to 65, and the deficit is exactly 350. So the follow-on is still a long old way away.
Grant Stewart is the answer to your question.
Oh, there you go. Is that who was appointed captain this week? Right, who's the oldest player left? Here comes Holland, bowls to Mieye.
But yeah, very young team. I think is the point I'm scooting around.
I think you're doing really well to desperately save face for me here.
I think I've done well.
After my error a moment ago. Here comes Ian Holland. When Richard comes back into the box, shall I ask him what he thinks Matt Parkinson is? He'll know.
He'll know
because of Callum. Exactly. I can't believe what I did. I've got that so badly wrong, having literally looked them both up yesterday.
And you interviewed him yesterday as well. Thank goodness you didn't bring that one up in the interview.
In fairness, he did hobble up the stairs like an old man yesterday. There's Holland bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Mieye, who's started pretty watchfully for his one. Compton 65. Of course, Mieye didn't play last week down at Cardiff.
He did not.
And a week's rest after his exploits in the Blast.
Yeah, we speak about the schedule quite a lot, don't we?
I think he had a niggly injury of some sort.
Potentially, it'll be Van Beek to continue after his last over.
Yeah, so 65, the partnership between Compton and Hegansh Singh was worth.
Good partnership there. Just unfortunately, Hegansh Singh found mid on. That one in, big swing by Ben Compton. Misses everything. Keeper takes that pretty comfortably.
He was trying to cut it away on the offside, wasn't he? And
trying to sort of back away from that maybe slightly to try and hit it through the backward point region. Didn't get anything on that, and as we say that, Patel walks back up to sort of first slip region.
Slightly wider first slip.
Van Beek back in. Again, full, very full actually, as Ben Compton just defends that away, hit the toe of the bat. Does that batting thing where you look at your bat in disbelief that you haven't hit it in the middle. We've all been there. But well dug out in the end. There's a bit about a Leicestershire fielders at the moment after that wicket. And by bowls, full, straight. Compton tries to guide that again through backward point, opening the face slightly, but no run.
I had a game earlier on this season where there was a player who came out to bat and he hit his first few shots and his bat sounded terrible, and I told him as much. And I think he thought I was chirping him. I was just genuinely saying, mate, I think your bat's broken. And after about an over or so, he waved to his teammates and got it changed. He borrowed someone else's.
That one full, just played nice and straight by Ben Compton. Up to Josh Hull.
So I genuinely wasn't having a pop there, mate. I just thought it sounded really bad when you're trying to middle it. Turned out it must have had a crack in it or some sort. Blue skies at the moment, Molly. What is this?
I know, I've been treated.
Ironically, the floodlights are on. Because around about 4 o'clock it was looking really quite gloomy. It looked like it might have been raining about 5 miles down the road.
In. Slashed away down to third man. Off the back foot from Ben Compton. I think he was probably looking to hit that more through point. But again, just the one. There's us saying blue skies. We should feel grateful, but it is July, so you kind of feel as if we're owed this.
I mean, we actually have had a summer this year, in fairness.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to July, August and...
You feel cheated.
Yeah. Whereas actually we have had some warm weather.
Mieye sets up. Bowled, worked off his hip into a vacant square leg region. He'll come back for a very comfortable 2, maybe even 3. And they do. Well run in the end by the Kent batters. 3 out to deep square leg.
Yeah, I do think the fitness of batters with the running between the wickets at this level is always very good.
Yeah, as well for Ben Compton, who's been in for 128 balls and just looking like he's fresh out there.
Yeah, the way he's sort of sprinting between the wickets, getting the runs in, is very admirable. Meanwhile, my legs feel like jelly for about 5-6 overs and then stop for tea.
Yeah, it's the I don't want to go and bat speech.
So Mieye back on strike, slip behind him. Holland bowls and it's turned it away leg side again, just as he did on the back end of that previous over.
Maybe.
Nice little clip off his legs.
I was about to say, maybe it's a me thing. Every batter has their own sort of strategy. But for me, if I can hit one off my legs or to mid on early doors, I think to myself, right, I'm in the runs today. So it's encouraging signs. It's the one that hits me on the pad's first ball, I'm like, maybe I'm not in the runs today. It's nice to come to sitting down for a long afternoon of watching cricket.
Round the wicket comes Holland. Defended back up the pitch by Compton. Collected by the silly mid-on fielder who, if you're watching on the live stream, actually is quite nicely in view. Such as his closeness to the wicket itself. He's having to run the other side of him.
That was Kent's approach yesterday, wasn't it? I think you had Matt Parkinson and a few others in there.
Holland bowls, tickled away by Compton down towards fine leg, runs that first one hard. Thinks about 2, but you can hear the call of no. Good work by Hill in the deep. Bring Mieye back onto strike. So both of these two batters having signed contract extensions lately.
Yeah, it's a promising sign for Kent fans.
Off the back of Compton's form, I guess, in this format, and Mieye obviously having really bossed it in the blast, particularly. Looks like Hanscom's going to come up to the stumps here. And stand up to Ian Holland, which I think is a good ploy, actually.
Yeah, restricts Mieye from leaving his crease or standing outside of his crease.
Just helps. As Holland bowls, sometimes trap a batter on the crease a little bit and catch them out LBW when, you know, if you're standing back and they're moving around the crease at will or getting down the pitch, helps them feel a lot more comfortable. Suddenly they feel a bit more claustrophobic when you're standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, as a keeper, I enjoy standing up to the stumps.
I was going to say, do you do it for most of the bowlers that you have in the side? As Holland is in. Driven away back to the bowler.
Yeah, the majority, to be honest.
Who's the quickest that you've got in the team?
There's a couple of girls that can fire it down there. Zina Balal's got some good pace behind her. And Alice Grant, I describe it as a heavy ball.
Okay,
sort of comes in and you think to yourself, okay, and then before you know it, it's on you. And it just gets up on you. And it's there too, I would say, that are harder to stand up to.
Yeah, fair. Here comes Holland again, and forward defensively comes Mieye. In the sunshine, defends out towards cover, end of the over. In the one game I saw, I thought Ella Darlington looked very skiddy with her action, and Sydney Gorham as well, obviously opening the bowling. Another quicker bowler.
I feel like someone like Ella Darlington has that skiddier approach. There's a lot of in swing. So again, depends on the slope here as well, depending which end she bowls from, whether it plays a part in where you stand, etc.
Yeah.
But
Plenty of spin options, of course.
plenty of spin options. And so there's physios out in the field for Leicestershire currently. Just giving looks like some pain relief. I think it's Scriven.
Yeah.
Running off. So it will be Van Beek to continue. As Compton just gets himself set as the physio makes his way off the field. Van Beek starts his run into Ben Compton. That one sort of gets up a bit on Ben Compton, defends it down to the ground. Maybe slightly moved a little bit. He's a bit surprised as it sort of come back into him.
Some Tier 1 Women's Wonder Cup games today, isn't there?
Yes.
Saw Susie Bates scored 163 against Somerset for Durham from 140 balls.
Yeah, Susie Bates, formerly of Kent Cricket.
I was going to say she had a season here, didn't she?
In that one there's just played off the legs of Ben Compton. Bit of movement in, Leicestershire fielders seem to like it, but they've taken the one.
Surrey women getting over the line to beat Warwickshire women by 3 wickets.
Yeah, you kind of feel like Surrey are in the winning ways at the moment in the women's game.
Yeah, formerly the South East Stars, of course, with half the team from Kent who played today. Franklin Moore, McDonald Gay.
Yeah, it's a nice Kent contingent in that Surrey team. As Van Beek's back into Mieye. Short, pulled, in front of square this time. Fielder makes chase. It might go all the way across the practice wickets. It doesn't in the end. Fielder pulls that one back and they will run a 3.
It's not often that it doesn't go for 4 once it reaches the practice wickets.
Exactly, I
He's
think.
also a brave man diving on those.
Yeah. He's just had some pain relief, so maybe he's thinking it's okay. No, it's a good shot there by Tawanda Mieye. Short ball, pounced upon that, hit that through a vacant mid-wicket, but won't get 4.
Yeah, because they probably just didn't quite time it.
But
Otherwise it would have gone for 4, but...
You are right though, then practice wickets usually just help it on its way. Van Beek's back in, full again. Ben Compton presses forward and pushes it back to Van Beek.
Yeah, Emma Lamb got 142 for Lancashire, only 109 balls. Essex,
Big efforts.
big old chase of 307 required there.
Yeah, captain at Essex Women, formerly Kent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grace Scrivens. Van Beek back into Compton. This one just dropped his hand, guided it. Could be a mix-up. A direct hit might have got Mieye in trouble there. But in the end, Kent scamper through a 1 as the backward point fielder can't cut that one off.
Yeah, he's pretty quick between the wickets, Tawanda, isn't he?
Yeah.
So in the end, looked okay.
Yeah, we've complimented their running and they've been quick between the wickets, but Tawanda Mieye set off there and he made his ground. But that is 1 more to Ben Compton's total. 1 more to Kent's. Last ball in the over here from Van Beek to Mieye. Van Beek's in. Bowls. Again worked off the hip of Tawanda Mieye into that vacant region through mid-wicket. Fielder makes chase and will only be the 2 in the end. He's worked the field well here, Mieye, and he always seems to just comfortably score. Never feels like he's searching. Coming off the back of a good white ball comp with the blast. Some big contributions there. As these two have a different method of scoring, but they're both very successful in their own right. And it will be Holland to continue from the Nackington Road end. And it looks like I've been joined back by Richard.
Afternoon. Yeah, Fox is sort of settled into containing mode, really. Waiting for the mistake. Holland in from the Leckington Road end, bowls on the legs of Compton, who just works it, nurdles it down towards long leg. Lewis Hill has a bit of work to do running to his left, but he just keep it to 1.
Yeah, we were saying that these two have run well, so a bit of fielding in the end just to leave it to the 1.
Hanscom's up and down behind those stumps. Now he's going to stand up to Holland bowling to Muyeye. Must have been shuffling out a little bit. Holland is in and bowls, just leans forward and holds the pose. You can always tell a batsman is pleased with the technique when they hold the pose for a while. It did look good, head right over the ball, leaning forward. Not a big stride, not a big man really, but right behind it. Slightly open stance, shuffles across as Holland bowls to him, rolls his fingers across the seam, but gets the direction a little bit wrong, Holland, so Muyeye can lean forward and just turn his wrists on that one and work it out to backward square, deep backward square, where Rahan Ahmed is fielding on the boundary there. Takes 1, moves on to 11.
And Hanson's gone back to Ben Compton. Helmet's come off.
As Holland bowls round the wicket to Compton. It's a short ball and it's a little bit slow, deliberately slow, but he certainly again got the both direction and length slightly wrong there. Ian Holland, uncharacteristically so, but Compton didn't try and wipe it out of the park, just helped it around the corner. With a horizontal bat down to Hill at long leg, and again content to take 1, just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, that's happened a lot to Ben Compton over the last couple of overs from Holland. Hill's done quite a lot of work down at deep fine leg.
Holland is into Muyeye, who's defending this time, waiting for that one as it comes back in a little bit, closes the bat face, blocks it out to Kimber at mid wicket. Hill has gone up to a sort of deepish gully position. Green is at shortish extra cover, but in just covering behind him, quite deep at cover. Hull at mid off as Holland is in, outside off stump, and Muyeye steps forward but doesn't play a shot, just lets that one through into the gloves of Hanscom. End of Holland's 11th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 20. His typically economical figures. That over was a little bit un-Holland-like in its inconsistency. Hanscom deep in conversation with Logan van Beek. I wonder what he's saying. What do you reckon? Can you read the body language?
I think a plan he's saying is he wants it to be quite precise. There's a lot of hand directions as well. So, I mean, just from the Holland over, you get the impression, obviously, 2 very different tactics to Ben Compton and to Ander Muyeye. So I'll be intrigued to see how they go about bowling to Ben Compton here, who's 71 off 136. Van Beek starts his run in to Compton. Fuller, a lot fuller, but this time he's just pressed that up to mid wicket. I think we're out to Josh Hull is fielding. I can tell it's Josh Hull because I think he's the tallest man on the pitch.
I think that's correct. I was telling Ben earlier that I'd had an email from his dad during the lunch interval.
Van Beek's in again. This time a lot shorter. Compton rocks back on the back foot and just presses that down into the covers.
His brother Ollie, who's a verified cricketer as well, but an even better rugby player, has just signed a 3-year contract with Brive, one of the top French clubs, and has headed off for France today.
Very nice. Sporting family.
Indeed.
Van Beek bowls. Again, slightly further this time. Ben Compton just defends that into the offside. So the question is, Is Josh Hole closer to his brother here in Canterbury than he would be all the way back?
Brive's quite a long way away down in towards the south of France. So, well, yes, strictly speaking, yes. And anyway, it's closer to France, isn't it?
Exactly.
Than the Oundle area. Josh's club, which our colleague from BBC Radio Northampton.
Van Beek again. Strongly hit out to, I'd probably say, a very backward point coming in for the boundary. Just a single. It's intended to go more square of the wicket anyway, so it was well placed in the end.
Andrew Radd, our colleague from BBC Radio Northampton, often reminds me it's the Northampton area, Oundle. There's not much in it, to be honest. I think it's almost as close to Leicester.
Van Beek's into Mieye this time. Off the back foot, punches beautifully. Races away from 4. Sounded brilliant off the bat, just rocks back. Don't think any of the close fielders there from Leicestershire could do anything about that. They just watched it go.
Like a rifle shot.
It
wasn't
was.
Beautiful. Quick hands.
No, I mentioned the joke there because a lot of the Kent women this year have come from near and far. A lot of old Surrey players and Essex players, and a few of the jokes that are made of we come this far down to Kent, we're basically playing for France. So Van Beek in again Fuller, but just worked off the legs there from Mieye. Just a single in the end, and he'll steal the strike for the over, and that means that Kent move to 143 for 2.
That might be Van Beek done for now. He's always that little bit more expensive. Still a wicket taker, although not in this innings as yet, but he always goes for a little bit more than the other seamers, or tends to anyway, and none for 45 from 11. His economy rate 4.1 then. Holland's 1.8.
Would you expect to see Ahmed back?
I'd expect to see a change, not necessarily Rahan. Pete Hanscom likes to always try and have control on the score. What any captain does, of course, as Holland comes in and bowls to Mieye, and that is played carefully out into the offside, off stump to Ben Green. Hasn't been much there for Rahan, as we've been saying, Ben and I, that the footholes that were so obvious yesterday are not so obvious now. In goes Holland and bowls again, line and length, and again Mieye leans forward on off stump and plays it out to Ben Green.
Over his tactic again, with having Hanscom back up at the stumps to Mieye. You feel there's something in there, don't you?
Holland bowls a little bit straighter this time, on towards middle and leg. Mieye stays on the back foot as he blocks that one out towards Louis Kimber at mid wicket. Applause from a couple of his teammates, Holland's teammates that is. Hanscom waves to Hill, makes him go squarer from that gully position, and Green comes in a little bit closer at short extra as Holland is in and bowls again, line and length. Howl from Rishi Patel at slip as it clunked into the middle of Miye's bat, pushed out towards Green again at shortish, straightish extra. Floodlights still on, but loads of blue sky around. I'm not sure that they are necessary, but they might take a while. If they switch them off, I don't know whether they'd take a while to warm up again. In goes Holland and bowls. Rolled his fingers across him, tried to bring it back and didn't really manage it. It was a little bit too straight, a little bit too short, and he just waited for it, turned his wrists on the ball and helped it round to Van Beek in front of the Leicester flag, the Leicestershire flag out there. Little knot of Leicestershire supporters made that little area not too far from the supermarket their own. Holland is going to go around the wicket now to Compton Hanscom retreats to his conventional wicket-keeping position as in goes Holland, dabbed out into the offside, step forward from Holland, but Kimber very quickly onto the ball at short extra. And there was no run, or it would have been too risky. The batsman decided 144 for 2 after 48. 23 overs remain to be bowled tonight. Two batsmen have a mid-wicket conversation. Everybody's having conversations out there. And what has Liam Travasky's brought out? Oh, the pads. So we are going to get, as you correctly predicted, Molly, a little bit of leg spin from Rahan, or mixed really. Sometimes feels as though he bowls almost as many googlies, if nothing much happening, as he does leg spinners.
You feel it's a good option though, don't you? 23 overs remaining in the day. Leicestershire probably wanting a couple more before the day ends.
They'd love it. Yeah, I think if you offered them 4 down by the close, they would take it. You know,
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And obviously, Mieye is facing 24 balls. He has 17 runs to his name, but relatively maybe newer to the crease. They're thinking maybe they can create something. And with Matt Parkinson yesterday doing a job at the end of the day.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he plays it. Whether he'll be aggressive and come down like Akash Singh. One glorious lofted on drive from Singh, just short of the long on boundary.
As Ahmed comes into Mieye. Again, it's left alone, big stride forward.
Yeah, fancies it, and he was wise not to try and slap that away.
I think he was in white ball cricket mode there. I think he remembered, maybe leave that one. Ahmed comes back in again. This off the back foot, a bit of a sort of swat away from Mieye. Went to hit it square, but just turned his bat around and hit it straight back to Rahan Ahmed. 2 dots though. Ahmed in again.
Oh.
Again, big stride forward, moves past the outside edge of Tawanda Mieye into Hanson's gloves. Encouraging signs though here.
Yeah, the youngster doesn't look quite as confident against Rahan as he does against the seam bowlers.
Rahan comes into Mieye again. Bit shorter this time, bit of movement potentially away, but that's just placed into the offside. To Kimber.
Yeah, when it's that short, you play it off the pitch really. You
Yeah.
don't have to read it, you can wait for it.
Rahan in again. Fuller this time, a comprehensive stride forward from Mieye. And just pushes that away. You are right, he does get freed over very quickly. In and out of his over. Last ball here, Rahan. Again, Mieye rocks back to try and hit that through the leg side, but hits it straight in the end, and that is straight to green. So that is the end of the over, a maiden over as well.
Yeah, that won't discourage Rahan and Leicestershire. Didn't look entirely comfortable.
No, it looked like an over that Mieye is probably happy to the back of. Still out there, but good over from Leicestershire.
May not have seen too much leg spin in his fledgling career. I'm sure he has, you know, but not that much, relatively speaking.
It's quicker as well, isn't it? He bowls
Yeah.
sort of dartier.
Exactly that. Holland, longish spell continues from the Nackington Road end round the wicket to Compton, who plays that sort of little paddle pull that he sometimes plays, just waits for it, and with a horizontal bat just sort of wristily helps it around the corner down to Hill and takes his single. And can relax for a moment or two at the non-striker's end, has a chat to umpire Widdop.
I think that's what you mean though, isn't it? You have Matt Parkinson, bold leg spin, I'd say a lot flightier, where someone like Rahan Ahmed's more darty. It's a different kind of leg spin.
It is. Holland is in, bowls to Mieye, helps it around the corner down towards fine leg. Van Baker's one of the best fielders, possibly the best fielder actually, in the Leicestershire side, and he gets round and gets his throw away quickly, keeps Mieye to his single. Yeah, I was saying that Wayne Madsen, the Derbyshire captain last week, made that point. It's a much sort of quicker leg spin, and depending on the pitch, that can be helpful or not. Last week it was helpful, as it happened. Holland is in, using his feet, and nicely just glancing it down to find third man. Van Beek gets there, puts in the dive, and manages to save a couple of runs. Clever little shot from Ben Compton, just waited for it outside off stump, dabbed it almost down through the slip area, the unpopulated slip area. Van Beek sprinting down the ropes in front of the pavilion, the Frank Woolley pavilion, Frank Woolley stand over there.
And good fielding, as you were saying, from Van Beek.
In goes Holland, bowls off his legs, this time Compton out towards mid-wicket. Ben Green comes up bouncing in, and again Compton takes one, so this has been an expensive over by Holland standards. Runs off every delivery so far, 1-1-2-1.
As Hanscom comes back up to the stumps, he's been doing a up
Yeah,
and down.
yeah, in out.
With that.
Yeah, he must have been shuffling out to the seamers as in goes Holland, and you can see him rolling his wrist over that one as well, but again it isn't quite coming out as he would like, and that single by Rie brings up the Kent 150. They continue just to tick over nicely at pretty much 3 runs and over.
Yeah. So, as we were speaking about Kent earlier, can you tell me, it's quiz time, the first Kent-produced player to score 100 in all formats?
In all formats?
In all formats.
So, okay, Kent produced, but
Yeah.
not for Kentiers. Is that the implication
So the
there?
international.
In goes Holland and bowls very wide outside off stump, and Hanscom, who was standing up, did remarkably well to take that cleanly.
I think that's the one ball that Peter Hansen didn't want Holland to bowl there.
And he almost ends up, because of his momentum, at fairly close to point by the time he comes to a halt, having taken it just outside off stump. Well, not just outside, well outside, and it was signalled wide. Holland is in again, and again, nice little dab from Ben Compton, this time more or less straight to Van Beek, who's down there at wide-ish third man, and the single is taken. So, yeah, an expensive over by Ian Holland standards, 1 for 29 from 13 for the Leicestershire all-rounder. Kent 152 for 2. I'm peering at the board, hoping there's some. Yeah, there it is. Deficit 3-7. No, that can't be right. 3-1-9. How's your eyesight?
Better than mine.
Bottom right. It's a long way away.
Yeah.
3-1-9.
3-1-9.
Just wasn't quite sure there was a 1 or a 7.
No, it doesn't.
3-1-9. So the first Kent-produced player to in international.
Yeah,
cricket.
so in all formats. So the first Kent-produced player to score international hundreds in all 3 formats.
Leave it with me.
Ahmed is back in. And it's worked off of the legs of Ben Compton, just wide of short leg. He'll pick up a single. There was a reaching hand from Kimber,
Buddinger's at short
Budinger.
leg, yeah.
but didn't quite get there. In the air as well, though.
No, it's got to be almost sort of straight to you, hasn't it? But
yeah,
it was in the air.
it was in the air. Mieye is back on strike now. Rahan Ahmed bowls. Again, a bit of width. Mieye throws his hands at that, and it will go out to the offside boundary for 1. That was probably the one that Tawanda Mieye wanted there. Bit of width, get himself off strike. Does bring Ben Compton back in to face the next ball as he sets himself. Rahan back in again. Oh, again. There was a defensive shot by Ben Compton. Moved again into him. cramped in for room slightly.
Just needed to turn a touch more, didn't it?
It is moving though, so promising signs. In again, reverse, shout for LBW. It ends up hitting Ben Compton, I'd probably say in the rib area, as it's missed everything. But umpire unmoved towards the end.
I don't like it when he tries that reverse sweep. It just doesn't come naturally to him. I know they all have that shot these days, but he's such a correct player that it just looks a bit alien to him.
Rahan back in to Compton. Big shout for LBW. Umpire says no. It hits Ben Compton. Well, look on the replay. It looked close.
Height wasn't the issue, was it?
It might have been going down. He did move slightly, but we're look back on the replay.
Might just have got outside the line again. Shuffled so far across.
He did move quite away, but it was a close call. But not out was the shout. Rahan again, it's moving into Ben Compton. He tucks it into the short leg region. He's moving so far out of his off stump to try and work it away, but didn't beat short leg this time.
Just hit him outside the line, which is amazing considering it sort of hit him on his right pad, almost playing sort of French cricket, or attempting to push it away down the leg side. Gosh, he's getting a long way across. Attempting to negate the Rahan sort of spin out of the rough areas. Perhaps now it is beginning to roughen up a little bit, having been flattened by the heavy roller.
Yeah, I think we said earlier, didn't we, that Kent got purchased towards the end of their day, and Rahan seems to be getting something out of the pitch, which is making it a bit harder for Compton and Miguel as the day comes towards the back end.
Is Crawley in the T20 side, the England T20 side? Is he anyone I can...
I don't think
so he's not the answer then, clearly, because no response. Change of bowling. Holland is off, Green is on. Muyeye is forward. Green's first delivery on off stump, playing it back up the pitch to Ben Green, and there's no run. Reaches out, prods at the pitch. Hanscom standing back to Muyeye now. As Green is in and bowls off stump. Leans forward. Blocks the delivery out to Holland, who's taken Green's place at that shortish extra cover.
Yeah, with Green coming back into the attack, that means that Peter Hanscom's gone back. Helmet is very much off, so that tactic to Muyeye is no more.
Green is in, bowls to the young right-hander. Nice high left elbow as he plays that firmly back down the pitch. To Green again, who's bowling very straight at the start of his spell. Born in Zimbabwe but brought up in England and England qualified. Muyeye, slightly open stance as Green is in, bowls to him. Not much foot movement, but a bit like Rahan in that respect when he's batting. Wonderful eye, and punches it out into the offside so cleanly, in fact, that it goes so quickly to Budinger, who's still got his pads on underneath his whites at deepish extra cover, that there's no chance of a single.
It was like that to under Muyeye shot when he sent it to the boundary near the flats. It was sort of just punchy and quick, wasn't it? Very much how Rahan batted on day one.
He's on 20 at the moment as Green is in, bowls outside off stump to him here. Steps forward but lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps.
Yeah, they've left quite well today, Kent. Akansh Singh was leaving well. Ben Compton just knows where his off stump is, as we were saying earlier.
Green in, bowls, and just loses his line, raises his eyes to the heavens slightly, a little bit too straight, a bit too middle and leg. And Muyeye leaning forward can turn it through the vacant square leg area down to Rahan, who's on the square leg boundary, and take one and keep the strike. Keeps the scoreboard moving. He moves on to 21. Compton 78. Pretty much identical scoring rates. They're both on sort of 52, pretty much. Again, 3 and over, 155 for 2. Time not really a factor, not in their minds at the moment.
No, it sort of hasn't come across. I think Kent just need to keep batting here. See where they can get towards the end of the day. And from a Leicestershire point of view, I'm sure they're going to be wanting a couple more to end the day. Maybe 4 down would be ideal, as we were saying. But Rahan Ahmed has ball in hand from the pavilion end and will be coming into Mieye. Again, that's gone down leg side. Mieye's tried to hit that off his legs, but in the end, probably ball's on him quicker than he thought it was going to be. But also the short leg is there, so that shot has to be careful. He doesn't just palm it straight to short leg. Rahan in again. Punch off the back foot there. Elegantly guided down the offside where the fielder does the work. Just pick up the single. Waited for that nicely off the back foot. Just sent that out. He's done that well when he rocks back to play Rahan. He's hit that fielder quite a few times as your sort of safety gets off the mark shot. But now we have an interesting field here, don't we? To Ben Compton.
Yes, yeah, going a bit funky. What have we got? We've got a short leg just in front of square and a silly mid-wicket, almost.
They're practically right next to each other as Rahan comes into Compton. Compton uses his feet, ball goes up in the air. There was a shout for catch it. But you feel, did that fully come off the bat? Was it bat and pad?
Just pad, I think. But again, a sign that Rahan is beginning to cause problems for Compton.
As Rahan again comes back into Compton. Big stride forward, pushes the ball away. It's that stride you just get out to try and get to the ball for it as a chance to do anything. But you're right, bit of a funky field here. 2 players with helmets on, wanting Compton to hit it off his legs. As Rahan's back in, reverse try, big shout for LBW.
Outside
the answer's
the line.
no. We think outside the line.
Again.
Yeah, second time that's happened to Ben Compton. But what this is doing here is applying amounts of pressure to Ben Compton to score, cutting off his option off his pads, making him play on the offside. Rahan again, this time worked off his hip, straight to short leg, 1 bounce, and the fielder collects that cleanly. Again, probably a riskier shot option when you've got 2 guys catching there.
Beginning to feel as though Rahan is getting close, particularly with Yaya has been a little bit uncertain against him, but Compton, even on 78, is using his feet so much against the leg spinner, bowling out of the rough and spinning it in to him, that he's had 1 or 2 really close calls. We're just going to do a little bit of a dance in the commentary box as we swap over. In goes Green and bowls. We a nice piece of defence on the back foot, playing it firmly out to Holland at shortish extra. Ben Watts back alongside. Compton beginning to sort of play a little bit dangerously in the way he's trying to deal with Rahan.
Yeah, getting a little bit stuck at the minute.
A couple of close calls, but he's getting so far outside off stump. As Green goes in and bowls, Mouillet plays firmly. Again, Rahan like minimal foot movement, that sort of punch away through the offside, off the back foot. Straight to Budinger.
I guess Compton's kind of banking on himself, getting outside the line of off stump to take LBW out of the equation.
And so far he's managed it. A couple of appeals that may well have spun back to hit the stumps, but are hitting him outside the line. Rishi Patel's gone to silly mid-on, about 3/4 of the way back down the pitch, left foot almost on the cut strip. As Green is into Muyeye, who nice little late cut down towards wideish third man. It'll be chased down by Lewis Hill, picks it up in the nets area. And where's the ball gone? Hanscom's moving around behind the stumps. Eventually it sort of dribbles into the picture from Lewis Hill. It's a long throw out there for Hilly, and it gets there in the end. And in the end, Kent pick up 3 runs, which was always likely to be on the cards. 159 for 2. Do I hear music in the background indicating that it might be soon updates time?
Indeed.
Looks like we might just get another delivery or 2 in. Signal if not. Green is going to go round the wicket to Compton with... Oh, here we go. Green is in and bowls.
Defended away by Compton.
And it's defended.
Yeah, can 159 for 2, trailing by 312 runs, losing Ekansh Singh at the start of this session for 33 as he drove one up towards mid-on, but since then Ben Compton has continued to bat on. 78 for him on the day. He's passed 1,000 runs for the County Championship season. And then Tawanda Mayeye, who missed last week's game at Glamorgan, has moved to 25. Always a stylish batter to watch out there. The 2 England under-19 batters then are the ones out so far for Kent. Denley for 20 as well, having opened up with a half-century stand with Compton. Likewise, passing 50 was 65 in the end, the Singh and Compton partnership. So Kent have cut the deficit down to 312 and looking to bat on for the 17 overs that we've got remaining today after Leicestershire's 471 all out earlier on, collecting maximum batting bonus points, the Division 2 leaders. In Division 1, Surrey away to Durham. They've taken 3 second innings wickets so far. Durham leading by 16 runs with 7 wickets remaining. They were 153 all out first innings and 185 for 3 at present after Surrey's 322 all out. And then Sussex, who were 222 all out at Scarborough, Yorkshire, now leading by 32 runs, 254 for 4. They are. Commentary of all of those matches available via the BBC Sport app and website.
You missed just a little glance from Compton down to third man off Green to pick up 1 and move on to 79 and keep the strike, which is good from an entertainment value point of view because it means he's going to be facing Rahan.
So 43 this partnership worth them. And indeed, Ahmed will continue around the wicket against Compton. With a slip, short leg and another short leg almost, so got 2 in there. Goes through to the keeper outside the off stump. Really pushing this through at the moment. Ahmed fizzing sort of pace, giving Kent members of a certain generation Derek Underwood vibes, pushing it through. Turning the ball, trying to rip it down the slope. Half an LBW shout as he forced Compton back in his crease and he was trying to flick it away leg side. That second fielder under the helmet on the leg side is a peculiar one. It's like a forward short leg and a backward short leg almost, as Ahmed tosses this one up a little bit more. And Compton tries to smother it into the leg side and it comes off his pad. Compton sets himself once again to face Ahmed. And he's down the pitch and just heading this away. He was trying to use his bat initially. Ended up kicking the ball into the leg side.
Yeah, he's not comfortable at the moment, is he? He's dealing with it.
He is, yeah. In a slightly unorthodox manner. as you say, without being particularly comfortable. Pushes this one wide of slip, tries to get a single, looks desperate to get off strike, albeit it's just one ball to come in the over.
It did, and you could hear the Leicestershire field is saying as much.
That was the googly, having seen the replay. Ahmed again, wide on the crease, pops up, shout for LBW. It was
neither a catch nor a before.
Did the fielder get hold of it? I think he might have grabbed it.
He did.
So maiden over from Ahmed. A lively one in the end. Yeah, straight up in the air off the pad. Likely turning, going down the leg side. Good effort from Van Beek under the second helmet to go and grab that.
Opportunity to dive on the pitch.
Not sure his elbows will have enjoyed it.
Got to sacrifice a bit of skin. Means roughing up the surface a bit. In fairness, it was legitimate to go for, to try and get his hand underneath the ball, which he succeeded in doing, but it hadn't flicked the bat on the way to Ben Compton's pad. He remains on 79, a maiden over from Rahan, who's causing issues at the moment. Ben Green into Mouillet. Comfortable by comparison. Just a middle and leg stump delivery that turns his wrists on and flicks around the corner down towards wide long leg where Holland is fielding. Takes one, moves on to 26. Brings Compton down to face Green. Looking much more comfortable against the medium-paced offerings of Ben Green. The seamer's not getting much movement. Rishi Patel goes to a very straight, short mid-on as Green is in and bowls, and Patel fields as the ball rolls gently up the pitch to him. He's only about a yard or two at the very most in front of the return crease at mid-on. Hanscom's always thinking. Apparently he's always got something in mind, and he brings Kimber out of short cover to Gully. He's being very exact in his placing of him, he's saying.
It's quite a deep gully as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And mid-off goes a little bit wider, almost to that short extra position, in fact, as Green goes in and bowls to Compton straight on the middle, and Compton on the back foot pushes the ball back down the pitch. His scoring rate has just slipped under 50s now to 47.9. Mouillet, by contrast, just beginning to increase his 57.8, not that it's in any way a concern for Kent, who just want to bat through now. In goes Green and bowls a slower delivery, rather floats down towards Compton's leg stump. He just turns it around the corner. Hanscom wins the three-party race to the ball, losing his cap as he does so, and his gauntlet, or one of them, his right gauntlet. Just beat Hill there. But Compton picks up one, moves into the 80s. On 280 in fact. 162 now for two. Deficit ticking down to 309. Green is in. Mouillet gets a ball that keeps a bit low. Plays it late-ish, understandably. Thickish inside part of the bat, and again he steps forward and prods slightly suspiciously at the pitch. Stanworth 45 now for the third wicket. Green in bowls. Mouillet forward, not getting to the pitch of the ball, playing the ball off the pitch though, is it? Didn't really move, pushed out into the offside. Budinger picks up and hands the ball to Hill. It's the end of the 56th over of the Kent innings. It seems to have gone quite quickly in a way. 15 remain to be bowled tonight. which suggests that given how many will be bowled by spin, we're not going to be too late, hopefully. 162 for 2.
As you say, we might be in and around 6 o'clock for stumps. 309 the deficit. And Kent 162 for 2 as this battle resumes. Ryan Ahmed to Ben Compton. Goes back, nudges it behind square on the onside. Might even get 4 actually. In fact, the fielder will just get there, Tom Scriven, and they come back for 2, and he turns around Ben Compton and can't believe they've only run 2. And he's neither got a boundary nor got himself off strike. Good bit of work in the end from Scriven. So Compton into up to 82.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big full toss, which Compton has ploughed into. One bounce away for a boundary, and the half-century stand comes up. So far, Kent have had a half-century stand for every wicket. Compton 24, 26 from EAA, and now Compton up to 86 after that rare loose delivery from Ahmed. I haven't seen too many slip out of the hand like that at all today. Here he comes once again. Slobbed up, taken, and the short leg fielder set off in celebration. I don't think Rehan Ahmed even appealed, to be honest.
He may have shouted a bit, turned, but he was appealing for leg before.
I think you're right. He was appealing for LBW, not call.
Didn't look a bad shout.
No, actually, yeah. Compton's toe was maybe just outside the line. Cuts this one away to short third man. The birds are circling at the far end. Can hear them chirping away on our effects mic. Two to go in the over. Every ball an event at the moment as Compton gets really far forward to defend. Final time in the over. The 20-year-old leg spinner looks for his first wicket once more, and Compton nudges it around the corner to the short fine leg fielder. No run. So 6 from it. Compton up to 86. And Kent 168 for 2, trailing by 303.
Helmets being shed by Van Beek and by Budinger. Placed behind Hanscom, who is standing up to Ben Green, looking to keep Muyeye in his crease. Green is in and bowls, but again wrong line, un-Green-like really, and Muyeye has all the time in the world just to stand up and turn his wrists on it, help it around the corner down to Holland at widest long leg and jog his single.
In fairness, it feels like he's playing that shot quite often off middle leg stump.
Yeah.
It's not like it's been chucked down the leg side. He's really whipping that behind square off the stumps.
He's got a good eye as Green goes in round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who goes forward in defence. Plays the ball back down the pitch to Ben Green. Gives the ball a fairly perfunctory polish on the bottom of his Leicestershire shirt. Hanscom capless behind the stumps as Green is in, bowls taken off the stumps by Compton, working it out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket. Hull is at mid-on and Van Beek is at deep mid-wicket, so it's Hull who runs across the field, and Compton just says thanks, I'll have another single. Moves on to 87 on 70 for 2. Won't be a new ball tonight. A new ball is what? Still 20 odd overs away, 22 overs away essentially, as Green is in and bowls Mouillet on the back foot, sort of leaning forward, essentially defensive, playing out to Van Beek in the covers. No run. And we have only 13 overs left tonight after this one. The light is good, although the floodlights have been on since just before tea, about an hour before tea, somewhere during the afternoon session they came on. But I don't think we're going to have the delay that we had last night. Green is in, bowls very slowly, and Mouillet leaning forward in position early. The ball doesn't move and he doesn't have to adjust too much, just pushes it out to Van Beek again. Plaintive goal. Wheels overhead. Green is in and bowls. Mouillet again looking to turn that one off the stumps into the leg side, and does, but not out of the middle. Bit tinny sounding as it runs slightly wide of Kimber at mid-wicket. Kimber gets across the field and there is no run. End of the over, 170 for 2 off 58. Mouillet 27 and the Compton Rehan battle, which is entertaining in a slightly sadistic sort of way. Compton is sort of moving around all over the place, but he's still there. He's winning the battle. He's 87 not out.
It feels like if you were playing a cricket captain game right now, you'd be simming through the overs at one end and then just focusing on this little head-to-head at the moment. That's where the action's at. Compton goes back. That's a big shout, surely.
Oh, that's close.
That's got to be the closest to the bunch so far.
He was back, wasn't he?
Compton went right back in his crease. I mean, we are looking from long off, so those watching directly on the live stream have got a even better angle than we have. Again, it's outside.
Oh, he's hitting outside the line
he's got outside the line above stump. How is he doing it, Compton? Rehan bowls, full toss, and he gets down on one knee and manages to get it through the legs of one of the fielders under the helmet and away for a single out to the man in the deep, and gets himself down the non-striker's end.
You could see all 3 stumps behind him.
I must admit, it was deceiving from our angle.
Yeah, from this angle, because when he moves across, the stumps are still covered, which they wouldn't be if you were behind the bowler.
And I think he's probably taking a sort of off-stump guard anyway. So Mouillet now has to have a go against Rehan Ahmed. He just sits in his crease and plonks it up towards mid-on.
Quite a lot of these, probably most of them, would have gone on to hit the stumps, but hitting him outside the line.
Yeah, such is that rule if you're playing a shot. Ahmed driven away here by Mouillet out to that sweeper on the offside for a single. So we won't be deprived for too long of Compton being on the strike.
I heard you two talking about PlayStation editions earlier. Some of us can remember gramophones. CDs when they came in.
CDs, yeah.
That was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean the floppy disk wasn't much, was it? Pulled away by Compton into the leg side. That fielder getting some work out there in the deep. I remember my old in Carter Encyclopedia CD that used to help me with my homework.
CDs as in CD players, as in music.
Yeah.
So before even then.
Remember when we had bought the CD singles? That's pushed away by Mouillet into the offside for a single. Morley probably doesn't remember this.
Looking askance.
Walking around with your massive Walkman CD, playing your CDs.
My first Walkman was a tape. The CD90 tapes.
Nice.
You recorded yourself off the radio. The Sunday chart show. on Peel if you were trendy. / appreciated good music. You're not missing any cricket while rambling on, because the Kent 12th man has brought out a change of gloves for fair-haired Ben Compton.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, because there's 6 Kent players born after the PlayStation 2 came out.
Oh.
I think Liam from the Kent office was listing off a bunch of other stats along those lines of, you know, after Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby One More Time song was in the charts.
Green is it? It is me, isn't it? Green is in and bowls, and he leans forward and blocks the ball too. Silly-ish mid-on. Very straight. Short is Rishi Patel. Kimber's doing a certain amount of desultory warming up at mid-wicket, so maybe the off-spinner is going to have a few overs before the close. Almost certainly is. Green is in and bowls. Muyeye forward again, blocking the ball out to mid-off on this occasion. Leicestershire are an older side than Kent, although they have 1 or 2 younger players in there. The youngest would be probably Rahan at 20, actually. There's no teenagers in the side. I don't think. Oh, Holly! Of course. Still not. In goes Green and bowls. Again, solid defensive work from Muyeye, having blocked the ball out to mid-off. Just checks his bat's okay. It is.
I incorrectly suggested earlier on that Matt Parkinson was in his 30s, which is, of course, untrue. When we were trying to,
the lads.
When I was trying, see, I told you Richard would get it. I was trying to work out who the oldest player in the Kent team was, and of course it's the man who wasn't on the field today, Grant Stewart, the captain.
Green is in, bowls Fuller this time, but even so, Muyeye not tempted to drive, leans into the firmer defensive push, but Hull, who is the youngest, I think, member of the side, reaches for his cricketers who's who to check birth dates. Fields. August the 20th, 2004, so he's coming up to his 21st birthday, so it is
Rahan.
Rahan, just, because his birthday's later this month as well. In goes Green and bowls very straight, and it meets an equally straight bat. And again, Muyeye holds the pose from a good few seconds as it runs back down the pitch. August the 20th, Joshua Owen Hull, if anybody wants to send him a card. In goes Green and bowls. Ooh, that was a little bit looser from Muyeye, and indicates with his right hand there was a little bit of movement back into him there, and it sort of inside edge and pad worked the ball out into the offside. Another maiden over for Ben Green. I say another, it's just his second. And the 8 overs he's bowled in this innings. Otherwise, though, he's been pretty exemplary in line and lengths. He's conceded just 18 runs from those 8 overs, but no wicket. That's the key figure as far as Kent are concerned. 11 to go tonight, 174 for 2, and they are now less than 300 behind on first innings.
Here's the bowling change then.
I think Compton will be pleased, won't he,
Yeah,
really?
disappointingly for those of us that were enjoying the Ahmed v Compton duel. It's going to be from this pavilion end that Kimber's going to bowl from. As you say, I think Compton will be quietly relieved that with 11 overs to go, 11 away from a century, he doesn't have to face Ahmed anymore for the time being. Kimber, of course, got the wicket of Jaden Denley earlier. And he's bowling from wide on the crease here to Compton, who's playing off the back foot. Out towards deep cover for a single. As the field just swaps over for the right-hander. Kimber stays, well, around the wicket for the right-hander, but the bowls on the same side once again, trying to utilise some of the footmarks, and it's cut away by Mayeye for another single. So 30 to him, 90 to Compton. 295 the deficit, 176 for 2 the score. Turned away behind square on the onside by Compton. They'll come back for a second. He looks a relieved man, Ben Compton, at the change of bowling. Surprised. In a way, unless they're going to bring Rahan on from the other end.
Yeah, I thought Rahan bowled nicely as well. So, yeah.
Maybe Leicestershire have decided they're bored of Compton kicking it away from outside the off stump.
There is that as well, isn't there?
Try and get Kimber to bowl that bit straighter.
Couple of changes.
Yeah, points gone in. Helmet's been moved across from the leg side. Kimber tosses this one up. There's a little bit of a low fall toss for Compton to tickle into the square leg region for a single. Kent's run rate has crept up towards 3 and over.
Yeah. Phil, Tamanda Mayeye always has a presence of doing a bit about him, and obviously...
Yeah, it's actually at 2.95, but it's been rounded up on the big screen as Kimber bowls pulled away by Mayeye into the leg side for 4. As you say, his presence at the crease does tend to help from a run rate point of view, although this is probably one of the slowest Mayeye knocks I've witnessed really in red ball cricket. His strike rate is only just above Compton's.
Indeed. I think sometimes batters give each other confidence, so maybe batting with Mayeye also puts a bit of more of a confidence in Ben Compton. I'm someone like that. If I'm batting with someone more senior, just feel on a similar level to yourself, I should say.
I guess having Compton at one end as Kimber bowls, Mayeye knocks it up the pitch, you have that calmness about you because you know that he's going to use up plenty of balls and stick around and has that experience and calmness. And then for Compton, he knows he's got someone of the ability and strike rate that Mayeye provides, whereby it doesn't really matter if he has a couple of quieter overs himself. He knows that Mayeye will find a boundary before too long. So
indeed. I think also these two batting, having a platform, obviously next in is the debutant Ben Dawkins, so it probably makes life a little bit easier for him when he has to come to bat, which we're hoping won't be for a while.
Yeah, Benny for his thoughts, having obviously been in the field for 100 and something overs, and then having sat and watched today, that sort of nervous anticipation, particularly as someone who is often quite used to going out and batting as an opener.
Yeah, I imagine he's been in his pads for a while now, but also enjoying these two batting.
It's going to be a change of bowling at the Nackington Road end, and it's Tom Scriven who's coming back on.
To Compton. Fuller struck hard straight back towards him.
6 overs so far, none for 11. So bowled a really tidy spell. Actually, when I was doing my loop around the ground earlier on.
It's a good ground to do a lap in, actually. You can see the play pretty much all parts.
Yeah, the only bit where you lose it is when obviously you go behind our stand here, and when you just have to sneak behind the Les Ames quickly in between overs.
Scriven back into Compton. Again, a lot fuller and straighter. Compton just defends that. Up to it off. Yeah, it's quite an open ground actually, so you do get a good view from pretty much all angles. And I mentioned yesterday, especially the flats and balconies. They've probably watched many of a good game of cricket.
No,
up
it's just
there.
their garden's getting a bit overgrown over behind the lime tree.
It's the trees, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
Some of those bushes are getting rather spiky.
This one's driven hard through the covers into the gap, but will find Rahan Ahmed out at deep cover for the single. It's well timed. There you are, Ryan. Many years ago when Kent used to do their concerts here, I remember there was a Michael Bublé concert, and I know all of the residents were enjoying his sound check. They got 2 concerts for the price of none.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think they had to pay anything, so yeah, I did enjoy them.
That's a very good point. Didn't pay for the performance, and then got all the sound check and the warm up as well.
Yeah, and they enjoyed the concert. I've probably seen many of a good act down here.
Yeah, there's been a few over the last few years.
Yeah, when Kent was hosting the concerts. But for now, they just get the cricket. And Scriven is into Miaye. Again, that one there, he's working off his pads into mid-wicket. No run.
I remember when I was a kid, there was a little festival. It was called like Party in the Dark or something at Hop Farm in Paddock Wood, and Elton John was like the star act that year, and I think we just went and parked down the road, and you could just sit across the road and hear him.
Brilliant. Scriven back in. Again, that's just been pushed through point by Tawanda Miaye. He'll get a couple for it. Just waited on that one and helped it through that area. Fielder made chase. 2 more to his total.
He was a bit of a bigger act than the winners of Pop Stars or Pop Idol or whatever it was the year before.
Yeah, I think down here in Canterbury when there was acts on and concerts, most of the town could hear it. So yeah, similar situation I reckon. Scriven's back into Miaye. Again, a lot fuller, straighter. Miaye holds that defensive pose as he blocks that one out. And that will be the end of the over. So Kent are 186 for 2. And there are 9 overs remaining in the day.
They were talking about it a bit on TMS the other day, because obviously they got the big temporary stand at Old Trafford, and they were saying, yeah, it's still temporary because they use that space when concerts come in and whatnot, and they have gigs at the ground. And I think it was either Deep, the sculptor Roy Prakash, who was talking about how that's a debate they have in India, actually, how they can make better use of the grounds when there's no cricket being played there. And I don't think it's necessarily as common to have big acts and gigs at cricket grounds as such. Well, Rahan's going to come back on from this pavilion end, so
It feels like a rogue 1 over.
yeah, Louis Kimber's spell has been cut short, and Compton now a little bit closer to his 100. Has to face up to Rahan again. Down the pitch. Oh, he's almost stumped, but somehow managed to get something on the ball to knock it away into the offside as he leapt forward down the pitch at the ball.
Just watching that one.
I think it hit his back leg.
Yeah, I think it did.
And dropped away into the offside as Ahmed comes in again. Stays in his crease but hangs out outside the off stump and uses his bat to defend.
That is something that Rahan Ahmed's done well today. He's made it hard for the Kent batters.
Yeah, he's definitely taking an off stump guard here. Compton flicks it behind square on the leg side.
He does have that sort of funky field back and that short leg, and then that sort of second catcher with the helmet on just to the right hand side of short leg.
Yeah, I must admit, I'd have one of them behind square.
You feel that's a better option, don't you, as he tries to turn the ball?
One in front, one behind. Round bowls. Might have hit Compton on the toe, or maybe a bit of toe end of bat involved as he came forward to defend.
God, I feel Leicestershire are working hard to take Compton's wicket here, so...
Rahan once again bowls to Compton, cuts away pleasantly enough to short third man, who does the fielding. It feels once again like we've whipped through this over quickly. Compton's been rushed and ragged.
He's done that well, Rahan, hasn't he?
Here he comes to him once again. That turns and Compton manages to get back and use his bat. It's like he's got an insect in his whites, jumping around the crease. Yeah, very swift maiden over. And I think we've got eight more due in the day's play.
It should be 8 more, and if Rahan bowls half of them,
well, yeah,
it will
exactly.
be.
We'll be done before 6:10 or so.
Yeah, you'll rattle through them. But it will be Scriven to continue from the Nackington Road end. Kind of feel from a camp perspective, if you can end the day only 2 down, it's pretty good going. But if you're Leicestershire, you're going to want to take maybe 1, maybe 2. Scriven in full straight, but to under Mieye again, holding that strong defensive shot as he just pushes that one back. And you can see that Patel is pretty much fielding on the wicket at a very silly mid-on.
Kind of goes back a little bit to what we were saying earlier about the way that Ben Compton put such a high price on his wicket. I think other players in that situation who are struggling so much against a batter would have, tried to slog sweep by now and top edged it up in the air.
Scriven bowls. That one's hit hard into the offside of the back foot punch from Mieye. But that is straight at the Leicestershire fielder. Budinger, I think, with the floppy hat on. But big effort here given from the Leicestershire fielding group towards the end of the day. I've enjoyed the funkier fields over the last couple of days. Rahan having them 2 catches with helmets on. Both teams having that short catcher pretty much on the wicket. Scriven bowls. Again, that's just worked to the legs of Mieye out to Rahan Ahmed at deep square leg. He'll take the one.
I mean, for any young batter that wants a lesson in how to manipulate the ball and turn deliveries off the stumps into the leg side for singles, Mieye is giving a masterclass of it so far. There was a little bit of inside edge on that one.
Yeah, I think that's a skill that he has that's maybe overlooked by people. It's a hard thing to do, to rotate that strike consistently and take good balls and turn them into run options, but he's done it well. Scriven to Compton. Again, that little dab drop of the hands out to deep third man. No slips in play, so it's a safe shot. He takes the one again. But that's something that we speak about in our game quite a lot, is finding that one option and where is it for you. And for Mieye, it seems off his leg out to deep square leg.
Yeah, I guess particularly on a wicket like this where Leicestershire are looking to bowl pretty straight and stump to stump.
Indeed. Scriven bowls full and straight, and that very smart defensive shot comes back out again from Mieye. Just pushes that away. So again, Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire captain, putting the helmet on, so he's going up to the stumps. It's for the last ball of the over with Mieye on strike. I mean, this tactic was used, wasn't it, earlier on in the day when Holland was bowling for Mieye specifically?
Yeah, I guess he's thinking I've got to put my helmet on for Rahan in a minute anyway.
As he's into bowl. Again, that one, just a bit of a punch out to cover. Budinger does the work. No run, and that is the end of the over. Kent are 188 for 2. Minimum overs remaining today is 7. And it will be Rahan Ahmed again to bowl from the pavilion end. And I imagine he'll race through this over pretty smartly and swiftly, as he's done.
Had an email earlier on from Mike Taylor who was saying, as a Kent fan, it's been tough to find the positives this season. Obviously getting to the quarters of the T20 has been good, and he mentioned Joey Everson signing a new contract this week is good news, but it's obviously been a very tough first class season. As Ben Compton faces up to Ahmed, he's certainly been one of the positives terms of red ball cricket this season, the opener, and of course staying for next season. Back he goes and defends.
Yeah.
As much with his pad as his bat.
Yeah, I think when you look at the season, the white ball stuff in the blast has gone well. Obviously the Metro Bank One Day Cup's coming up soon, so hopefully Kent can put in a shift there and do well. So maybe from a red ball perspective hasn't gone quite to plan, but
yeah, and as per Mike's email, who's hoping for some positive performances in these remaining championship games. Let's see if the youngsters can provide little sparks of what they can do. We've already seen that a bit from Ekansh Singh with his 33, and Jaden Denley's had some decent starts opening the batting.
yeah.
So Ahmed has now got a leg slip. Bowls here to Compton, and he manages to somehow squeeze it past said fielder down towards the fine leg boundary. They come back for 2.
That's what you were saying, wasn't it? Having a catcher sort of in that area.
I like it as a fielding position, yeah. To Compton.
So now leg slip, 2 catches with the helmets on. A change.
Yeah, here we go. There's a fielder with the helmet on who's going to go behind square. So yeah, so now there's a forward short leg and a backward short leg. There's a discussion going on with the umpire about whether or not they can have that many fielders behind square on the
Is it how
leg
far he has
side,
to be
or
away?
yeah, maybe it is, or how far away the leg slip is, and not wearing a helmet possibly.
He's been told no.
Oh, how peculiar. So yeah, that second fielder in the helmet has been moved.
There was a conversation that one of the supporters asked me earlier about yesterday with Ben Dorkin having to swap with Tawanda Mayeye in that region. So we assumed it might have been an age thing, as Dawkins is just 18.
Forward it comes. Big shout for LBW. Once again, Compton's batting on off stumps. Got a good stride in.
But
And was probably hitting him outside the line.
I think you're right. But potentially it might have been the amount of fielders behind behind
Yeah.
stumps.
Yeah, there was some conversations continuing between the umpire and the captain about who can stand where. Does he want is the suggestion that the leg slip should have a helmet on, possibly? I don't know.
Okay, so behind square, obviously you have the leg slip without the helmet on. You have a third man and probably a backward sort of short, wider fine legs. There's quite a few behind square.
I think maybe they are saying they want the leg slip to put a helmet on if he's going to stand where he is, because the subfielder has brought a lid out for Louis Kimber, so he had a slight wait.
Yeah. So there's 3 balls left of the over. The field change again from Leicestershire with probably another catcher in behind. Raham Ahmed is bowling very nicely to Ben Compton, and Ben Compton is on 97, which I feel is a poignant thing to mention.
I think it's possibly a slight ploy from Leicestershire to slow things down and keep Compton agitated.
So, yeah.
Also close to a landmark. There's Ahmed from around the wicket again, bowls a little bit short and tries to pull this round the corner, Ben Compton, and only picks out the short fine leg fielder.
Yeah, you get the impression that short leg would have seen that ball get released and think, oh no, but in the end Compton found the gap.
He might be annoyed though that he picked out the fielder out in the ring, if you will. That flies off the pad again. He's on off stump and he's got a big stride in. Despite the big appeal, the umpire says no again.
Yeah, Leicestershire are making this difficult for him, aren't they?
Making it uncomfortable for Compton, but at the minute his angles and his movement around the crease is denying the Foxes. Back he goes and pushes it into the offside, and there's a bit of a yes and a no, and then there's a misfield from Ben Green anyway. And Compton moves to 98.
That could have ended differently, couldn't it?
Could have even ran into each other at one point. If Ben Green had picked it up cleanly, it could have been a bit dicey for one of them.
Yeah, so he has taking the strike, which
Probably
I think
more so for Mieye, who was running to the striker's end or the keeper's end.
Yeah. But that does give Compton the strike on 98. 6 overs left of the day.
Compton sort of hit it and ran, and then realised Mieye wasn't coming, and then stopped, and then they carried on, and then luckily for Kent, Ben Green misfielded it anyway. So Compton, with that single, is on strike and 2 away from equalling Rahan Ahmed for a 5th century of the season.
I feel like it's a day for it. There's been a 7-fer. There's been 100 for Leicestershire, a 99 for
Yeah, we thought there was going to be
Scriven.
we did think there was going to be a 2nd century of the Leicestershire innings, didn't we?
A good 80 from Patel as well. So, yeah, a good couple of days. Of,
Yeah, there's no doubt the bat has been on top over ball in the game.
yes, unless you are Matt Parkinson.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Matt Parkinson, I guess, from a Kent point of view, and then Rahan Ahmed has looked the most threatening of the Leicestershire bowlers without taking a wicket.
I would agree. So Scriven into Compton on 98. Full driven well to cover, but will not make it past the man. I was going to say, do you think in the nervous 90s, but I feel at the moment Ben Compton scores runs for fun, so I'm not sure how nervous he gets.
I mean, he's been a bit jittery against Rahan, hasn't he? But I think maybe against Scriven, he'll be hoping that there might be a ball that he can push away for a couple.
Scriven's in again, full driven, sort of outside edge, takes the 1 down to...
Just do it in once.
Yeah, and one's the deep pointish fielder, so he is now off strike on 99. Mieye sets up as Scriven walks back to his mark. Everything seems quite controlled and silent out on the pitch, and there are still quite a few supporters still at the ground. It's out the whole day today, which is nice. As Scriven comes into bowl to Mieye. Again, that's Fuller, it's been hit, hasn't really been timed. As Budinger does the work.
Maybe just skidded on a little bit there. Mieye ended up kind of prodding it.
Yeah, his reaction would say that it's not where he wanted to hit it, but he's kept it out. Peter Hanscom is up at the stumps, as he has been for the majority of Tawanda Miyeye's innings to the seamers. As Scriven comes back in to bowl. Outside edge, flown away, no slip, and that will go for 4. That's gone quick off the bat, that. He's tried to hit that straighter, but taking an outside edge.
There's actually a bit of a sort of sick satisfaction as a batter nicking one past a keeper standing up to a vacant third man, isn't there, when there's no slips or anyone in there.
I think if Peter Hanscom was bat, it's probably safe, as there's no slip cordon in.
Yeah, I think probably more so when it's say in a white ball game, and as a supporter, if it's a lower order batter,
Yeah.
you think they have to bring the third man up to try and get fielders out elsewhere, and then it gets nicked down in that gap.
Indeed. As Scriven's back in. Nice defensive shot there as he holds that post. Just gets up over it a little bit, presses it down. But that does, we're talking about Ben Compton on 99, that does bring Tawanda Mieye to 41. So both going okay.
Yeah, still only scoring a strike rate of 55 compared to Compton's 50.
Yeah.
Normally there'd be a much larger gap between their 2 strike rates.
Scriven in. Worked off the legs again from Mieye. It will go out to Rahan Ahmed at a deep square leg, and he'll take the 1. He'll nick that strike.
I don't think Compton will mind too much.
No.
He doesn't have to face Rahan for the moment.
Very true. But I will say Leicestershire have done that very well. Obviously, they're only taking the 2 wickets today, but the run rate they've been in full control over.
Yeah, they've had that control.
So
Mixed up the bowlers.
Yeah, indeed.
Bowled stump to stump. Richard said that earlier on, actually, that they've been good at that this season. Bowling good lines, and therefore teams haven't got away from them because they're not bowling the bad balls, the boundary balls.
Very true. And it will be Rahan to continue. All the helmets have been distributed. So, very similar field to Tawanda Mieye than Ben Compton had.
Yeah, just one helmet has been discarded behind the keeper, so they got a slip and sort of leg gully and a short leg. So Ahmed to bowl to Mieye from around the wicket. Oh, play and a miss outside the off stump. Here comes Rahan again. Around the wicket goes, pulled away by Mieye into the leg side. Should go for 4, yeah, well. Fielder was off after it. And the 200 comes up thanks to that boundary for Tawanda Mieye. It was quite a controlled stroke in the end, pulled away into the leg side. As Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is back alongside me.
Well, Leicestershire are going to have to do what Kent managed to do yesterday. Take a load of wickets after the side goes to 200 for 2, 200 for 1.
Ahmed to Mieye. Tosses this one up. Oh, and has it got him? Yes, he has. That is the breakthrough for Leicestershire, and a just reward for Rehan Ahmed, who in his 14.5 overs has looked by far and away the most threatening Leicestershire bowler from that similar angle that Matt Parkinson got joy on day one. And he's got the prize wicket of Tawanda Mieye for 46, a little thin edge. Little thin outside edge through to the wicketkeeper, and Mieye walks off. What are they going to do about the batting order now? Do Kent send out the debutant to face 4.5 overs? Or do we see a night watchman? Tawanda Mieye, I think, maybe kicks out some chewing gum or something as he walks off, looks frustrated, having done a lot of hard work and pretty measured knock by his standards to have got out in that fashion.
They've had to work so hard for that, Leicestershire, that everybody's waiting to see who comes out of the pavilion. But Rahan has started to get a decent amount of turn a la Parkinson from this pavilion end of the ground. And who's coming out?
I think it's George Garrett.
Looks like Garrett, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, there we go. An NW.
So he is indeed a night watchman. Yeah, it just felt...
It was coming, wasn't it, in a way, but I thought it was going to be Compton. Because
yeah, agreed.
Because Moera was playing him rather better. But
yeah, indeed, he was. But just the outside edge, the angle from around the wicket to the right-hander, sliding it down the slope.
Well, that'll slow things up a bit. We might, BBC Radio Leicester want to take some commentary if they can from 6, so that wicket means that we could go through to about 10 past 6, maybe even quarter past.
It could be an interesting little period, because we're talking about Compton and his struggles against Ahmed. It's not going to be easy for George Garrett here, unless he's going to park himself outside the off stump in a similar way that Compton's been doing. But yeah, I think Ken had to go with that call. They had to bring in a night watchman. It would have been quite a decision to send the debutant out as Ahmed bowls, and That was on the stumps, and Garrett manages to use the lower end of the bat to squeeze it out to point.
County cricket is extraordinary. You get these sort of little periods when nothing much seems to be happening, then suddenly...
Here's Rehan Ahmed again, wide on the crease to Garrett. It spins and looked to me like it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, Rehan didn't appeal.
No.
All the close fielders, with the exception of Hanscom, did, which tells you everything you need to know. Keeper and bowler don't appeal.
Final ball of the over. Garrett on strike. Rehan to him. Very quick delivery, wide outside the off stump. And didn't get any turn actually.
Yeah,
like
too quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, looked like it was almost a seam delivery.
It was.
Well taken by Hanscom.
That slowed things up a little bit, so we have 4 overs to go. We are at the top of the hour. Ben Debenham's insistence on... Oh, well, we've got another slight delay here. A lot more hands on hips. What's the issue? Tom Scriven was going to bowl, but he's taken it... I think have they been told that it's a little bit too dark for seam now?
I do wonder about the light. I did wonder if the light meter might be coming out.
A little bit gloomy. Yeah, it's going to be Kimber and Ahmed then to finish things off for Leicestershire in terms of their bowling today. Widdop and Debenham in conversation now. Feels as though he's been quite fussy today, Mr. D, but he's satisfied now. Seems to be satisfied now. He retreats to square leg, and Louis Kimber then from the Nackington Road end of the ground to Ben Compton on 99.
198 deliveries, Compton. He's been out there for today. He's just seen his partner Tuandamayeye depart up the other end. Change of bowling with Kimber coming on, the night watchman at the other end. Compton goes back and cuts away into the offside. They set off for the run. The throw comes in, but Garrett gets to his ground and Compton gets to his 5th County Championship 100 of the season. Anything Rehan Ahmed can do, Ben Compton says I can do it too. And on the day when he's passed 1,000 runs for the season in this format as well, fitting really that Ben Compton has gone on to score a century as well from 199 deliveries. He's had to guts it out at times up against the leg spinner and be a little bit quirky with his technique and plant himself on off stump and get out of the line and jump around in his crease, but he's managed to find a way to negotiate that, to hold his wicket to a very high value indeed, and to score 100 off 199 balls as Garrett the night watchman comes forward to this next delivery from Kimber.
Job not over for him. He's got to get through tonight now and be there tomorrow, and ideally, because the new ball isn't so very far away, help see that off.
Kimber to Garrett once more. He comes forward. 2 left-handers at the crease for Kent, with the night watchman jumping up the order. Two slips and a short leg for Kimber, and Garrett just happy to sit in his crease and go back and softly defend back up the pitch. Kimber once again, here he comes, forward Garrett, picked up by the short leg fielder, which is Budinger. Yeah, just starting to feel particularly gloomy out there as there's a silly point in play as well. Kimber bowls to Garrett and he attempts to squeeze it out, and I think he got yorked there as it goes through to Hanscom. End of the over, 202 for 3. Ben Compton seems to be staring around at the umpire and wondering about the light. But we're going to carry on for the moment, it seems.
Well, it is gloomy, but it's not dangerous. Not when Ahmed and Kimber are bowling. But yeah, you can see the shadows, the floodlight, the players casting shadows from the floodlights. Leicestershire hoping to get these last 3 overs in. It did improve last night after the umpires took the players off, so let's hope they squeeze these in. Compton surrounded as Ahmed goes in, bowls to him. He goes back and tries to work it down the leg side. Not sure he got anything on it or whether it came off the pad. It bounced a couple of times before being stopped at sort of leg slip, really. Ahmed in, round the wicket, bowls. Compton deep back in his crease, fiddling that back down the pitch.
It does feel pretty similar in terms of the light when they brought them off yesterday, albeit it felt like they brought them off a bit too quickly yesterday.
But they took the reading then, and that should be the guide now, shouldn't it? And it is darker than it was then. In goes Ahmed, but oh my goodness, that's close to... He left it, it spun back, it clipped the pad, was taken by Hanscom over the top of the stumps. Hanscom appeals for leg before, but presumably the feeling from umpire Debenham is it was going to go over the top. That jagged back at Compton. There's more and more spin for Ahmed from the footholes, from round the wicket. In he goes and bowls, and that is caught at short leg, but it came off the thigh pad almost, I think, or top of the pad. And he gestured at it, and it bounced quite high, and it was taken by Budinger at short leg, but no real appeal from the Leicestershire players who are surrounding Ben Compton.
It was a good take there.
It was. 2 balls to go in the over. In goes Ahmed, bowls 2 full, and Compton, to his considerable relief, I'm sure, can get out to the pitch a bit and steer it just wide of green in the covers and call. Garrett through for the single. He's chuntering away to umpire Debenham saying, dark as anything here, Ben. Surely we should be going off. He's still talking.
Yeah, I think he wants
gesturing away.
He's hoping this is going to be the last ball. He's saying, get me out of here. I'm a Centurion, get me out of here.
Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio Leicester. I don't know how many balls you're going to hear. This could be the last. In goes Ahmed and bowls onto the leg stump of George Garrett, the night watchman. It comes off the pad, it runs down towards backward square, and after thinking about it for a long time, they take the leg by, but then umpire Debenham says, no, you didn't play at that one, and so Garrett can't believe it. He's raising his hands to umpire Debenham. The players and the umpires have been in deep discussions for much of this game about all sorts of things, and the umpires are coming together. Theoretically, we have 2 overs left to bowl. Well, we do have 2 overs left to bowl, no theory about it, but whether we'll get them, that is the question. Messrs Debenham and Widdop get together and have a chat. If we do get them, they'll be bowled by Louis Kimber. They'll be spin. They'll be Louis Kimber and Rehan Ahmed. Kent 203 for 3. We have just had a wicket. But Muyeye caught by Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed 446. But that is it. The umpires have decided it is now too dark to get these last 2 overs in right now. So we're going to have a delay. It isn't necessarily the end of play. We had this yesterday. We had about half an hour when the players went off the pitch, and then it lightened up a bit, and we got the last few overs in. So theoretically that could happen again, but at the moment the match situation is a little bit similar to that yesterday when Leicestershire were at one stage 201 for 1, and then Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, managed to get among the Leicestershire players and started really turning the ball. And it took an astonishing last wicket partnership, both last night and this morning, from Tom Scriven, who in the end was out for 99 on the brink of his maiden first-class century, and Josh Hull, to get Leicestershire up to their score of 471. And they'll be reasonably pleased, having picked up 3 Kent wickets. If they'd managed to get Ben Compton before the close, the Kent Centurion, his 5th century of the season for Compton. I think that they would feel they'd got a decent chance of getting a reasonable first innings lead. As it is, they know they're going to have to work at it. Well, we are not done here. They've got 6 bonus points, Leicestershire, 5 batting, thanks in no small measure to Messrs Scriven and Hull this morning, and 1 so far for bowling. So if the game goes on to be drawn, as looks most likely at the moment, A, because of the nature of the pitch, but B, also because it is forecast to be rainy tomorrow. You never quite know, but if that is the case and we lose a lot of play tomorrow, that obviously makes the draw that much more likely. Leicestershire would potentially take, well, if they pick up 3 more wickets in the Kent first innings, they will take 15 points from the game, and that will, at the moment, extend their lead at the top of the 2nd division. Certainly if teams below them go on to win their games, Glamorgan and Lancashire in particular, they're taking the stumps out, which suggests that might be that. Then Leicestershire will be perfectly comfortable at the top of the 2nd division, still with a huge lead, and they're bringing out the wheelbarrow, so that might just be that. The umpires are still out there. They're talking to the groundsman at the moment, so just waiting for confirmation. So it's been a tough day for the bowlers, put it that way, down here in Canterbury, but an outstanding day for Tom Scriven and Josh Hull with the bat, and that's not something you'll hear that often on part of Leicestershire, but first class best for both those players. A huge last wicket partnership for the Foxes, and as a consequence they're in a pretty solid position in the game. 203 for 3 Kent at what looks like the end of play. Umpires are marching off and the pitch is being swept now, so I'll just hang on in case I can tell you that is the close of play. At the moment the scoreboard has a bad light written on it. The umpire is waving at the players' balcony, and yes, that is it. We are done for the day. So 203 for 3 at the close of day 2 Kent. They have fought back strongly after conceding that not quite record last wicket partnership for the Foxes, but 471 plays 203 for 3. Kent trail by 268 with 7 first innings wickets in hand. Ben Compton 101 not out. George Garrett, the night watchman, yet to score. We'll be back with you here, BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester, with ball by ball commentary brought to you by myself, Richard Ray, and by Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, and Molly Davis, the Kent ladies player, who will be with us again tomorrow. But for now, from Canterbury, and we'll go and get our interviews, we'll say a very good night to you all. Good night.